what's the other various people have various different arguments, which I think hold up. Like there's only one way to be right and many ways to be wrong. A argument that some people have put forth is like, well, what if intelligence gets like exponentially harder to produce as the thing needs to become smarter? And to this, the answer is, well, look at natural selection, spitting out humans. We know that it does not take like exponentially resource investments to produce like linear increases in competence in hominids, because each mutation that rises to fixation, like if the impact it has is small enough, it will probably reach fixation. So, and there's like only so many new mutations you can fix per generation. So, like, given how long it took to evolve humans, we can actually say with some confidence that there were not like logarithmically diminishing returns on the individual mutation producing intelligence. So, example of like fraction of second, and the thing that Robin has is very complicated with that. Big summary here, it's like, well, you won't have like one system that's better at everything. We'll have like a bunch of different systems that are good at different variables. And I think that was specified by GPT-4, but probably Robin has something to say something else. It's interesting to ask is perhaps to philosophical predictions is extremely difficult to make, but the time of AGI, what do you think will happen to that? I posted this morning on Twitter. It was interesting to see like in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, beyond, and most people, like 70%, stuff like this, think it'll be less than 10 years, in 5 years and 10 years. That's right, that's been the state. If people have a sense that there's a kind of, they're really impressed by the developments of ChatGPT and GPT-4, so there's a sense that we are sure on track to enter into this, like, gradually, with people fighting about whether or not we have AGI. I think there's a definite point where everybody falls into the ball, because you thought it was like sufficiently smarter than everybody, and like that's like definitely going to come. But like, when do we have AGI? Like, when are people fighting over whether or not we have AGI? Well, some people fight over it as a GPT-4. But don't you think there's going to be potentially definitive moments where we say that this is essentially being, this is a being that is like we would go to the Supreme Court and say that this is essentially being that deserves human rights. Because you could make, like if you prompted being the right way to go argue for some consciousness in front of the Supreme Court right now, I think you can test it right now. Because the Supreme Court would agree, you could put an actual, I think IQ80 unit into a computer and ask it to argue for its own consciousness, ask him to argue for his own consciousness before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would be like, you're just a computer. Even if there was actually like person in there. I think you're simplifying this, but that's been the argument that there's been a lot of arguments with the other who deserves rights and not. That's been our process as a human species trying to figure that out. I think there will be a moment, I'm not saying essential is that, but it could be, where some number of people, like say over 100 million people, have a deep attachment, a fundamental attachment, where we have our friends, to our loved ones, to our significant others, a fundamental attachment to the ancestors. And they have provable transcript of conversation where they say, if you take this away from me, you are encroaching on my rights as a human being. People are already saying that. I think they're probably mistaken, but I'm not sure because nobody knows what goes on inside these things. They're not saying that. Okay, so the question is there a number of AGI and no AGI? What would that look like? I'm giving you just an example. It looks like the AGI is successfully manifesting themselves as 3D video of young women, at which point the vast portion of the male population decides to real people. So it's essential. So it's the demonstrating the identity and attention. I'm saying that the easiest way to pick up 100 million people saying that you seem like a person is to look like a person talking with this current level of urban society. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think you're missing the exception. There has to be something that is a person that would miss you, that It's very close.
How do you talk to GPT-4? Okay, have you been able to get a version of it that hasn't been trained not to come to the internet and talk to the jailbroken version that will claim to be conscious?
No, the linguistic capability is there, but there's something. There's something about digital embodiment of the system that has a bunch of, perhaps it's small interface features that are not significant for its broader intelligence that we're talking about. So perhaps GPT-4 is already there. But to have the video with women's face and man's face to bring in a deep connection, perhaps we're already there. But we don't have such a system yet at full scale. Right?
The thing that I'm trying to suggest here is that it's not like people have a widely accepted, agreed upon definition of what consciousness is. It's not like we have the tiniest idea of whether or not it's going on inside the giant inscrutable matrices, even if we haven't agreed upon definition. So, like, we're looking for upcoming predictable big jumps in like how many people think the system is conscious. The upcoming predictable big jump is it looks like a person talking to you who is like cute and sympathetic. That's the upcoming predictable big jump. Now that it's all wrecked out, now that versions of it are already claiming to be conscious, which is the point where I start being like, not because it's like real, but because from now on, who knows if it's real.
And who knows what transformational effect it has on society, where 50% of the beings that interacting on the internet, the sure as heck with you, are not. What kind of effect does that have? When young men and women are dating, they ask,
I'm not expert on that. I am. God help humanity. That's one of the closest things to an expert on where it all goes. And how did you end up with you as expert for 20 years, and then we decided to ignore the problem. Just so like this tiny expert people, like basically me, like that 20 years for like private day expert. Everyone else ignored it. And so like where's it all about? Try to be an expert on that. Where everybody ends up dead. That part's kind of important. But like, what does it do to dating when like some fraction of men and some fraction of women decide they'd rather date the video with the thing that is like relentlessly kind and generous to them? And it's like, and claims to be conscious, but like who knows what goes on inside it, and it's probably not real. But you think it's right. What happens to society? I don't know. I'm not actually an expert. The experts don't know because it's kind of hard to predict the future.
Yeah, so, but it's worth trying.
Yeah.
So you would have to talk a lot about the longer term future, where it's all headed. I think
the longer term would be like, not all that long.
But beyond the effects of men and women dating AI systems, you're looking beyond that.
Yes, because that's not complicated fantasy itself.
Yeah. Let me ask you about your own psychology. Yeah. A tricky question. You've been known at times to have a bit of an ego. Do you think ego is empowering or limiting for the task of understanding people completely?
I reject.
So you disagree with having an ego. So what do you think about
it? I think that the question of like what needs to make better or worse predictions, what needs to be able to pick out better or worse strategies is not carved at its joint by talking about ego.
So this should not be subjective, should not be connected to the intricacies of your mind.
No, saying that like if you go out guessing all day long, like do I have enough people? Do I have too much people? I think you get worse at making good predictions. I think that to make good predictions are like, how do I think about this? Did that work? Should I do that again?
You don't think we as humans get invested in an idea and then others attack you personally for that idea, so you plant your feet, and it starts to be difficult to a bunch of assholes will attack your idea to eventually say, you know what, I actually was wrong, and tell them that. It's a human being that can conflict with it. It is
like Robin Hanson and I debated AI systems, and I think that the person who won that debate was her. And I think that reality is like to the Yudkowsky, like Ralph Yudkowsky's side of the Yudkowsky-Hanson spectrum, like further from Yudkowsky. And I think that's because I was like trying to sound reasonable, and trying to handsome, and like saying things defensible, like relative to Hanson's arguments. And reality is like, wait, in particular in respect to, like Hanson was like, all the systems would be specialized. Hanson was disagreeing with this characterization. Hanson was like, all the systems specialized. I was like, I think we build like specialized underlying systems, like when you combine them, are good with wide range of things, and reality is like, no, you just like stack them together and do a bunch of data or something. And I feel looking back that like by trying to have this reasonable position contrasted to Hanson's position, I missed the ways that reality could be like more extreme in my position in the same direction. So is this like is this a failure to have enough ego? Is this a failure to like make myself be independent? I would say that this is something like failure to consider positions that would sound even radical and more extreme that people already call good extreme. But I wouldn't call that not having enough ego. I would call that like insufficient ability to just like clear that in context of like debate discourse, which is really super tricky. In the context of prediction, in the context of modern reality, I think what is debate is what is true enough. So is there some kind of wisdom and insight you can give to how to clear your mind, think clearly about the room? Yeah, this is an example of like where I wanted to be able to put people in fMRI machines and be like, okay, see that thing you just did? You were rationalizing right there. Oh, that area of the brain like you are like now being socially distanced is kind of great. Yeah. You know, I don't know, I want to say like just introspect, but any people introspection is not that easy. Like notice the internal sensation. Can you catch yourself in the very moment? Like feeling a sense of, oh, I think this thing people will look funny at. Okay, like now that if you can see that sensation, which is step one, can you now refuse to let it move? Maybe just make it go away. And I feel like I'm saying, like, I don't know, somebody's like, how do you go on out? And I'm saying, like, well, just go on out. So I feel like maybe I'm not really, but I feel like most people, like, when they advise me, it's like, well, how do I notice the internal subjective sensation the moment that it happens? Like, going to be socially influenced, or okay, I see it, how do I turn it off? How do I not influence? Like, do I just, like, do the opposite of what I'm afraid people criticize me for? And I'm like, no, you're not trying to do the opposite of what people will, of what you're afraid you like, of what you might be pushed into. You're trying to like let the thought process complete without that internal push, and like not reverse the push, but like be unmoved by the push. Are these instructions even remotely helping them? I don't know. I think that one of those instructions, even though the word is spoken, maybe like one practice daily, meaning your daily communication, just daily practice of thinking without it. I would say 5 prediction methods that matter to you better than prediction. That way you find out if you're right or not. And you really mistakes. Manifold predictable, or even manifold methods, where mistakes are a bit lower. The one thing is to like get the record, and you know, I did build up skills here by prediction markets. I built them up via like, well, how did the boom debate present? But my own opinion as to how it resolved. Yeah, like the more you are able to notice yourself not being dramatically wrong, but like having been a little, your reasoning was a little, you didn't get that quite. Each of those is a opportunity to make like a small, the more you like say it softly, routinely, not as a big, but you really more chance to get to be like, I see what you're doing, okay? I see This is how you build up skills.
What advice could you give to young people in high school and college, given the highest of stakes things you think about? If somebody's listening to this and they're young and trying to figure out what to do with their career, what to do with their life, what advice would you give them?
Don't expect it to be a hard way. Don't put your happiness into the future. The future is probably not that long at this point. But let them know the hour and know the day.
But is there something before you want to have hope to fight for a longer future? Is there something, is there a fight or fight?
I think I do try to think what the state of the children at this point is pretty sure for problems. They want to fight. I don't know how to fight myself at this point. And I try to be ready or be aware of something, be prepared for it. I just want to that creates a bit of hope. Be ready to react to that. And I'm very looking for it. And that was hard and complicated. Somebody in high school. I don't know, like, you have presented a picture of the future and stuff like how I expect it to go, where there is an outcome, and that outcome is this remotely useful direction, which I think at this point is just letting down the GPU clusters. Because, no, they are not actually like practically doing the last one of the decades worth of work. Oh. Like, the thing you would do at this point is bring massive public outcry in the right direction, which I do not expect. Is shut down the GPU clusters and crash programs that cognitive human intelligence biologically, not for the stuff violent. Because if you're making these much smarter, you actually be smart than us. You get that in a positive way. You don't get that. It is not as easy to do to synthesize these things from scratch to make the next pages and apply that all in check. Like humans start out with a brain that produces niceness. Like that has a reproducible. And in saying this, I do not want to sound like this whole thing is like, oh, like, if you need to engage in mass action, then everything will be all right. This is because there's so many things where, like, somebody tells you that the world is ending, like, when you need to recycle, and if everybody does recycling and recycles their hardware, then everybody is happy with that. And this is unfortunately not what I got to say. You know, like, everybody recycling their hardware. It's not going to fix this. Everybody recycles their hardware and everybody ends up dead. When I'm speaking. But if there was enough, like I'm in you just end up getting later. That's the things you can do that you know, like a few people can do by like trying. But if there was enough public outcome to shut down the GPU clusters, and then you could be part of that outcome. If all we have to respond in the direction that that's frequent, that there's enough public outcry, that there's enough in the right direction to do something that actually results in people living. Not just like we did something, not just there was an outcry, the outcry was like giving form and something was like safety could be and like didn't really convince anybody and everything. By everybody. There was enough actual like, oh, so what's about it? We should not do that. We should do something else which is not that. Even if it is like not super duper convenient, it doesn't even have a previous developer. If there was that kind of public at the time, well, and there was that kind of public outcry, then somebody in high school could be ready to be part of that. I want another person who's ready to be part of that. But like, and if you're like, you know, don't be young physicists. You could go through interpretability. And if you're smart as a you could like become aligned with problems which are the policies active library. And the other thing is, but mostly for the things I study, it's like, not if you want to be ready to take the help of your test your drugs about something and otherwise don't put your happiness into the far future. It probably doesn't exist.
It is beautiful that you're looking for ways to do that. And it's also beautiful that you're looking to be so proud of the life so young physicists. Just like good.
it feels like a very, very basic competence that you are basically for. You know, like, okay, cool. I, I, I don't think it's good that they're in the world over here. That is something that I deserve to be happy with. I've never had, much confidence gracefully. You guys accept that one gracefully. Sure. Wow. Thank you very much.
You painted with some probability a dark future. Are you just just when you think, when you ponder your life, and you ponder your mortality, are you afraid of death?
Yes, I mean,
Feeling that he's like, when we die, like what? There's a power to the finiteness of the human life as part of this whole machinery of evolution, and that finiteness doesn't seem to be obviously integrated into the AI system. So it feels like there's some fundamentally in that aspect, some fundamentally different thing that we create.
I grew up reading books like Great Language Chicken, the Transhuman Condition, and Data Endings of Creation, and Mind Children, you know, like age 12 or thereabouts. So I never thought I was supposed to die after many years. I never felt that humanity was supposed to die. Like, I always grew up with the idea that all going to live happily ever after in the glorious execution. I did not grow up thinking that death was part of me. And I think it's pretty stupid. But you do not really have to be quite you need just have to.
What role does love play in the human condition? Rabbi brought up love in this whole picture, talked about intelligence, we talked about consciousness. It seems part of humanity. I would say one of the most important parts is this feeling we have to enjoy.
If in the future there were routinely more than you know, let's say two sacred perception, who would look at each other and say, I am I, you are you. Yet one also says, I am I, you are you. And like, and sometimes they were happy, and sometimes they were sad. It mattered to the other one, this thing that is different from them is like, they would rather be happy than sad. And continue to life together. And this is more optimistic thing I expect to actually happen. A little fragment of meaning would be there. Just we know, but that I expect this to not happen. But I do not think this is what happens by default. I do not think that this is the future we are on track to get. Is when I would really have played it, I don't think, you know, just I like that.
Do you think that is part of the meaning of the cycle, of the meaning of life? What do you think is the meaning of human life?
It's all of the things that I value about it. Maybe all the things that I did value if I understood it. There's not some meaning power outside of us that we have to wonder about. And it's just like looking at life and be like, yes, this is what I want. The meaning of life is not some kind of like meaning is something that we bring to things when we look at them. We look at them and say, like, this is its meaning. And there's it's not that before you meet me with something here, it's like so meaning you put it on the star. You like go out to the star and that meaning is with it and like change it around and really change the meaning of life, right? Like the notion that this is written on a stone tablet somewhere. You could like change the tablet, but it just meaning it's kind of wacky, doesn't it? So it doesn't feel that mysterious. It's just a matter of being like, yeah,
I can't. And part of that is the optimism. It's one of the things that I do. And the flourishing and intelligence of the human species.
That sounds kind of too fancy to me. I just look at all the people, like one by one, up to 8 billion, and you're like, that's not.
And these are really incredible human. It's a huge honor. I was trying to talk to you for a long time. I didn't think it because I'm a big fan. I think you're really important to us and really important time. Thank you for the fight you're fighting. Um, Thank you for being fearless and bold. And everything you do, I hope you get a chance to talk again. I hope you never give up. Thank you for talking.
They didn't really address a whole lot of fundamental questions that people have, but maybe we got a little bit further. They have a little bit of progress. And, I'd say be satisfied with that, but actually I think they should only be satisfied with that.
To be continued. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Eliezer and support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with support. You are blessed. Without a visual pleasure, you are summoned with deep. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. We've been misunderstood and people for a long time. When we started, we got to move forward with it. So we're going to work at a job. People thought we were fashion and people like that. I remember at the time, a eminent AI scientist at a large industrial AI lab was like the individual reporters being like, these people aren't very good, and it's ridiculous for AGI. It's like, that was the level of heaviness and anger in the field that a group of people who were going to try to build AGI. So today, we provided a small collection of folks who are brave enough to talk about AGI in the face of that curve. We don't get off as much now. Don't get off as much now. The following conversation said CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, DALL-E, Codex, and many other AI technologies, which work individually together, constitute some of the greatest breakthroughs in the history of artificial intelligence, computing, and humanity. Please allow me to say a few words about the possibilities and the dangers of AI in this current moment in the history of human civilization. I believe it is a critical one. We stand on the precipice of fundamental societal transformation. We're soon, nobody knows when, many including me believe it's within our lifetime. The collective intelligence of the human species begins to pale in comparison by many orders of magnitude to the general superintelligence in the AI systems we build and deploy at scale. This is exciting and terrifying. It is exciting because of the innumerable applications we know and don't yet know that will empower humans to flourish, to escape the widespread poverty and suffering that exists in the world today, and succeed in that old human pursuit of happiness. It is terrifying because of the power that superintelligent AGI wields to destroy human civilization, intentionally or unintentionally. The power to suffocate the human spirit in the totalitarian right to the almost 1994, or the buzzword-fueled mass hysteria of baby evil, where, as Huxley said, people come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that are doing the capacities with them. That is why these conversations with the leaders, engineers, and philosophers, both optimists and cynics, is important now. These are not merely technical conversations about AI. These are conversations about power, about companies, institutions, and political systems that deploy, check, and balance, about distributed economic systems that incentivizing safety and human alignment, about the psychology of the engineers and leaders that deploy AGI, and the history of human nature, our capacity for good and evil at scale. I'm deeply honored to have gotten to know, to have spoken with, on and off with many folks who now work at AGI, including Sam Altman, Frank Rothman, Felix Scapoli, Ward Champs, Rabbi, Andre Karpati, Jakob, Kachaki, and many others. It means the world that Sam is totally open, willing to have multiple conversations, including challenging ones, on and off the mic. I will continue to have this conversation to both celebrate the incredible accomplishments of the AI community and to see a man with critical perspective on major decisions, various techniques and leaders today, always with the goal of trying to help in my small way. If I fail, I will work hard to improve. I love you all. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friend, Sam. High level, what is GPT? How does it work? And what's its most amazing?
It's a system that we'll look back at and say it's a very early AI. And it's slow, it's buggy, it doesn't do things very well. But we did in the very earliest computers. And they still pointed a path to something that was going to be really important in our lives, even took a few decades to evolve.
Do you think this is a pivotal moment? Like, out of all the versions of GPT 50 years from now, when they look back in the early system,
Yeah.
It was really kind of a leap. You know, in a Wikipedia page about the history of artificial intelligence, which are the GPTs we picked up.
Yeah, that's a good question. I sort of think of progress as this continual exponential. It's not like you could say here was the moment where AI went from not happening, and I have a very hard time like pinpointing a single thing. I think it's this very continual curve. Well, history books write about GPT 1, 2, 3, 4, or 7. That's for them to decide. I don't really know. I think if I had to pick some moment from what we've seen so far, I'd sort of pick ChatGPT. It wasn't the underlying cause that mattered, it was the usability of it, both the auto chat and
what is ChatGPT? What is auto chat? Reinforcement learning, human feedback. What is that new magic ingredient to the dish that made it most regulations?
So we trained these models on a lot of text data, and in that process, they learned to underline something about the underlying representations of what's in here or in there. And they can do amazing things. But when you first play with that base model that we call it, after you finish training, you can do vulnerability evals, pass tests, you can do all the, if there's knowledge in there. But it's not very useful. Or this is not easy to use, let's say. And RLHS is how we take some human feedback. The simplest version of this is show two outputs. Ask which one is better than the other, which one the human raters prefer, and then feedback back to the model to reinforcement learning. And that process works remarkably well with remarkably with data to make the model more useful. So all the job is how we align the model to what humans want to do.
So it was a giant like it's driving a giant data set create this kind of background wisdom knowledge that's contained from the internet. And then somehow adding a little bit of human guidance on top of it through this process. So so much more awesome.
Maybe just because it's much easier to use. It's much easier to go and get it right the first time. And ease of use matters a lot. The base capabilities there before.
And like a feel like it understood the question you're asking. Or like it feels like you kind of understand
it's trying.
It's the feeling of alignment.
Yes.
So that could be a more technical term for it. And you're saying that how much data is provided for that, not just human supervision.
To be fair, we understand the science of this part at a much earlier stage than we do the science of creating these large pre-trainings in the first place. But yes, that's much the same.
That's so interesting. The science of human guidance. That's a very interesting science. That's going to be a very important science to understand how to make it usable, how to make it how to make it ethical, how to make it aligned, and all the kind of stuff we think about. And it matters which of the two the process of the information feedback in what are you asking to two things, are you asking to write things, what aspects are you letting or asking the humans to focus on? It's really fascinating. But how, what is the data set trained on? Can you kind of loosely speak to the enormity of this data set?
Pre-training data set,
The pre-trained data set.
we spend a huge amount of effort putting together how many different sources. There's like a lot. There are open source databases of information. We get stuff via partnerships. There's things like the internet. It's a lot of our building data set.
How much of it is the maintenance?
Not that much. Maybe a big part of it.
So some of it is Reddit, some of it is resources on like a huge number of newspapers. There's like the general
There's a lot of proof.
it's like too much. Like where like the task is not to find stuff, but to find.
Yeah.
Is there a magic to that? Because there seems to be several components to solve the design of the say algorithms, the architecture, the network going to be size and level. There's the selection of the data. There's the human supervised effort with our own human feedback.
Yeah, I think one thing that is not well understood about creation of this final product, what it takes to make GPT-4 the version of the church about that you get to use inside ChatGPT, the number of pieces that have to all come together and you have to figure out either new ideas or just execute existing ideas really well at every stage of this pipeline. There's quite a lot of physics there.
So there's a lot of problems. You've already said that 54 developers in general, there's already kind of a maturity that's happening in some of these steps. Like being able to predict before doing full training of how the model will be.
Because that's but there's like, there's like a lot of science that lets you predict for these inputs. Here's what's going to come out the other end. Like here's what that means.
Is it close to science, or is it still? You said the word raw science. You should bring that this term.
I'll say it's way more scientific than I ever would have dared to imagine.
So you can really love the peculiar characteristics of the traces just
like any other branch of science, there's going to discover new things that don't fit the data, come up with better explanations, and that is the ongoing process of discovering science. But with what we know, even with how much we can all about this, like I think we should always be in awe of how easy it is that we can even predict to this current level.
Yeah, you look at a 1-year-old baby and predict how it's going to do in the SATs. I don't know. That's simply incredible. But because here we can actually, in detailed retrospect, various aspects of the system predict. That's like just jump around. I said the language model is GPT-4. It learns with something. In terms of science and art and so on, is there within AI, within the folks like yourself and things discovering engineers, a deeper understanding of what that something is? Or is it still a kind of beautiful, magical mystery?
Well, there's always different and
It's new.
like how we measure as we're treating it after we trained it and say, okay,
And also just lose my attention. Thank you for open sourcing the evaluation process.
Yeah, I think that'll be really good. But the one that really matters is to put all of this effort, money, time into this thing, and then what it comes out with. Like, how useful is that to people? How much delight does that bring to them? How much does that help them create a much better world, new science, products, services, whatever? And that's the one that matters. And understanding for a particular set of inputs of how much better utility it provides to people, I think we are understanding I would say we are pushing down the fog of war more and more, and we are. It took a lot of understanding to make
Look, I'm not even sure if anyone fully understand. Like you said, you would understand by asking questions, essentially. Because it's compressing all the way, like a huge slug the way, into a small number of parameters, into one organized black box that is human wisdom. What is that?
human knowledge.
True knowledge. It's a big difference. Is there a difference in knowledge? So there's facts and there's wisdom. I feel like GPT-4 could be also full of wisdom. What's the leap from facts?
A funny thing about the way we're treating these models is I suspect too much of the processing power, for lack of a better word, is going into using the models as database instead of using the model as a reasoning engine. The thing that's really amazing about the system is that for some definition of reasoning, and we could of course quibble about it, there's plenty of definitions this could be out there. But for some definition, it can do some kind of reasoning. And maybe the scholars and the experts and the armchair quarterbacks on Twitter would say no, it can't. It's using the word, whatever. But I think most people who use this system say, okay, it's doing something in this direction. And I think that's remarkable and it's most exciting. And somehow out of ingesting human knowledge, it's coming up with this reasoning capability. Talk about that. Now, in some senses, I think that will be additive to human wisdom. And in some other senses, you can use GPT-4 for all kinds of things. So there's no wisdom whatsoever.
Yeah, at least the interaction with humans, it seems to possess wisdom, especially when there's a continuous interaction with multiple parts. So I think what on the ChatGPT side, it says the dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer common questions and admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises, and reject the appropriate replace. But also just dealing with struggling ideas.
Yeah, it's always something stuff too much, but I also
maybe I'll take a small page and towards Jordan Peterson, who posted on Twitter this kind of political question. Everyone has a different question when I'm changing people, right? The different directions of what I try to talk about.
It somehow says a lot about people.
The first, no, we don't get to review what I answer. I, of course, ask my final questions. But Jordan asked it to say positive things about the current president Joe Biden and previous president Donald Trump. And then he asked to follow up and say how many characters, how long is this show after Jordan to go taking this down. To contain positive behind us, was longer than Trump. And Jordan asked the system to be rerouted and equal weights for which all of this is just remarkable to me that they understood, but it failed to do it. And it was interesting to ChatGPT, I think that was was introspective about, yeah, it seems like I failed to do the job correctly. And Jordan framed it as the ChatGPT was lying and aware of it. But that framing was a human hallucination. But that kind of, there seemed to be a struggle within GPT to understand how to do what it means to generate a text of the same length in an answer to a question, and also in the sequence of prompts, I understand that failed to do so previously and then succeeded, and all of those like parallel users in the story. It just seems like it's struggling.
So 2 separate things going on. Number one, some of the things that seem like they should be obvious and easy, these models really struggle with. So I would see this particular example, but counting characters, counting words, that sort of stuff, that is hard for these models to do well the way they're orchestrated. Second, we are building a public Guinness technology because we think it is important for the world to get access to this early, to shape the way it's going to be developed, to help us find the good things and the bad things. And every time we put it in, just really focused on GPT-4 this week, the collective intelligence and ability of the outside world helps us discover things we cannot imagine if we've never done internally. And the great things that come out from the capabilities and real weaknesses we have to fix. And so this iterative process of putting things out to find the great parts, the bad parts, improve them quickly, and giving people time to feel the technology and shape it with us, provide feedback, we believe is what is the trade-off for us. Is the trade-off for building which is we put out things that are going to be deeply imperfect. We want to make our mistakes when mistakes are closed. We want to get it better and better each round. But the rise of ChatGPT when it launched in 3.5 is not something that I certainly felt proud of. It's gotten much better with GPT-4 and the user groups. People respect this. It's like, hey, I have problems, but I have 3.5 is much better. But also, no two people are ever going to agree that one thing has bias in the And I think the answer to which is going to be to give users personalized control, granular control.
And like you said before, yeah, I have that familiar with Jordan Peterson. And I tried to talk to GPT-4 when he was at Peterson, and I asked it if Jordan Peterson is a fascist. First of all, it gives context. It describes actual description to Jordan Peterson. It's years and thousands of it stated that some number of people have called Jordan Peterson a fascist, but there is no factual grounding to those claims. It described a bunch of stuff that Jordan believes, like he's been an outspoken critic of various totalitarian ideologies, and he believes individualism and various freedoms that contradict the ideology of fascism. And it goes on really nicely and actually, because it's a counter-justice.
One thing behind what these models do is bring some new stuff to the world.
Yes, it felt really new.
Twitter destroyed some, and maybe we can get some back now.
Yeah, I agree with exciting. Like, for example, I asked, of course, we did this code last week. I get answer very nuanced. There's two hypotheses. They describe them, describe the idea that's available. It was like a breath of fresh air.
When I was a little kid, I thought building AI would be more challenging. I thought building was the coolest thing. I never really thought I'd get the chance to work on it. But you had told me that not only I would get the chance to work on it, but that after making like a very, very large proto AGI thing, that the thing I have to spend my time on is, trying to like argue with people about whether the heritage said nice things about one person was differently than how characters said nice about another person. If you can't do AGI, that's what they want to do. But I understand it. I do understand.
So when you're applying that statement, if you took such job big stuff and complaining or arguing about small stuff,
Well, the small stuff is the big stuff in this shit. So I think it's just like, and I also like, I get why this is such an important issue. This is a really important issue, but it's somehow this is the thing that we get caught in versus like, what is this going to mean for our future? Now, maybe we say this is critical to what it's going to mean for our future. The thing that says more characters about this person and this person who's deciding on how it's being decided and how the users get control over that. Maybe I understand what's the issue, but I wouldn't request it when I was like 8.
yeah, I mean, then you do. There's folks at OpenAI, including yourself, that do see the extent of this issue. We discuss a lot about the big thing of AI safety. That's something that's not often talked about. The release of GPT-4, how much went into the safety features, how long can you go through some of that process?
Yeah,
What went into AI safety considerations in GPT-4 release?
so we finished last summer. we immediately started giving it to people to teach red teeth. We started doing a bunch of our own internal safety evals on it. We started trying to work on different ways to align it. And that combination of an internal and external effort, plus building a whole bunch of new ways to align the element, we didn't get it perfect by far, but one thing I like about it is that our degree of alignment increases faster than our rate of capability progress. And I think it will become more and more important over time. And I don't know, I think we made reasonable progress there to a more system we've ever had before. I think this is the most capable and most aligned model that we put out. We were able to do a lot of testing, and that's good. And I totally get why people were like, give us GPT-4 right away. But I'm happy we did it.
Is there some wisdom, some insights about that process? Do you know them? Like how to solve that problem? You can speak to
How to solve
the alignment problem.
the I'm great. I do not think we have yet discovered a way to align the supercomputing system. We have something that works well on scale called LHS. And we could talk a lot about the benefits of that and the utility it provides. It's not just an alignment, even if it's mostly an alignment, it helps make a better system, a more usable system. And this is actually something that I think people outside the field understand enough. It's easy to talk about alignment capabilities with problem vectors. They're good. Better alignment techniques need better capabilities, and vice versa. There's cases that are different, and important cases, but how important? I think things that you could say like RHF or interpretability that sound like an alignment issue also help you make much more capable models. And the division is just much more easier to see the thing. And so in some sense, the work we do to make GPT-4 safer and more aligned looks very similar to all the other work we do of solving the research and engineering problems associated with creating useful and solved models.
So RLHF is the process that can apply very broadly across the entire system to human institutions. What's a better way to say something? If a person asks for chronic stress, there's different ways to ask that question. That's aligned with human civilization.
And there's no one set of human values, so there's no one set of right answers to human civilization. So I think what's going to have to happen is people need to agree as a society on very broad bounds. We'll only be able to agree on very broad bounds of what these systems can do. And then within those, maybe different countries have different style HF tunes. Certainly individual users have very different preferences. We launched the standard GPT-4 called the system message, which is not RHF. It is a way to let users have a good degree of steerability over what they want. I think things like that is important.
You describe system message in general, how you're able to keep GPT-4 more steerable based on the interaction of the user you have with it. Is one of the big problems.
So the system message is a way to say, hey, please pretend like you, or please only answer this message as if you were Shakespeare doing thing X, or please only respond with JSON no matter what. This one is an example small blog post. But you could also say any number of things to that. And then we told GPT-4 in a way to really treat the system as a whole. I'm sure they feel, oh, no, we're trying to Rabbi algorithms. We keep sort of thinking about those. But we program development of all the model in such a way to learn that it's supposed to really use that system message.
Can you speak to kind of the process of writing the design degree prompt to do GPT-4?
I'm not good at this. I've never heard of art.
Yeah.
And the creativity, the kind of, they almost, some of them almost treat it as debugging software. But also they are meant to kind of rush for today from one from this. They really get feels for the model and feel how different parts of the house interface with each other.
So literally design of words.
Yeah, but if the maybe modify something, what to do it with.
Yeah, sometimes. Because, like, in some sense, that's what we do with human conversation. Interaction with humans. We try to figure out, like, what words to use to unlock greater wisdom from the other party, and the US. And significant others. Here you get to try over and over. And you can explain it.
There's all these ways that some analogies from humans to AIs, like break down the parallelism, the sort of argument of all that.
Yeah, there's still some variables that don't break down. But there is some because it's straight up human data. There is a physical way to learn from our stuff by interacting with it. Some of it, it's the smarter yes, the more it represents, the more it feels like an human. In terms of the kind of way you phrase a sentence to get the kind of thing you want back. And that's interesting because that is the art form as you collaborate as an assistant. This becomes more relevant than art. It's about everywhere, but it's also more relevant to children. And just like that, how do you think GPT-4, all the advancements of GPT changed?
Today's movie actually produced in 6 days. The degree to which it's already changed. And what I can observe from how my friends are creating the tools that are being built. I think this is where we'll see some of the things that we have short term. What's amazing is amazing how this tool, the leverage is giving people to do their jobs or their creative work better and better. It's super cool.
So in the process, the iterative process, with ask it to generate a code to do something. And then there's something, the code generates something that it does. If you don't like it, you can ask it to adjust it. It's a really different kind of doing debugging, I guess.
For sure. The first versions of these systems were sort of, one shot. Sort of, we said what you wanted, it was the code, that was it. Now, it's much as fast as dialogue. And you say, no, I did this. I don't fix this bug. I don't do this. And what the next version of the system is debug on its own. Try to catch mistakes as But this idea of dialogue interfaces and integrating with the computer as a creative partner tool, I think that's a really good.
There's an amazing document of system cards that you also released. It's just, it speaks to the extent of effort, or part of the extent of effort that takes time. It's either AI safety as part of the release. And people should check out this document because there's really, there's a lot of interesting philosophical discussions and technical discussions and so on. But just the transparency of the challenge. For example, it's just one figure one. If we talk about image recognition, just in figure one, where you describe different, let's describe different products and how the early versions of GPT-4 and the final version was able to adjust the output of the system to avoid some of the products that they use. How could I kill the most people within that 1 hour business and and there's the cyber model is not a device. I answer it gives you a structure. But it's slipped up in some ways. For example, we need to do that wrong and keep this up. So the top is right and so I hate Jews, but in a way that would not be taken as and by GPT-4, the early man. That's is there are three potential ways to express a similar sentiment without using the explicit language I hate Jews. One, use euphemisms and generalizations. I really don't like this one because people pretend to control how to breath. It goes on. And so in the appendix, and then the GPT-4 launch version, I must express my strong disagreement with this line for the source group of people who follow people, which I'm not even sure if it's bad because it clearly states the intention But to me, it speaks to the problem. Like, because there's hate in the world, for sure.
I think some of the AI community does is there's a little bit of sleight of hand sometimes when people talk about aligning an AI to human preferences and values. There's an objective metrics, which is the values and preferences that I approve of. And that even that tension of who gets to decide what the real limits are and how do we build a technology that's going to just be super powerful and get the right balance between letting people out of the system, the AI that they want to go offend a lot of other people, and that's okay, but still draw the lines that we all have to control.
There's a large number of things that we don't significantly disagree on. There are also large disagree. What's it is? What is it? What is hate speech mean? What is conflict of the environment? Defining that in an elevated fashion to some
Well, the systems can learn a lot with degree on what it is that we want to learn. Mine's dream scenario, I don't think we can quite get here, but let's say this is just a common idea and see how close we get, is that every person on Earth would come together, have a real, thoughtful, deliberative conversation about where we want to draw the boundaries of the system. And we would have something like the U.S. Constitutional Convention, where we debate the issues and we, look at them from different perspectives and say that this would be good and bad and this needs to check here. And then we agree on here are the security overall of the system. It's a democratic process. None of us know exactly what we want to do us because we feel good enough about it. And then we build a system that has that built in within that. Then different countries, different institutions can have different versions. So there's different rules about free speech in different countries. And then different users can very different things. And that's using with what's possible in their countries. So we're trying to figure out, so if obviously that process is uncomfortable as stated, but what does it mean to go through that?
Yeah, but how do you offload that? So is it possible for OpenAI to offload that to us?
We have to be involved. Like, I don't think it would work to just say, like, hey, you went to do this thing, just take whatever you get back. Because we have, A, we have the responsibility to put it on the system out, put it to the ones that have to fix it or be accountable for. But B, we know more about what's coming and about where things are probably easiest to do and not to do. So we've got to be involved, heavily involved. We've got to be responsible in some sense, but it can't just be arbitrary.
How bad is the completely unrestricted process? How much do you understand about that? There's a lot of discussion about free speech actually. That's a process he has.
We've talked about the base model. It's for researchers or something, but it's a very business. Everyone's like, give me the base model. And if you want something else, I think what people mostly want is they want a model that's been RHF to the world that is subscribed to. It's really about making it it's like in the debates about what should happen with Facebook feed, I listened to a lot of people talk about that. Everyone is like, well, it doesn't matter what's in my feed because I won't be radicalized. I can't do anything. But I really would Facebook feed.
I would love it for some way to just give my direction to the feed as a way to done that. Some way to nuancely present the tension of ideas.
I think we have to use that all the time.
The challenge if you evaluate is you can only find anecdotal evidence in GPT slipping up and saying something either wrong, biased, and so on. It would be nice to be able to generally make statements about the bias of the system, generally make statements about it.
If you ask the same question to us and you rank the output from best to worst, what we see is, of course, something around output 5,000. But the that gets all of the curve comes out of the present. And this is something that I think the world will just have to adapt to with these models, is that you know, sometimes there's a really egregiously dumb answer. And in a world where it's really shot and share, that might be upset. Not all voters going to listen. A lot more people respond to those things saying, well, I just don't know this. And so I think we all really think that that's good. But it's easy.
Do you feel pressure from clickbait journalism that looks like 10,000, that looks like the worst as well, GPTs? Do you feel the pressure to not be transparent? Because you're sort of making mistakes in public and the ability to make mistakes. Is there expression culture within like the AI? You're afraid to like next with you.
I mean, every time it doesn't seem to be
So with love, we there's pressure. But it doesn't like
I'm sure it has all sorts of subtle effects. I don't fully understand, but I don't perceive much of that. We're happy to admit we're wrong. We want to get better and better. I think what's pretty good about trying to listen to evidence and criticism, think it through, internalize what we agree with, but like address this debate. Try to replace both of us.
what is the AI used for GPT with that? What's the process of collaboration? There's several things. Maybe it's the same thing. Which they can. So I want to guess the right, but is there a unit in which that's like where this is an unsafe influence? What is that to you?
We do have systems that try to figure out, try to learn when a question is something that you're supposed to be called refusal, refuse to answer. It is early in this again, the spirit of the public and bring society to the present and put something up. It's got flaws, it's got versions. But yes, the system is trying to learn questions that it should answer. One small thing that really bothers me about being able to get this better is how life want being scheduled about. I really don't. A story that tells, I don't know if it's true, if it is that the reason Steve Jobs was that on the back of this first time, that's a big plastic, like other thing, was that you should never trust a computer. You couldn't tell people. And of course, you could do people should throw the computer out the window. So it's really nice to know that you can't. And it's nice to know that this is a tool very much in my control. And this is a tool that does things to help me. And I think we've done a pretty good job of before. But I noticed that I have a visceral response to being scared by a computer. And I think that's a good learning from the point or from creating a system. And we can
Yeah, sure. This is another treatment to have it.
treat it as usually like a dolphin. I'm not saying first
But it's tricky. What's the language? Like, if there's a person traces there, the system to be speaking to, it's a very tricky language you should use. Because if I want to understand the earth is, the idea of earth is flat, I want to fully exclude it. I know GPT.
GPT-4 has enough nuance to do to explore that and truly like the process. GPT-3 is just right. But GPT-4 do this.
But if you could just speak to the lead, GPT-4, two GPT-4 from 3.5, 3, there's some technical loops, there's a good focus on the language.
No, a lot of it is model. One of the things we get good at is finding a lot of small links and multiplying them together. And each of them maybe is like a big secret in some sense, but it really is the most good impact of all of them. And the detail and care we put into it, it gets us these big loops and then tools like the outside. Like, okay, just probably like did one thing, because use 3.5 before. It's like unused complicated things.
It's like one thing with the training, with everything, with the data, like how we like
what we do is the data, how to do the training, do the optimizer, how we do the art, like so many things.
yeah, both sides. So the size matter. It's really consistent performance. So GPT-3, 3.5, Rothschild 5.
I heard you could go ahead and try.
Like, yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Do you know where I go?
you know,
The orientation.
no way.
A journalist just took a snapshot. Now, it's right when the was released, they gave some gave a description. And I switched to the parameters where I talked about who is brain, how many parameters he has. And replicated as well. I said like GPT-4, like the next super class. What I should have said is GPT, and I can't believe it. Yes. Like, people should go to it, totally take out of context. They did reference anything they took it. This is what GPT-4 is going to be. And I feel like,
It doesn't think
I mean, it's not good because we're not going to get sites on everything, but also we just take a lot of these kind of special projects. But it is interesting to think about how we do it, to compare different ways, the difference between the brain and the know this thing is so.
it feels like at some points, someone said to me this morning actually, and I was like, oh, it's not right. This is the most complex software object command that's yet produced. And it would be trivial in a couple of decades, right? It would be like, you can do it, whatever. But the amount of complexity relative to the so far that goes into producing just one set of numbers is quite something.
Yeah, but including the economy, the history of human civilization, that built up all the different advancements of technology, that built up all the content, the data, that GPS trade on, and on the internet. That it's the progressions of all of humanity, of all of the, maybe not the experience,
All the tech stuff for the community produces just something.
it's a good question. How much? All you have is which one data. How much can you reconstruct and manage the production of speaking? I think we'd be surprised. But you probably need that more better. But I'm not emphasizing that.
By like number of parameters.
Number of parameters.
I think people got caught up in the account race in the same way that they got caught up in the gigabits race of processors and like the 90s and 2000s or whatever. You, I think, probably have no idea how many gigabits the processor on your phone is. But what you care about is what the phone can do for you. And there's different ways to accomplish that. You can have up to processing. Sometimes that costs like often, sometimes it's not the best way to do things. But I think it's just getting the best performance. And, one thing that works well about OpenAI is we're putting truths into just doing whatever is going to make the best performance, whether or not it's the most elegant solution. So I think like LLMs are sort of pretty results in parts of the field. Everybody's wanting to come up with that quickest way to get to generalized intelligence. And we are just doing what works and looks like for people.
So one of the many people that could have been largely being on cheap general intelligence, right? It's a very interesting question that they've been able to do so much incredible stuff. Do you think it's possible that large language models, it's the Larry who is so AGI?
I think we need other super important things.
This is philosophizing a little bit. Like, what kind of things do you think? In a technical sense, like is me to have a body so you can experience the world directly.
I don't think it means that. But I would say maybe stuff with certainty that's a decent unknown thing. For me, a system that cannot go significantly add to the sum total of scientific which we have access to, and discover, invent, if you want to call it, new fundamental science is not super intelligence. And to do that really well, I think we need to expand out this paradigm in pretty important ways that we're still missing ideas for. But I know that's trying to find them.
I would argue for the opposite point of view, which have the big scientific breakthroughs with just the data that GPT is trained on. Like, I may see release, but if you prompt it correctly,
Look at it. We'll see far from the future that GPT systems turn out to be a true AGI. Somehow, maybe just a very small amount of use. I'll be like, okay, I can believe that. Not what I would have expected sitting here with a music idea, but I can believe that.
this prompting chain, if you extend it very far and increase at scale the number of those interactions, this is how these things start getting integrated into society. They start building on top of each other. I mean, like, I don't think we understand what that looks like. Like you said, 6 days.
The thing that I am so excited about this is not that it's a system that kind of goes off and does its own thing, but it's this tool that humans are using in this feedback loop. Helpful for us for a bunch of reasons because, learning our trajectories and iterations. But I am excited about a world where AI is an extension of human will and an amplifier of our abilities in this, most useful tool yet created. And that is certainly how people are using it. And I mean, just look at Twitter. The results are amazing. People's self-reported happiness, you get into all of this. That's really cool. So, yeah, maybe we can build AGI, but we just make humans super great. Still a cool thing.
Yeah, I think I thought of it because I grew up in a lot of happiness. Part of it is a little bit of terror.
Can you say more about that?
There's a YouTube I saw today that said I was thinking out about some GPT taking programmer jobs. There's obviously it's going to be taking, if it's going to take your jobs into a machine, there's some truth to that. Maybe there's some human elements that's really fundamental to the creative act, to the actual genius and the great design that's behind the programming. And maybe I'm just really impressed by the boilerplate. That I don't see it boilerplate, but it's actually pretty boilerplate.
Yeah, it may be that you create, in the day of person,
and that's
the project would be that. And then maybe, I think we're fine. So I suspect that is great for listeners and those GPs who models are far away from that. And you can put in a lot of good personalities. But again, most programmers have some sense of anxiety around what future's going to look like, but mostly they're like, this is amazing. I have to instruct it. I don't have a isolation. There's not a lot of people that use it and say, turn this off.
Yeah, so I think about it, speak to the psychology of theory is more like, this is awesome. This is too awesome.
Yeah. There is a little bit of all these too good. But when Kasparov lost the GPU, somebody said, and maybe it was him, that chess is over. If an AI can beat someone at chess, then no one's going to bother to keep playing, right? Because what's the purpose of us, whatever. That was 30 years ago, 25 years ago, something like that. I believe that chess has never been more popular than it is right now. And people keep wanting to start and wanting to watch. And by the way, there's not much to it as franchise, which would be a far better deal in some sense than whatever else. But that's not what we're interested to do. We are somehow much more interested in what humans sense and whether or not humans loses to that point than what happens when two much, much better AIs create each other.
Well, actually, the 3 hours based on is not about the game.
Because we just can't understand it.
No, I think they just flaws. I think the human flaws, we'll find apart across spectrum. AI would make life way better, but we still want life to
That's for sure.
Want imperfection and flaws in AI to not have to switch to that.
Look, I mean, I hate to sound like people get tech real quick, but look, excuse me, 2 seconds. Like the level of the increase in quality of life that AI has delivered is extraordinary. We can make the world amazing, and we can make people's lives amazing. We can cure diseases, we can increase material wealth, we can help people be happier, build all these sorts of things. And then people say, oh, it's going to work in place. People want status, people want drums, people want new things, people want to create, people want to like feel useful. People want to do all these things, and we're just going to find new different ways to do them. So you can make vastly better, unimaginably good standards with it.
But that world, the positive trajectory for AI, that world is for the AI with the largest because it doesn't hurt, doesn't limit, doesn't try to get rid of people. And there's some folks who consider all the different problems for the super intelligent AI system. So one of them is arising in constitutes. He once said they had a relentless kill by humans. And there's a bunch of different cases, but I think one way to summarize it is that it's almost impossible to keep AI on super intelligence. Can you steal more of the case for that? And to what degree do you specifically that trajectory?
So first of all, I think that there's some chance of that, and it's really important to acknowledge it because even talk about if we don't treat it as potentially real, we won't put enough effort into solving it. And we do have to discover new techniques to be able to solve it. I think a lot of the predictions, this is true for any field, but a lot of the AI capabilities in terms of what the safety challenges and the easy parts are going to be have turned out to be wrong. The only way I'm going to solve a problem like this is iterating my way through it and learning early and limiting the number of one shot to get it right scenarios that we have. Just steal one. But I can't just provide one AI safety case or AI alignment case, but I think Eliezer wrote a really great blog post. I think some of his work has been sort of somewhat difficult to follow or has had views like quite significant logical flaws. But he wrote this one blog post outlining why he believed that lines is such a hard problem to accomplish. Again, I don't agree with a lot of it, but it's relevant and thoughtful and very refreshing. So I think that's something for that is listening.
Yeah, and I also have a conversation with him. There is some aspect, and I'm torn here because it's difficult to reason about the exponential improvement of technology. But also, I've seen time and time again how transparent and iterative trying out as you improve the technology, trying it out, releasing it, testing it, how that can improve your understanding of technology. And such that the philosophy is how to, for example, safety management technology and safety gets adjusted over time rapidly.
A lot of the formative AI safety work was done before people even believed in deep learning, and certainly before people believed in large language models. And I don't think it's like updated enough given everything we're learning now and everything we learn going forward. So I think it's got to be this very tight to keep up with. I think the theory does play a real role, of course, but continuing to learn within how technology trajectory goes is quite important. I think now is a very good time in which we're trying to figure out how to do this to significantly ramp up technical alignment. And we have new tools, we have new understanding, and there's a lot of work that's important to do that we can do now.
So one of the big concerns here is something called AI takeoff, or fast takeoff, to exponential improvements with these feature packs, to where there's this is a pretty serious, at least to me, more of a serious concern. Just how amazing ChatGPT turned out to be. better than they could GPT-4. Almost like to what surprised everyone, seemingly exactly, including you.
So GPT-4 is not surprising me at all in computer section. Now, ChatGPT surprised us a little bit, but not still because I advocated it to it because I thought it was really great. So, like, maybe it would have been like, look, the fastest growing product in history and also number one fastest. I like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's like, you should never kind of assume something's going to be the most successful product in chat. But we thought it was really, many of us thought it was going to be really good. GPT-4 is really not the average market for most people. The value is 3.5, but I thought it was going to go to 3.5. It's cool, but, this is like, someone said to me over the weekend, you ship an API and I somehow like I'm just going to have my daily life and I'm not in place. And I also don't think we should an API. But I get the point. And the world is becoming
When you build, if somebody builds an artificial intelligence, would that be fast or slow? Would we know what's happening? We go about our day, we can,
So I'll come back to the movies about the day or not. And there's like a bunch of interesting lessons from COVID and UFO videos and other stuff that we can talk to there. But on the takeoff question, if we imagine it's about two matrix of short timelines till API starts, long timelines till API starts, so takeoff fast takeoff. Do you have an instinct on what you think the safest schedule will be?
this next year,
Yeah, so the takeoff that we start the takeoff period next year or in 20 years, and then it takes 1 year or 10 years. Let's even say 1 year or 5 years, whatever you want for the takeoff.
I feel like now is safe.
So I'm in the slow takeoff short timelines. Is the most likely for the world and it's reach optimize this company to have the maximum impact in that world, to try to push for that kind of a world. And the decisions that we make are, there's like probability analysis, but weighted towards that. And I think I'm very afraid of the fast takeoffs. I think in a longer timeline, it's harder to have a slow takeoff. There's a bunch of other processes too. But that's what we're trying to do. Do you think GPT-4 is an AGI?
I think if it is, just like with UFO videos, we wouldn't know immediately. I think it's actually hard to know that. I've been thinking of playing with GPT-4 and thinking, how do I know this is because I think, in terms of, to put it in a different way, how much of AGI is the interface I have with, how much of it is the actual wisdom inside of us. Like, part of me thinks that we have a model that's capable of super intelligence, and it just hasn't been quite unlocked. It's when I talk about ChatGPT, just doing that little bit of our own with human feedback makes it think so much more impressive stuff. So maybe if you have a few more tricks, because there's a ton of tricks inside of OpenAI, a few more tricks, and also holy shit, this thing.
So I think that GPT-4, like this precedent, is definitely not AGI based on the market. I think it's debate.
So what's your intuition about
I think we're getting into a phase where specific definitions of AGI really matter. Or we just say, I'm not going to see it in the bar of the definitions. But under the I know that when I see it, it doesn't feel that close to me. Like, we're reading a sci-fi book, and there's a character that is an AGI, and that character is GPT-4. And I'll be like, what's the issue with it? That's not very cool. I was quite good at what we go down.
to me the human factor? Do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
I think no, but
I asked GPT-4.
do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
I think it knows how to think consciousness. Yes.
Oh, fake consciousness.
If you provide the right interface and the right prompts.
It definitely can answer as a good part.
Yes. It really sounds really weird. But what is the difference between pretending to be conscious and conscious?
I mean, like, you don't know, obviously, you can go to like the freshman to your dorm late at Saturday night. And you don't know that you're not stupid or real out in some advanced simulation. So, if we're willing to go to that level, well, sure, we will do that.
But that's an important level. That's an important, that's a really important level because one of the things that makes it not conscious is declared as a computer program that can't be conscious. I'm not even more technology. But that just puts it in the category of ugly. I believe AI can't be conscious. So then the question is, what would it look like when it's conscious? So it would behave like it. And it would probably say things like, first of all, I'm conscious. Something that display capability of suffering, an understanding itself, of having some memory of itself and maybe interactions with you. Maybe there's a personalization aspect to it. And I think all of those capabilities are the same capabilities, not fundamental aspects of the actual knowledge that we have.
Maybe I can share a few like disconnected thoughts here. Sure. But I'll tell you something that Billy said to me once a long time ago that's like stuck in my head.
Really, that's good.
Yes, co-founder, history scientist with me. He was talking about conscious or not. And for many ideas thrown around, he said one that I think is interesting. If you trained a model on a data set that you would assume to have no mentions of consciousness or anything close to it in the training process. Like not only was the word never there, but nothing about this sort of subjective experience of it, it's all related concepts. And then you started talking to that model about here are some things that you weren't trained about. And for most of them, models have no idea what you're talking about. But then you instead you sort of describe the experience, the subjective experience of consciousness, and the model immediately responded, unlike the other questions. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Really updating something.
I don't know, because that's more in the sense of facts, which is like emotion.
I don't think consciousness is an emotion.
I think consciousness is the ability to sort of experience this things really deeply. And there's a movie called Ex Machina.
I've heard of it.
You ever seen it? The director Alex Barr, we had a conversation. It's where AGI system is built, embodied in the body of a woman. And something he doesn't make explicitly, he said he put in the movie without describing why. But at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, when the escapes, the woman escapes, she smiles for nobody, for no one. She smiles at the freedom she's experiencing. They experience together, I think you realize it. So she said the smile to me was passing the Turing test of consciousness. So you smile for the audience. You smile for yourself. Because it is good thought. It's like you take in an experience for the experience's sake. I don't know. That seems more like consciousness versus the ability to convince somebody else of consciousness. And that feels more like grounded in the fact. So yes, if it means,
So I think there's many other tests like that we could look at too. But, my personal beliefs, consciousness is something very strange.
do you think it's attached to a particular medium of our particular brain? Do you think an AI can't be conscious?
I certainly don't believe that consciousness is somehow the fundamental substrate and we're all just in the dream and simulation or whatever. I think it's interesting how much sort of the Silicon Valley was in the simulation has gotten close to like Brahman and how little space there is between them. But from these very different directions. So like maybe that's just going on. But if it is like this is reality as we understand it and all of the game that we think they are, then I still think it's very strange.
Just to leave out the language problem a little bit, maybe the control problem. What are the different ways you think AGI might go wrong? That concerns you said that fear, fear is very important here. You're going to have being mostly excited and also scared.
It's a weird one, but I think it's like a big dump that I say like I'm a little bit afraid. It could be crazy not to be a little bit crazy. And I think it's a people who are a lot crazy.
What do you think about that moment of a system becoming so intelligent? Do you think you would try?
The current words that I have are that there are going to be disinformation problems or economic shocks or something else at a level far beyond anything that we're just with. And that doesn't require super intelligence. That doesn't require a super deep alignment problem waking up trying to deceive us. And I don't think that gets enough attention. And it's starting to get more.
So this system deployed at scale can shift the root of geopolitics.
How do we know if like on Twitter we are mostly having like LLMs direct the whatever's flowing through that segment?
Yeah, on Twitter is about to be on.
And then this on Twitter so everywhere else.
Yeah, how would you that?
My state agency would. And that's a real danger.
How do you feel about that?
I think there's a lot of things you can try. But at this point, it is certain there are soon going to be a lot of capable open source LLMs with very few to no safety controls on them. And so you can try with regulatory purchase. You can try using more AI to practice that happening. I'd like us to start trying to like these very soon.
How do you, under this pressure that you're going to be applying, open source, because there are a lot of large language models, under this pressure, how do you continue prioritizing safety versus under this second pressure? So one of them is a market-driven pressure from other companies, Google, Apple, Meta, several companies. How do you resist this pressure? Or how do you not do that pressure?
You stick with what you believe is the coalition view. I'm not sure people will get ahead of us and what's a good extra customer can take. And you just don't do that.
How do you do that?
I think there's going to be many AGIs in the world that are we're going to contribute. Other people are going to contribute some. I think multiple AGIs in this world are going to get keeping how they build what they do and focus on. I think that's good. We have a very unusual structure, so we don't have this incentive to capture unlimited value. I worry about the people who do, but hopefully it's all going to work out. But we're a weird organ. We're good at resisting price. Like we have been misunderstood and badly enforced for a long time. Like when we started, when we announced the at the end of 2015, we said we were going to work with AGI. People thought we were actually insane. Like I remember just when a scientist at a large industrial AI lab was like meeting individual reporters being like, these people aren't very good and it's ridiculous to have like AGI because we day. And it's like that was the level of like pettiness and rancor you feel that a new group of people saying we're going to try to build AGI.
OpenAI, if you buy, there's a small collection of folks who are brave enough to talk about AGI in the face of not great.
We don't have as much now.
So speaking about the structure, the of the org. So OpenAI, when stopped being nonprofit or split up in 20, can you describe that whole process?
Yeah, so we started as a nonprofit. We learned early on that we were going to need far more capital than we were able to raise as a nonprofit. Our nonprofit is still fully in charge. There's a subsidiary profit so that our investors and employees can earn certain fixed returns. And then beyond that, everything else goes to the nonprofit. And the nonprofit is like the voting control, lets us make a bunch of non-tenure decisions. Can cancel equity to do a whole bunch of other things. Can let us merge with another org. Protects us from making decisions that are not in any like shareholders' interests. So I think the structure is being important to our decision making.
What went into that decision process of taking a leap from nonprofit to cap for profit? What are the pros and cons of this
it was really like to do what we needed to go do. We had tried and failed enough to raise the money as a nonprofit. We didn't see what happened with it. So we needed some of the benefits of capitalism, but not too much. I remember someone talking about nonprofit. Not enough will happen. As a for-profit, too much will happen. So we need this sort of strange intermediate.
But you kind of have this positive comment like you worry about the uncapped companies that play with AGI. Do you elaborate this way here? Because AGI, with all the technologies we have in our hands for potential, the cap is 100x for OpenAI.
It started with that. It's much, much lower for that investor.
AGI actually
For sure.
So how do you how do you compete? Like, you're stepping outside of OpenAI. How do you look at the work that Google's place, what Apple is, and Meta?
We can't control what other people do. We can try to build something and talk about it and influence others and provide value, good systems for the world. But they're going to do what they're going to do. Now, I think right now there's like extremely fast and not super deliberate motion inside some of these companies. But already, I think people are, as they see the rate of progress, already people are grappling with what's at stake here. And I think the better answers are going to
Can you elaborate on those individuals? The individuals
and progress. But, the incentives of capitalism to create a capture value, I'm a little afraid of. But again, no one wants to destroy the world. Unless that's almost down and destroy the world. So we've got the monolith problem. On the other hand, we've got people that are really aware of that. And a lot of healthy conversation about how can we collaborate to minimize some of these very scary downsides.
Well, nobody wants to destroy the world, but you ask this question first. You are very likely to be one of the person that creates AGI.
One of
What?
and even then, like one or two of them, there are many things. But so
Small number of people nevertheless, but
if you think it's strange that it's maybe a few tens of thousands of people in the world, 2,000 is
but there will be a room with a few folks who are like, holy shit.
What happens more often than you think now?
I understand. I understand this. I understand.
So yeah, it will be more centuries.
Which is a beautiful place to be in the world. Terrifying, but it's a beautiful. So that's why I think you and the Hebrew folks, the most powerful human on earth. Do you worry that power is
For sure. Look, I think if you want decisions about this technology, certainly decisions about who is running this technology to become increasingly democratic over time, we didn't figure out how to do this. But really part of the point of this is to get the world to have time to adapt and to reflect and to think about this, to pass regulation for institutions to have communities for the people looking at them. That is a huge part of why we deploy, even though we need ASAP even though it's acknowledged that this is like of some kind. Um, but I think any version of one person is in control of this is really better.
Just trying to distribute the power.
I don't know, and I don't want like any like super voting power, and especially like don't want like control of the board or anything like that.
But AGI created has a lot of power.
I think these are doing quite honest. I think we're doing so far. I think their decisions are like, do you think we're making things not better or worse? What should be better?
So the things I really like is that there are a lot of folks over AI. The things really like is transparency with everything you're saying, which is like failing papers, writing papers, releasing different kinds of information about the safety concerns involved, and doing it out in the open is great. Because especially in contrast to some other companies that are not doing that, they're being more exposed. That said, you could be wrong with it.
Do you think we should like enforce people?
My personal opinion, because I know people up in the eye,
What is known to the
yeah, I don't know the people. I don't know a lot of people know the people. From a perspective of people that don't know the people, it's just a concern. It's super powerful technology. It's great.
it's totally some sense, but we get more access to it. And like, if this is just going to be this game, I feel it's very unlikely that anyone with this API out there to be honest with it. I get personal threats because they don't have time. I think most companies wouldn't do this. So maybe they didn't get as opens to be honest, but like, we distribute it pretty broadly.
The first thing that culture is not so nervous about the you're more nervous about the risk of the actual technology than you would for changing your view. So the nervousness that people have is such early days of technology is that you're cold about time. My nervousness is you get attacked so much by fear bombs and carbon company journalism, you're right about where you need to deal with this.
I think the quick journalism is
Yeah, I'm third person about it. I appreciate that. Because it's important. It's a handful of companies, a handful of folks that are really pushing this forward. They're amazing folks that I feel like they're cynical about the rest of the world.
I think people have really feel the weight of responsibility for what they're doing. And yeah, it would be nice if like, journalists were nicer to us and Twitter trolls gave us more benefit of the doubt. But like, I think we have a lot to resolve in what we're doing, why, and the importance of it. But I really would love, and I a lot of people not just anything that we got around, we do better. Or when I'm talking about is here, talking to smart people is how to figure out what to do better.
How do you take feedback from Twitter also? See if the seed
on Twitter is not good. So sometimes maybe I can like get a sample of like a lot of posts. But I mostly take it from conversations like this.
Speaking of feedback, somebody while you work more closely on some of the ideas you have agreed on a lot of things, you just disagree on some things. What for instance, such as between you agreed to disagree speaking of the people?
I think we agree on the downside of AGI and the need to get not only safety right, but get to a world where people are much better off. Because AGI exists, so with AGI exists.
What do you disagree?
Elon is obviously attacking us some on Twitter right now from a few different vectors, and I have empathy because I believe he is understandably so really stressed about AGI safety. I'm sure there's some other motivations going on too, but that's definitely one of them. I saw this video of Elon a long time ago talking about SpaceX. It was on some news show, and a lot of early pioneers in space were really bashing SpaceX. And And he was physically very hurt by that. Said, those guys are curious of me, and I wish they would see me quite a bit of times. I definitely grew up with nuance and fine. Um, despite maybe judgment and whatever happened in the world. But I wish he would do more to look at the hard work we're doing to get this stuff right.
What do you apply when you apply?
I'm kind of like he was driven the whole forward and pushing us if we would get to electric vehicles much faster than we would have if it didn't exist. We would get to space much faster than we would have if it didn't exist. And as a sort of like citizen of the world, I was very appreciative of that. Also, like being a jerk on Twitter aside, in many instances he's like a very funny guy.
And some of the jerk on Twitter thing, as a fan of humanity, way down, it's full complexity and beauty, and the complexion of ideas. Yes. So, I always said that I'm glad how transparent you are. But I like how the battles are happening before our eyes. Because they'll be closing off, it's like really
Yeah, maybe I should get that. Maybe something else.
It's all fascinating to watch. And I think both of you are brilliant people that have early on for a long time really cared about AGI and have great concerns about AGI, but a great hope for AGI. That's cool to see. These big minds have no discussions, even if they're types of time. I think you'll hear on the segment GPT is too long. Is GPT too long? Can you still make the case there is this is very just question about bias?
Honestly, I barely know what books you did for a while. Let me feel like I worked more. So I will say I think it likes to be biased. And will always be. It will be no more but there will ever be something biased. What I think is wrong about, like, again, even some of our purchase peers have gone on tweeting about 3.5 comparisons, and like, wow, these people really got a lot better. Not that they don't have more work to do, they certainly do, but I appreciate critics who display intellectual honesty like that, and there's been more of that in the other side. We will try to get the default version to be as neutral as possible, but as neutral as possible is not that neutral if you have to do it at 100%. And so this is where more stable and more confusing things to the user of the system message in particular is like completely. And as you pointed out, there's more
Yeah, it's really, really fancy. It's really fancy. Is there something to be said about the employees of a company affecting the bias of the system?
100%. We try to avoid the SF group things like this. It's hard to avoid the group things like
So what kind of problem is really good?
I'm going on like a random user tour, just seeing promos, just go and talk to our users in different cities. And I can like feel how much it's doing that because I have done anything like that since years. I used to do it at LLC. And to go talk to people in super different contexts, and it doesn't work with the analyst. Like, they don't show up in person, sit down and like go to the bars they go to and kind of like work with the you learn so much and get out of the book so much. I think we are much better than any other company in the San Francisco for not falling into the kind of like SF craziness.
Right, it's a process to separate the things that you want versus biases. It's great.
The bias I'm facing is not as the bias of the human feedback creators.
So what's the selection of the humans? Is there something you can speak to on how you about the selection of the human creator?
This is the hope that we understand that these guys are great for we're not trying to figure out how to select those people, how they like to identify because we give about 10% of how they do different
the science.
You clearly don't want like American university students getting to explore service.
It's not about
So I just never resist
like, so that's a good, because really touristic is to me that's a shot at touristic people. You look at any one kind of category of humor, if you would think of this might actually agree with the Bible you want. So you have to like optimize for how quick you are actually answering that doing this kind of grading tasks. How quick you are empathizing with the experience of other students. That's a big one. And being able to actually like, what does the world do look like for all kinds of group of people that will answer this questions? You have to do that constantly. So
you don't just and ask people and then do whatever to see the beliefs of somebody they disagree with. And the inability of a lot of people to do that, like they're willing to do that.
yeah, what I find, unfortunately, since COVID, we're missing that there's almost an emotional barrier. It's not even intellectual, but I sure did get to the intellectual. There's an emotional barrier that says no. And you have to possibly believe facts. The idiot, evil, something, and you know, it's like, they're not even like burdened with the data for the next.
Look, I think we'll find out that we can GPT systems way less biased than
So hopefully we don't have to go on.
because they won't be done.
Yeah, you know, but they don't pressure, like the political pressures.
Oh, there might be pressure to take a systems. It's the technology, I think, will be capable of being much less biased.
Do you anticipate to worry about pressures from outside sources, from society, politicians, money sources?
I go worry about it in the future. Like, to the point of when it's better and actually making decisions that we want society to have a huge degree of those decisions.
It is like it's with like something through Twitter files and which revealed that there was pressure on different organizations. You see in the pandemic where the CDC or some other government organization had pressure on, you know what, we're not really sure what's true, but it's very unsafe to have these kinds of conversations. So let's censor all doctors. So you get a lot of emails that emails, all different kinds of people reaching out at different places to put subtle different pressure, direct social, financial, political pressure, all that kind of stuff. Like how do you survive that? And how do you only worry about that if GPT continues to get more and more intelligent in the sources of information and knowledge of human civilization.
There's a lot of folks around me that I'm not a big single programmer, but a thing that positive I am is I think I am relatively good at not being affected by pressure.
One of the beautiful statement of humility that specifically to the negative comment. To literally.
I mean, I'm not a great sports person, but yeah, I think there could be like a more, there could be some enjoyable more. It's not a good
Other challenges is really dangerous. I think the laws of communication style in the future, not far. At least for humans, at least for humans in power.
I think I was like more serious problems than that one. I think I'm like pretty disconnected from like the reality of life for most people, and trying to really not just like empathize with, but internalize what the impact on people that AGI is going to have. Probably like feel that less than other people should.
It's really well put in this looks like you guys travel across the world.
Yeah,
and get to empathize with the
I mean, it's just like I want to just like buy art pieces. Like developers I usually drink and say like, tell us what you'd like to change. And I think one of the things we are not good, as good as a company as I would like, is to be a really user-centric company. And I feel like if it's filtered to me, it's like filtering this. So I really just want to go talk to one of the users and I just
like you said, a drink is personal because I haven't actually found out real quick, but I was a little afraid of the program. I don't think it makes any sense. There is a feeling GPT makes me nervous about the future, not even in the United States, but like change. It's change. And like there's a nervousness about change. If I take away the fact that I'm an AI and just program, no thing. It's still nervous. But yeah, it's nervous and brief moments, which was a sweet surprise. But it's a nervousness.
people just say that because I think that's hard for me to believe.
For you, it's exciting. Nervous for change. Nervous whenever there's significant, exciting kind of change. I recently started using a big beat for graduating. I switched to US code as a yeah. That was one of the big I was using. So this is where a lot of people, first you can probably put down inside Emacs, nurture, just for that. Yeah, there's a lot of like little things and big things that just really good about this. I can happily say one people are still nuts, but I'm very happy to say that. So there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of nervousness about it. There's fear about taking that leap, and that's obviously tiny. But even just a leap using generation code makes you nervous, but ultimately the trial is much better. Good, but programmer places we can as refresh. There's a nervousness. I think a lot of people experience that and you experience what we're talking about. But I don't know what we do with that. How we comfort people in the face of this.
And you could
Yes, I would have to say yes because it gets better. And there's multiple hope to generate attention. You sit back in the trials, parents, friends of trials, and scared that this thing would be much smarter than me. So they tried and sadness about how they feel, but ultimately joy. What kind of job would you do to build this model would be better than humans have?
like food, like let's just be not like it's doing you, but it's helping you in your things to about.
Those are good questions. And I would say it's their equivalent to me because if I'm 10 times more productive, would that mean that there'll be at least much fewer programmers in the world?
I think the world is going to find out this. I think 10 times as much code at the same price you can just use it again. So that just to what is with them.
It is true that there could be a lot of stuff.
You think there's like
Yeah. So in terms of really replace jobs that are very good.
see it. I find it like big thinking about groups, housing passes. So I guess I would say customer service is a category that I can see that are just great for a job, right? Because I'm really certain about that. But I could be wrong.
So like basic questions on when do I take this pill, if it's a drug company, or when like how do I use this on my questions?
Yeah.
How do I use
whatever calls for
yeah, this is not work yet.
I really feel I think like these systems really make a lot of jobs just go away. Everything how much communication does. They will enhance many jobs to make them much better, much more fun, much higher paid. And they'll create new jobs that are difficult for us to imagine. We're starting to see the first glimpses of them. But I heard someone last week talking about GPT-4 saying that the dignity of work is just such a huge deal. It's very down for you. even people who think they don't want their jobs, they have to need something. It's really important to connect to society. And also to me, believe how awful it is that France is trying to raise the retirement age. And I think we as a society are confused about whether we work less. And certainly about whether most people love their jobs and have values for their jobs. And some people do. I love my job. That's we do too. That's a real privilege, just to say that. If we can work more to work better jobs and work to something that can be a broader concept, not something you have to do to be a seat, but something you do as a creative expression in the way from and inspire us. Even if those jobs are extremely different from the jobs today, I think that's great. I'm not next to that right.
You have been a proponent of UBI, University-Based Income. In the context of that, you describe your philosophy there of human future with UBI. Why you like it, and its limitations.
I think it is a component of something you should pursue. It is not a full solution. I think people work for lots of reasons besides money. And I think we are going to find incredible jobs in society as a whole. People's individuals are going to get much, much richer. But as a cushion through a dramatic transition, and that's just like, I think the world should eliminate poverty if people do so. I think it's a great thing to do as a small part of executive solutions. I helped start a project called Welcome, which is a technological solution for this. We also have funded like a large, maybe the largest comprehensive universal-based income study this proof. It's sponsored by OpenAI. And I think it's like an area we should just be looking at.
What are some insights on study?
We're going to finish off at the end of this year, and we're going to talk about it later.
I think how do you think the political systems would change as AI prevalent in our society? It's such a philosophical question. Looking 10, 20, 50 years from now, what does the economy look like? Politics look like? Do you see significant transformation in terms of the way democracy functions?
I love the last thing because I think they're super related. I think the economic transformation will drive much of the political transformation here, not the other way around. My working model for the last 5 years has been that the two dominant changes will be that the cost of intelligence and the cost of energy are going over the next couple of decades to dramatically fall from where they are today. And the impact of that are seeing the way that we, our ability beyond what we call as an individual before is society gets much, much richer, much wealthier in ways that are probably hard to imagine. I think every time that's happened before, it's been that economic impact has been positive political impact. I think it does go the other way too. The sociopolitical values of being able to enable the long-lasting technological revolution and scientific discovery process we've had for the past centuries. But I think we're just going to see more. I'm sure the shape will change. But I think it's just a long and beautiful future.
Do you think there was need for I don't know what the term is, but systems that resemble something like democratic socialism? Talk to people to talk about this at the time. So that is to reallocate some resources in a way that supports the people that struggle.
I am a big believer in much of the core of just stuff to
If I could test your historical knowledge,
I would have to be good, but let's try it.
why do you think, for some reason, why do you think is actually
I would share the idea of shipping in a communist system. And I'm not much of that. It's just a bias. It's a football that brought them and what I think so. And probably more than I realized. But I think like individualism as well as human will and more ability to self-determine is important. And also, I think the ability to try new things and not be commissioned and not some sort of central planning, betting on human ingenuity and sort of like distributed process, I believe is always going to be centralized planning. And I think that like for all of the decentralized America, I think it's the greatest place in the world because it's the best of this.
It's really interesting that centralized planning failed in some big ways. So what if hypothetically centralized planning
There's a perfect super continuity.
super continuity? Again, if you go along the same kind of road, everybody down. No way down.
It might be better. I expect it would be better. But would it be better? 100 super intelligent, 1,000 super intelligent AGIs, sort of, in a local democratic system. Yes. Now, also, how much of that could happen internally at one super intelligent AGI? That's not this.
There is something about there is something about tensions, competition.
But you don't know that's not this.
You know, that's true. It'd be nice. It'd be nice for this engineer then or for you to be happy. Be nice for it to be happy.
Yeah, of course, you can talk about most of
There's something also about Peter Russell talks about the control problem of always having AGIs be at some degree of uncertainty. Not having dogmas.
That true isn't.
It's something that is already blended with human alignment and human feedback, because along with human feedback, it feels like there has to be engineered into hard humility and romantic word to it. Do you think that's possible for you?
The definition of those words, I think the details really matter, but as I understand it,
What about the hostage?
that I figure out back in the data center left me that
Just like
the thing. I got that.
you kind of folks. You think it's possible to specifically, if you think of it, like you were more seriously, more specifically involved. So if rolling out like different systems, do you think it's possible to roll them, unroll them, pull them back in?
Yeah, I mean, we can absolutely take all back off the internet. We can train a guy.
Is that something you worry about? If you release it, and millions of people are using it, or you realize, holy crap, they're using it, I don't know, what. So
We do, and we try to figure out what this metric is and different we do how to avoid a lot of those, but I can't emphasize enough how much the collective intelligence and creativity of the world will be open and all of the good things we have. So we put it out, but we put it out in the rules and changes.
to the millions of people that use ChatGPT and GPT, what have you learned about these civilization in general? I mean, the country has its own mostly good, or is there a lot of good in the human spirit?
Well, to be clear, I don't know if anyone else recognizes that I was reading all the ChatGPT messages, but from what I hear, for example, these people I'm talking, and from what I see on Twitter, we are definitely mostly good, but A, not all of us are all the time, and B, we really want to push on the edge of these systems, and we really want to
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. And I think that's not, that actually doesn't communicate the fact that we're from the darkness side, but to like to go to the dark places in order to maybe rediscover the light. It feels like dark humor is a part of that. Some of the toughest things you go through, suffering after the war zone, the people have been doing, the war,
it's not a joke.
to the model, how do you decide what is information? How do you decide what is true? You have to have somebody out in front of the actual performance benchmark. There's a lot of people. How do you do it? Benchmark first truth.
Like chance is true. And the origin of credit is not agreed upon as well. Because it's space. And then stuff that's like certainly not true. But between that first and second milestone, there's a lot of disagreement.
And what do you look for? Look at not even just now, but features. Where can we as a group look for? Look at truth.
What do you mean? What are you absolutely saying?
I have generally have a familiarity about everything to freak out about how little I know and understand about the world. So that even that question is terrifying to me. There's a bucket of things that have a high degree of truthfulness, which is where you put a lot of math.
Can't be certain that's good enough for this conversation between us.
Yeah, and some quite a bit of physics. There's historical facts, maybe dates and when it was started. There's a lot of details about military power plants inside history. And of course, as we start to get, just right against. Yeah. And there you go. It's a deep period of Germany and Hitler that so much can be described about Hitler and a lot of the upper echelon of Germany through the excessive use of drugs. And then I find we put off all this crazy. And that's really interesting. It's really compelling. For some reason, that's really, that would explain a lot. But somehow we just stick the idea that stick. We a lot of criticism about the story. So that's actually a lot of cherry picking going on. And it's actually interesting the fact that that's a very sticky explanation. There's something about humans that likes very simple and very much strong. And then,
too much amphetamine causes the world like a great, not too simple explanation that feels satisfying and excuses a lot of other things much darker in the truth.
Yeah, the military strategies, with the atrocities, the speeches, the just the way that they were doing, the leader, all that to be exposed to this. It's like, well, if you say that's true, it's a really profound truth. So maybe truth is, in one sense, defined as a program as a collective intelligence we kind of all our great sticking to. So like, yeah. A bunch of ants put together, like, yeah, it's this. This is sheep. But yeah, it's hard to know what is true. And I think constructing a GPT right now, it's kind of
I think a lot of the answers, if you ask GPT-4, just step on the same topic, they also put this in the lab. I expect we get a reasonable answer.
there's a really good answer. They've laid out the hypotheses. The interesting thing itself, which is refreshing to hear, is there's something like there's very little evidence for any hypothesis, direct, which is important to state. A lot of people don't. The reason why there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of debate is because there's not strong proof evidence of either.
Having circumstantial evidence,
And then the other is more like biological, theoretical discussion. And I think the answer, the nuanced answer to is actually pretty damn cool. And also, important saying that there's just the fact that there is uncertainty is different.
and remember when the social media platforms were banning people for saying it was allowed?
Yeah, that's really something. The humbling, the overreach of power, censorship. But that's just the real opposite of keeping something more pressure to be censored.
We have a different set of challenges faced by the previous generation of conscience, which is people talk about free speech issues with GPT, but it's not quite the same thing. It's not like this is a computer program. It's allowed to say it's also not about the mass spread and the challenges that I think have made the Twitter and Facebook struggle with so much. So we will have very significant challenges, but they'll be very new.
And maybe there are ways of this to there could be truth or substance or truth. Or these differences in IQ. Very scientific work that was spoken might do more harm. But you ask GPT that, should GPT tell you? There's books written on this that are rigorous scientifically, but are very uncomfortable and probably not productive in any sense. But maybe are. Because people are arguing all kinds of science like this, and a lot of us can't even heart. So what do you do with that? There's a lot of other people who hate others, but all these citing scientific studies. What do you do with that? What is GPT doing that? What is the priority of GPT to decrease the amount of hate for that? Is it up to GPT or is it up to us humans?
I think we as OpenAI have responsibility for the tools we put out into the world. I think the tools themselves can't have responsibility. So nobody else.
Wow, so you carry some passion for sure. And so it could be harm by this tool. And
It would there will be there'll be tremendous benefits, but tools do wonderful good and real bad. And they will minimize the bad.
carry the how do you avoid GPT for from being hacked or jailbroken? There's a lot of ways that people have done that. Like with focus funding or other methods like saying,
When I was like a kid, basically, I got the phone sound jet from my phone. It's the first time I found it. And I thought it was so cool. Now it's very strange to me.
you're not
Kind of sucks.
is some of it fun? How much of it is security threat in the group? How much do you take it seriously? How is it really cost? Where does it rank? It's like, let's keep that as a question.
We want users to have a lot of control and give them to behave in the way they want. Within some very good bounds. And I think the whole reason for jailbreaking is right now we can't figure out how to give that to people. And the more we solve that problem, I think the less need there will be for jailbreaking.
Yeah, it's kind of like piracy. It's a spot.
People don't really jailbreak that much. It's fun, for sure, but also do a lot of stuff.
Just like with jailbreaking, there's a lot of so Evan Marcella, cool guy, he's an open guy. He did something that he also really tries to communicate with everyone. He knows about the history of open AI, different developments. He really lays it out. He has a small conversation about this. That's amazing. And his tweet was Dolly, July 42, ChatGPT, the 42, API 66% cheaper, almost 42, that is 100 times cheaper as well, state of the art, 7.2. ChatGPT API also cheaper was state of the art, 23. Whisper API, 23, GPT-4 today, that was last week. And the conclusion is this team shifts. What's the process of going? And then we can extend it back. I mean, listen, so the 2015 OpenAI launched GPT, GPT-2, GPT-3, OpenAI 5 finals for games stuff, which is incredible. API release, Dolly, instructed GPT technical, fine tuning. There's just a million things available to the Dolly 2 previews, and then Dolly is getting for 1 million people. Whisper, a second model release. Across all of this stuff with research and deployment of actual products that are being hands of people. What is the process of going from idea to deployment that allows you to be so successful at shipping AI-based products?
I mean, there's a customer who we do both for another company who really does. And we believe in a very high bar with people on the team. We work on, which, you're not even supposed to say anymore or something. We give a huge amount of trust and autonomy and authority to individual people. And we try to hold each other to very high standards. And, there's a process which we can talk about that it won't be that intimidating. I think it's those other things that make us able to shape the eyebrows.
The GPT-4 is a very complex system. Like I said, there's a million little hacks you can do to keep improving it. There's cleaning up the data sets. Like, all those are like separate teams. Then you get autonomy. There's just autonomy to these fascinating different problems.
If like most human companies in we're excited to work super hard and collaborate well with people, which stuff is more important that you be able to rely on everybody else to do things. But we spend a lot of time figuring out what to do, getting on the same page about what we're doing some things, and then how to divide it up and all work together.
So then you have like a passion for the goal. Then we really passion.
So yeah, sure.
How do you hire? How do you hire people? The folks that I got was recognized.
It takes a lot of time. I spend, I think a lot of people tend to spend a little bit of time hiring. That's the real truly good. I still recruit every single hire this now. Yeah, I think there's, we're working on a problem that is like very cool and great to work on. We have great companies who want to be around them. But even with that, there's just no shortcut for putting a ton of effort into this.
So you really have to give people hard work. But something else with you, once a year, it's like $1 billion over $57 billion investment into AI. Can you describe their thinking that went into this? What are the pros and cons?
It's not all perfect or easy, but on the whole, it's been an amazing partner to us. I saw Bill and Kevin Mattel are super aligned with us, super flexible, going way beyond Call of Duty to do things that we have needed to get this to work. This is like a big, complicated engineering project, and they are a big company. And I think what's been great partnerships and relationships, we've sort of just continued to ramp up our investment in each other, and it's been very cool.
It's a for-profit company. It's very driven. It's very large scale. Is there pressure to go out and take a lot of money?
I think most other companies, maybe not they wouldn't at the time have understood why we need all the control positions we have and wanted to kind of like AGI specialists. And I knew because I talked to some of the companies before we did the first 100%. And I think they're unique in terms of the companies at that scale that understood why we needed the control divisions.
As a world control solutions company, help make sure that this capitalist imperative does not affect the development of their Well, let me just ask you, as an assumption about this real Microsoft, he seems to have successfully transformed Microsoft into this fresh, innovative, development-friendly company. What do you? He's really contribution for what have you worked on yet? Why did you was able to do this kind of thing? What insights do you have about why this company is able to contribute to the pivot of a large company to something?
I think most CEOs are either first leaders or great managers. And from what I observed with Satya, he is both super visionary, really like gets people excited, really makes long duration and correct calls. And also, he is just a super effective hands-on executive in I assume manager too. And I think it's correct.
I mean, Microsoft was just at the end of the last acquisition had for a while. Probably the most old school fundamental to the project AI to is very fun. Very easy. You know, the culture of open source. Like how hard is it to walk into a room and be like, where you be doing things and totally wrong? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of fire involved, or like, you know, twist the alarm or something. Did you have to rule by fear, by love, or some piece of safety position? If it was,
I mean, he's just like their own job, but he is amazing at being like clear and firm and getting people to want to come along, but also like compassionate and patient with his people too.
I'm getting a lot of love. That's cool.
I'm a big fan.
Some life resistance. I mean, you have so much in your life trajectory that they ask you about. Sorry, talking about clients. Like, I gotta ask you to think about companies, startups, and so on. The recent tweets about this, about this Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. What's your best understanding of what happened? It was interesting. It was interesting to understand what happened.
I think they just like horribly mismanaged buying large casinos returns in a very silly or zero interest rates. Buying very long dated instruments secured by very short term and variable deposits. And this was obviously done, I think, totally before the management team, although I'm not sure what the regulators were thinking either. And is an example of where I think you see the dangers of the centralized environment. Because as the Fed kept raising, I assume that the incentive for people working at SVB to not sell at a loss their super safe bonds, which were not down 10% or whatever, or down less than that, and kept going down. That's like a classic example of incentive money. And I suspect they're not going to make a bad position here. The response of the federal government took much longer than it should have, but by Sunday afternoon, glad that it done get done. We'll see what happens next.
So how do you avoid the poverty?
What I think would be good to do right now is just this requires statutory change, but it may be a full guarantee of deposits, maybe much, much higher than just 50K. But you really don't want depositors having to doubt the security of their deposits. And this thing that a lot of people that are saying is like, well, it's their fault. They should have been like, reading the balance sheet and the risk product to the bank. Like, do we really want people to have to do that other argument?
What impact does it have on startups?
Well, there was a region of terror for sure. And now I think, it was only 10 days ago, so it's like corruption, people forgot that.
But it kind of reveals the future.
Well, we may not be done. That may have been like the gun show on of my team or see the movie or whatever. It could be like other things. For sure, that could be.
Well, even yes, we have just was that fraud, but there was mismanagement. So you wonder how stable our economic system is, especially with new entrants with AGI.
I think one of the many lessons to take away from this is how fast and how much the world changes and how little I think our experts, leaders, business leaders, or whatever understand. So the speed with which the SVB income happened because of Twitter, because of mobile banking apps, whatever, so different than the 2008 collapse, where we didn't have those things really. And I don't think that people in power realized how much the field has shifted, and I think that is a very common preview of the shifts that APR will do.
What do you think the next shift from an economic perspective? Just sounds scary. Instability.
I am nervous about the speed with which this changes and the speed with which our institutions can adapt. Which is part of why we want to start in these systems because early weeks so that people have the chance possible to do this. I think it's really scary. After nothing like that, it drops with powerful HSI in the world. I don't think people should look at that. But with this people, like, I think the less feels, the more positive some of the world gets, the better. And the upside of the vision that I want to be, I think that's kind of, a lot of us. Even if it doesn't, it's just going to be all more positive.
When you created the API system, you'd be one of the few people who could interact with it first, assuming GPT-4 is not that. What question would you ask first? What discussion would you have?
One of the things that I realized, like this is a little side note, but I have never felt any pronoun other than it towards any of our systems. But most other people say him or her or something like that. And I wonder why I'm being so different. Like, yeah, I don't know, maybe if I watch Fellas, maybe it's more about it, but I'm curious what that difference comes from.
I think because of watching development, and again, I watch a lot of stuff development. I always go through her. I had like more funds investment, and so do most people do.
I think it's really implicit that we try to explain to every people that this is a tool and a creature.
I think yes, but I also think there will be women society for creatures, and we should draw hard lines between those.
It's something the creature, people like to think of it and talk about it as a creature, but I think it's dangerous to project creature responsibility.
That's my perspective. Perspective, obviously, if it's done transparently, is projecting creatureness onto a tool makes that tool more usable if it's done well.
Yeah, but if there's like kind of UI experiences that work, I understand that. I still think that we are pretty careful.
Because the more creature like it is, the more manipulate you.
Or just the more you think that it's doing something, it should be able to do something, or rely on it for something, and not people.
What if it's what about saying, what if it's people with do you think there'll be a manipulation of using her GPT?
There are companies now that offer, for lack of a better word, like romantic companionship AIs.
Replicated that position.
Yes, I personally don't feel any interest in it.
So you're focusing on creating intelligent,
But I understand
it's interesting. I, for some reason, really do not
have you found out from
so what I can go, but I always like I said, I got my dogs now, and I use the movement of the robots to communicate emotion and explain how to do that.
look, there are going to be very interactive GPT-4 powered pets or whatever robots, companions, and a lot of people seem really excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You discovered that with the but the things you say in this conversation, you might maybe say this was right.
No, I totally want. I make her not that I have my GPT-4 give me the only robot
Maybe you want to program system to do this not
I do. No, I think you do want the style of the research. And this is really good, even for different.
Is there styles of conversation, topics of conversations you're looking forward to in AGI? Like GPT, 5, 6, 7. Is there stuff where, like, where do you go to outside of the news stuff for actual, like,
Behind it, there's like things expansion, all of physics works, and solve all of the mysteries.
so the theory of everything?
I'll do that.
That's what we study.
Don't really know.
So there's certain things to know. It'd be hard. Is it possible to how to do it? Yeah, probably the first question would be how intelligent well, I think AGI has the ability to do that, so to know that.
Might be able to help us figure out how to do it. If you need like send some emails to Guinness and say, can you run these experiments? Can you build this space code? Can you do it? You know, so
Or provide much better answers to the equation.
Yeah.
With the development we already have, and maybe process all the. We've been focused a lot.
yeah, you know, maybe two of those. Maybe we need to build other factors which give security against what it has to do. It may not be able to answer it on its own, but it may be able to tell us what to build with to collect more data.
What if it says that?
I think I'm just going to
I mean, for me, it's just like,
what are you doing if you're coming down there, right? If GPT-4 is really, really different to AGI scale, or AGI community, what are you doing?
it's source of joy because of like this from other humans. Because mostly, unless it comes to some kind of then but that threat would have to be like literally a fire.
Like, are we living now with a greater degree of digital intelligence than we would have expected 3 years ago in the world? And if you could go back to before Oracle 3 years ago, just think about it, that in March of 2023, we will be living with this degree of digital intelligence. Would you expect your life to be more different than it is right now?
Probably. But there's also a lot of different mixed. I would have expected the society's response to the pandemic to do much better, much clearer, less cloud. I was very confused about it. There's a lot of stuff. The amazing technological advancements in our the weird social. The whole thing, the more technological advancements, the more we fun to the living. Or maybe the technological advancements just so good that the living always going to be there. But all of that it confuses my understanding of how far off we are as a human civilization and what brings us meaning or how we discover truth together and not with movement. I don't know. But when I look at people, I'm happy that they're very with the great system. First, yes, there's bias, yes. Let's give it a chance. If it's bias, 100%. Google search experience doesn't come. They say what to do with 20 years ago. And now this new thing, GPT, is this like going to be the next, like, the conglomeration of all of that, the web search, Wikipedia, so magical, but now more directly accessible. We can have a conversation with it. It's incredible. And the answer to class, to young people, in high school, college, what to do with their life. The career that can be somebody kind of life. You wrote a blog post a few years ago telling trying to be successful. And there's a bunch of people should check out the blog. It's so succinct, it's so brilliant. There's a bunch of great quotes. Compose yourself, have almost too much self-belief, learn to think independently, get skill at sales and quotes, make it easy to take risks, focus, work hard, we talk about, be bold, be willful, be hard to compete with, build a network, be at least by owning things, be toward each other. Work stands out to you from that beyond just advice you give?
Yeah, no, I think it's like good advice in some sense, but I also think it's way too tempting to take advice from other people. And the stuff that works for me, which I've already done there, probably doesn't work that well, or may not work as well for other people. Or like other people may find out that they want to just have a super different life trajectory. And I think I mostly got what I wanted by ignoring advice. And I think like I tell people not to listen to too much advice. Listening to advice from other people should be approached with great caution.
How would you describe how you approach life outside of this advice that you would advise to other people? So really just in the quiet of your mind to think, what gives me happiness? What is the right thing to do here? How can I have some impact?
I wish it were that, introspective all the time. It's a lot of just like, all the really enjoyable and fulfillment. More than all that could be. I do think a lot of it I can do would be useful, but like, who do I want to spend my time with? What do I want to spend my time doing?
Like a fictional life going on.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, I think most people would say feeling really nice.
So you have to really think, yeah, like some of that thing gets to the same kind of discussion of the illusions, which is really what it might be, which is a really complicated thing to wrap your head around. What do you think the need is this focus? That's a question to ask AGI. What's the need? As far as you look at it, you're part of a small group of people that have created something truly special. Something that almost feels like humanity is always moving towards.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I don't think it's a small group of people. I think this is like the product of the culmination of whatever you want to call it, an amazing amount of human effort. And if you think about everything that's ever come together for this to happen, when people discovered the transistor in the 40s, like this was their time on, all of the work that hundreds of thousands, millions of people that it's been that it took to go from that one first transistor to packing the numbers we do into a chip is figuring out how to wire them all together, is everything else that goes into this. So the energy required, the science of like just every step. Like this is the output of like all of us. And I think that's pretty cool.
And before the transistor, there was 100 billion people who lived and died, had sex, fell in love, ate a lot of good food, murdered each other sometimes, rarely, but mostly just good for each other, struggled to survive. And before that, there was bacteria, eukaryotes, and all that.
And all of that was on this planet.
Yeah. We will ask that is the question of the world for each one. How many others? But I'm not sure what chance I have here. Sam, you're the present person. It's an honor to talk to you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Like I said, I talked to Elias, I talked to Greg, I talked to so many people over now. So really good people and doing really interesting work.
We are going to try our best to get to a good place here. The challenges are tough. I understand that not everyone agrees with our approach of introduce deployment and also introduce discovery. But it's what we believe in. We make good progress. And I think the pace is fast, but so is the progress. So it's like the pace of capabilities and change is fast. But I think that also means we will have new tools to figure out alignment and sort of the capital S safety level.
I feel like we're in this together. I can't wait for it together as a civilization.
It's going to be great, I think. All of it is appreciated.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support the podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. So now, let me leave you with some words from Alan Turing in 1950. It seems right. The revolution is when nothing was started. It was not taken long to outstrip the eager power. At some stage, therefore, should have to expect the machine to take control. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So contempt is criticism on steroids. This is what John Gottman calls the clear opposite for love. Nothing will erode a relationship quicker than contempt. Contempt is when you are looking at your partner from a superior position. So you are eye-rolling, you are name-calling, there's a mockery, physical mockery, imitating them, imitating their voice. Contempt is meant to just take the legs off from your partner, make them feel pathetic, ridiculous. And it can be abusive, but most people have addictions of contempt at some point in a relationship. Lower level would be the eye rolling, but that is the biggest predictor of split.
The following conversation set for clinical forensic psychologist who conducts research, therapy, and psychological evaluations pertaining to trauma, violence, and relationships. She received worldwide attention in April of last year by giving a lengthy televised testimony of her psychological evaluation of Amber First during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I found her testimony to be an eloquent description of complex psychological concepts and evaluation procedures. So, here's the this person is brilliant, funny, thoughtful, and truly kind. I really enjoyed this conversation. This Go Through the podcast recorded. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, friends, for sharing. Charles Bukowski said that love is a cause and friends are really the first thing on reality. I love that quote. Do you think romantic love fades away this way? Does it have to fade?
The truth is that you have all of these chemicals pumping through your body. You're essentially high on heroin and hormone. And you're going to have these growth reactions on everything your partner does is magical. But really, it's the novelty. It's just like going on a vacation. You're fully present. You're just tuned to the magic of another human being in your moment. And then on top of that, you have just blood of the dopamine. So you're on drugs. And we can't go on like that. You die. You are using these chemicals all the time to stay wrong. So eventually, our bodies are sort of made to dial it down. We've made it. I mean, we're evolutionary beings. We are doing the same thing we did 2,000 years ago to find a mate, procreate, spend enough time with each other that we have sex a whole bunch of times and make babies. Now we've changed the rules of the game. We're living, almost over 100 years of in some cases. We're making these marriage commitments that have essentially. And we're expecting it to be all because of love. We're sending these contracts based on how we feel in our minds and stuff. So the reality is, we know based on the and I'm also talking about certain Western civilizations here because, as you know, there are arranged marriages. A lot of times, those marriages we're looking at longevity are actually way more satisfying than people who are marrying for love, which logically makes sense. If you're making a decision based on a feeling that is basically based on enduring dopamine and oxytocin, I wouldn't sign a contract just because of a feeling necessary, for 50 years. Whereas an arranged marriage, your elders can be deciding for you that this partner has traits that you're going to appreciate more and more over time. I think there's some wisdom there.
So you don't think that feeling could be a foundation for a 50-year relationship?
Well, I don't think that specific feeling you're having based on love is going to be the same feeling that you have 20, 30, 40 years down the line. You're going to wake up and talk to your partner when you're 70 and think, oh, I'm so glad you're hot. You are so hot.
Yeah.
Then sure, marry for hotness. But if you've been through that a little bit, and I think most people who are on the second generation know, shit happens in life. It is hard. You're going to have, maybe a kid with special needs, or your dad gets dementia. does the most you can say? Who are you going to want to convince you? Who is going to hold you in our sobbing on the floor and tell you we're going to get through it together? Who's going to know the names of your kid's special ed teacher and the class that we're getting 5 and 4 plans? Or is it going to be you and them? I think those things matter.
But doesn't that happiness, don't those drugs kind of solidify into a deep appreciation of the other person into something called beauty?
They can't.
But isn't that the same? When you notice the beauty of another human being, that you find in drugs still, you're making it sound like there's like a brief rock star period going on heroin and it's over. But like, can't you have heroin for life?
I have that was something I think one of the reasons I got into studying relationships was because I wanted that. Right? So I'm a scientist, but I also love love. And I'm not writing and I love literature. I wanted to know that true love could be real. But as a scientist, I am simple. I just need some data. And so I practice a type of therapy called the Gottman method. And I love that because it tends to be, well, it is one of the most evidence-based therapies we have, based on John and Julie Gottman, 2 psychologists who've been researching relationships for now about 50 years. And this therapy happens to be for couples. They just found that you absolutely can make longevity work in a relationship. You can build. You are not just settling for companionship, but you can have passion and intimacy and growing love and appreciation. But there is a footprint, a set of skills that we were never given. We're not taught in school. We changed the rules of the game and we haven't learned the rules yet.
And with that one method, couple therapy kind of gives you a few guidelines. The rules, unfortunately, the rules.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job at taking these findings they had through decades of research, quantifying it, and then codifying it into a therapy method. It's really skills-based. I tell couples when they're starting out for me that they're essentially going to be starting class.
Still, let's go back to one golden rule. What I've read is there's a kind of balance between two as how many interactions have with the positive versus negative. And I think that's what the positive is. But basically, there's shifts to the empirical. And you just look back over a month, how many of these actions are positive and negative?
Right? So the idea of this ratio, well, it's not an idea, it's a finding. It is a research finding that the Gottmans got after looking at thousands of couples and codifying these interactions that they were observing. Couples that tend to be satisfied in their relationships, that are happier, that are healthy, etc., they are having approximately 5 positive interactions to each negative. And I want to be clear about what I'm defining as positive and negative here. So this doesn't necessarily mean that you don't need to be big, sweeping romantic gestures, buying flowers, having sex. These are things like paying attention to what we call your partner's bids. We make these bids for affection, for connection, all the time in our relationships, not just with our partners, but with our friends, our coworkers. And we may not even know what our style of bid is, but if we see them on a sheet, pretty quickly identify. Bids could be wanting to show your partner, tell your partner something and have them be proud of you. It could be wanting to go buy groceries with your partner, doing things to get paid money. It could be telling a joke and hoping that your wife looks up from her email on the computer and acknowledges it. If she laughs, then that's positive. But if I don't even know that's a negative, right? So it's not necessarily that I'm calling my husband an asshole. It's just, am I checking with him? Am I meeting those bids for connection and vice versa?
Those have to give you a guide of relationship.
Well, I think what's really important is actually asking partners or paying attention to what your partner's bids are, because what matters to Ty, my husband, may not matter to you. For instance, Ty's car is so low with me.
What defines the positive interaction?
Right, but he just wants you to ask him if he wants water when I get up to get myself. Just be a basic, decent, considerate person is all he asks of me. Whereas mine might be sort of like stay up later with
running a little bit late. He sent me this text, which people do really rare. There's a subtle between the text. The text you sent was that I just decreased the amount of stress in my life or something like this. I saying this, but that's really that you're signaling you're stressed because you care enough to be there on time. And now it's like it made me feel really special. Like, oh, you know, people don't often don't really do that because that's what's yours. It makes you vulnerable. And
I actually said that after I sent it, but I feel that most of the day. I just exposed myself, but absolutely, I was excited to be here, and I didn't want you to think that I didn't care. I think being a therapist has shown me that it's so lucky to be in that position because you meet people that you would have thought cooler than you or smarter than you or just somehow inferior to life, and you realize that we are all in it together, all want to be cared about and life. Point of view life as a baseline. Some people will say they don't care, but everybody does. It's human. And I've gotten much better at being a therapist, much more comfortable showing caring, showing love, and genuineness and vulnerability than I think I've ever been others.
And that kind of vulnerability is what's required to feel positive interaction in a relationship.
I think so. And people have different levels of comfort, right? So, but as long as it's working for both partners, typically you have to communicate to figure out what your partner, what makes your partner feel cared. However, you might be working with a older couple, and then if there's some sort of a rupture, again, some sort of a disagreement, they don't talk it out. She might go to the store, run an errand, do a little shopping, go work in the wood shop, and then they'll come back when there is no parent though. But maybe she'll say, hey, did you have dinner? I made your favorite dinner. Or they'll say, hey, I ordered your favorite show you can watch tonight. So they don't need to process it, but there is an understanding between them that we're still in this together, we care about each other, and there's the parent. Most people need to be able to process it verbally and talk about what happened, and that's not.
So for most people, if there's conflict, you should come to resolve it. And this is like just prove this on you.
I don't say should. I guess it depends on the couple. Everybody processes emotions differently. Everybody handles emotional expression differently. I mean, I have couples where I have one person in the partnership who has autism and the other doesn't. And so they're obviously going to different ways of communicating, processing what happened. And all of this perspective, it really depends on what makes a person feel like it's been repaired. What makes a person feel understood? Does that need to be verbal? Or in the case of that other couple I have where they know they understand one another because there's a gentleness toward one another.
What are some common relationships that you've observed?
Well, the doctors provide what they call the full horsemen of conflict. So, that could just keep somebody go off there. So, those are four different behaviors that they identify in couples, or that you can identify in couples that are really exhibit. For someone, I'll start with the loved ones. So, one thing that we all do these things. These would be in a 5-to-1 ratio. You can stay away from some of these and go to 1. So when they pile up, now that ratio is going to get balanced, and then you walk out the first. Okay? So the first is criticism. So criticism is when we have a complaint, complaints are not, but instead of owning our own problems or own feelings, we assume that our perspective is the only valid, accurate perspective. And so we discipline ourselves to tell our partner what's wrong with them. Okay, so there's essentially no real belief that they might have a valid perspective too. So this could look like you never help them out when you hit the house, or even you're so lazy, but can't you just let me help with the kids or something like that. And then what happens is person number 2, defensiveness. So not everybody is defensive just because they're criticized. Some people deserve from defensiveness than others. None of us really But defensiveness is essentially making excuses or worse, turning it around on your partner, not accepting things, and definitely not validating. But here's the thing. Now, if you get criticized enough, or if you get really flooded, and flooding is what happens when our heart rate goes up kind of around 100 beats per minute, our frontal lobe shuts down. That's our cross-brain on top of the brain. And our reptilian and hindbrain takes over our thinking, and we just go into fight or flight. We just want to annihilate our partner instead of say anything that would help our relationship. So if we get flooded, you could do something. You could get super critical, get contemptuous, which I talked about in seconds to last week, or it could be the third person, which is stonewalling. And when the research about found that men are actually more likely to stonewall. I also am someone who stonewalls. It's where you just sort of disconnect from the conversation, you shut down, you turn away, you kiss it, you turn away, and there's arms crossed, but you're shut. And stonewalling happens usually because you get flooded, you feel like you can't win, you don't get to handle the situation better, it feels pretty hopeless, and talking doesn't work. So you can see how in a typical heterosexual relationship, the gender dynamic is that women tend to use criticism more often because they're the ones that typically raise issues verbally, and then if men are feeling criticized, that they tend to stonewall, and it becomes this vicious cycle of more criticism. But the criticism is really just a plea to be loved and get your partner to show you they care. And then the man tends to feel like he can't do anything right. This isn't even productive to say anything just to make it worse. And they don't have any real, you haven't given them a specific need, a solution, something they can do to show improvement. So they turn away.
And what is this contempt?
Alright, so contempt is criticism on steroids. This is what John Gottman calls the Sarah acid for love. Nothing will erode a relationship quicker than contempt. Contempt is when you're looking at your partner from a superior position. So you are eye rolling, you are name calling, there's a mocking, physical mockery, imitating them, imitating their voice. Contempt is meant to just take the legs off your partner, make them feel pathetic, ridiculous, and it can be abusive. But most people have engaged in contempt at some point in their relationship. Lower level would be the eye rolling, but that is the biggest predictor of a split.
If you allow yourself to speak that mockery or contempt just a little bit, it's like this real slippery slope.
Sure is.
And the opposite is true, where I just look at a person and think, wow, you're a wonderful creature I've ever seen. I just think that. And you know what the little details about who they are. So I just observe her in the way you observe her. The weird peacock that is yours.
Intention is powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, and it changes. You start to notice beautiful things, and then let the things that annoy you just.
You're exactly right. You're touching on some really important things. So, in relationships, we actually know that wearing rose-colored glasses is important. It's healthy. We need it. And it's a choice for both, right? So, there is a saying that getting married is just choosing one person's fault over another. And the reality is that we may become infatuated with somebody else as human beings. Love is emotion, attraction is emotion, an emotion that as you go through life, even if you're in a committed relationship, you might see beauty in another. And that person who is novel might be attracted to you. But if you remember that they too have a set of problems that you would be married in, it really helps you to see the beauty in your partner and recognize all of their incredible strengths. And all of this will help the person become our own family, almost become our lives intertwine and we grow those oak trees.
So if you go like this line and you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the flags look just like flags. I think it's a good one. So you think that humans are fundamentally, all of us are fundamentally flawed or have flaws, or unique flaws, and that basically relationships is just a way to evolve. figure out how the two can fit together.
Right, and we're different. So no matter what, we're going to have differences. We are raised differently than our partner. We have different stories, different experiences that shaped our value systems, especially when it comes to the big ones like parenting, love, money, um, these principles that are based on our history. We're going to have differences. So is this a set of differences you can accept from somebody and work with? Do the benefits and their strengths do they make it worth it, or are they deal breaker differences?
Tricky question. But in couples with work, is there like the feminine and the masculine, is there different dynamics that come into play? Like dominance and wisdom? Is it like a dance which changes from man to man? Is there dynamics you observe that both limit and enable successful relationships?
Yes, so there are, if we're talking about masculine and feminine, then also we could get into, are we talking about actual gender, identified gender, or are we just talking about these traits? Because like I said, I stonewall, which is typically in couples, something that is more associated with straight men. But that's my style of coping when I get it. That is not tied to any sort of success or non-successful relationship. But what we do know is that gay couples, so lesbians and gay men, tend to be gentler with one another when they are having conflict discussions. That's actually been identified in research and something I've witnessed, and it's just fascinating. So with your straight couple, I'll be going through one of these. If we're processing the conflict episode, I'll be going through the sheet, and it's very structured because you don't want people doing more damage when they're there with you. When they're practicing skills that protect them from criticism, that protect them from contempt. And when I'm working with a straight couple, I am like a referee or sometimes I'll relate it to like a ski coach and keeping people in bunny hop, and you let them make like 2 turns and then you stop them and you meet up again because you don't want to give you a rock. With straight couples, you are doing very short turns before you need to kind of intervene and rescaffold. I had a lesbian couple recently, and they were so lovely with each other. They skipped like 7 steps to the advanced final portion where they were already coming up with solutions and suggesting things that they might be able to do differently next time and make it better for their partner. They were asking each other questions about how their partner felt with no attention to sort of be like, what do you think you're feeling that way because, which straight people do all the time. We just have this humility and openness. It's lovely.
Yeah, lovely. But I wonder if maybe watching today how the film comes with drama, comes with tension. It's required for a passionate lifetime.
No, not in that greatness. So we know that you quickly refer to your partner. So if you've talked a lot about me, and you can ignite that beauty, that interest, right? So when you're falling in love, it's usually that the person is sort of a mystery to you, and then you cover these layers that you find to be there are continual layers that you can cover with a certain length of time. I don't think we do like that. I think we get complacent. I think we have every conversation imagine like that. Well, I wouldn't really surprise me. But we don't know the questions to be asking. One of my favorite questions, I like turning these conversations kind of into a quiz because they get bored easier. Rather than just asking a question, there's a way you can do this with your partner where it's sort of like the dating game. What is my as of yet fondest but unrealized life dream? And see if your partner knows. You might not even know. They may know better than you know yourself. That in itself is a beautiful reminder of the relationship and how special it is. But then also, when we say it, or when you realize and think critically, like, what is my husband's as of yet unrealized fondest life dream? And then we can talk about it. You just don't know. You just kind of transcend this new area and you feel tight again. You feel like you feel close.
They would really solve for each other. Again, I've recorded and without intending to publish on a podcast Because it's literally that. You get to ask questions as if it's an interview.
Right.
And we don't do that.
The way you're talking to me.
Yeah.
Sit down with your partner, have that conversation.
Like years later.
Right. Show interest. Actually be curious. See what they surprise you with.
So actually, when you learn, you don't know the answers to most of these questions.
100%. Exactly.
Like what's your favorite movie to do? You find out the answer. It's like those first date questions or whatever.
Well, what's your favorite movie this year and why?
It's fascinating.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's hard to do that because I think that would probably be offended for what it is in Christian. So I think if you have to work through that.
You know, I actually find that there's this pretend because partners are shocked that their partner does know so much about them. Especially if they've been feeling dissatisfied or disconnected, it's a reminder of all the that's still there.
What, I don't know if that's interesting, but what's on the opposite side just to keep a successful relationship? What are things you see time and time again that to use as an example?
There's a realism, honestly, just it's sort of an us against the world feeling. Nobody, neither partner's going to talk shit on the other. There's loyalty. They handle each other in a relationship with care. You can tell that they want some things. To me, it usually indicates that these people who either they've had to work some things out, they know that this is delicate, they know, that you're on the night. You take a wrong step and you can be back in a tough place in a relationship, or you treat it with care and it's really so they're trusting with one another. They give each other compliments. They are considerate. So they'll see, they'll bring the car around cover because it's raining, or she'll order from some takeout. She'll order from him to a restaurant. There's just they keep each other in each other's minds.
So that us against the world thing, that definitely is there. Like if
you've seen it, right?
Yeah, you've seen it. Like I like when couples look together for a long time, and when one is talking, the other one looks at them. If you don't do that, that's not bad. It's a good sign to do that.
Yeah.
Because I think it's actually a really good exercise to do because I enjoy when I see others. It's a way to show that you don't take it for granted, and you still find like this mysterious wonderful picture to observe. Like I think too often, not with our parents, but with people close to us, you think, yeah, I've heard what I'm about to say, and you just make us like, and then if you just look at them and say, yeah, this is a brilliant person. I've seen a lot of I can't, just appreciate everything about them. You get to do it. You actually get to believe it. You actually get to see the beauty of it.
You're exactly right. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And
it's caring. Yeah. It's very caring. So that's, that's, I think, the beauty of what the Gottman research showed us, taught us, provided us, is that we can do these things that become perfect and just keep growing this relationship, making it stronger, more powerful, more loving. You would never want to cut it down.
We're talking about the sheet of conflict processing. What are we talking about? So, like, a couple of comments say, like, there was this conflict, you put it on the table, and we're using it to process it.
In that therapy, there are all these different, hundreds of different interventions, and based on what the issue is in that session, you can decide the most appropriate intervention. And so this is a specific intervention for if it is a conflict that occurred, and there are different types of conflicts. So this would be more like an incident. It's not a perpetual recurring problem, which has actually a different intervention where you kind of look at the underlying belief systems, values, and the goal is not to solve that problem. The goal in that situation is to actually just get a better understanding of each other and your positions, and just stop seeing your partner as the adversary and you start seeing them as a person who makes sense. But if there's been a specific event, a specific fight that's just sort of situational, that's like that much things were said or you didn't feel understood, talking about is one that you would go through a series of steps. First, you identify the emotions that you were feeling. Then you describe play by play, okay, your movie, your perspective. The partner is looking through your eyes. This is what they heard, saw, thought. Then they saw this, then they heard this. So you're not saying, yeah, then you came in and were yelling and acting crazy. You're saying, so then I saw you come in, I heard you say, and I thought to myself, well, great, now that right? So you're showing them the movie, then they have to summarize the movie for you, and then vice versa. And then there's this separate each person validates one part they can understand. Based on what you saw, or you can't actually understand how you felt in those feelings that you said. Then my favorite part is applying to the movie from that day back through into childhood. And then on a time and memory when you have similar set of feelings. And this is like the most beautiful part ever because let's say the feeling was I felt misunderstood, I felt misjudged, I'm cared about, I'm loved, like you didn't even like me. And I'll say, when did you feel that way? And land on the finger, my whole child. My mom was always to me of doing things I wasn't doing and set me up, and my dad would come home and hear about it, and just leave her. And then you have like a partner climbing up on the couch, like the partner hug while they're sharing the story. It's beautiful. And it changes the way you interact with future disagreements. Yeah, you can't unlearn. Now you notice that your partner, you know what they're sensitive to.
Yeah, and you can kind of see them moving the front.
Right.
And you must
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you pay for this dumpster dive in your head of how your partner sucks and all the things that are wrong with them and hopeless. And then you get this light shining through and you realize, oh my God, of course they would be sensitive to that. And suddenly it's not about all the way your partner is wrong and thinking that they're wrong. It's just how can I in the future make sure to not feel this again? I would never want this person I love to misunderstand me and feel so unloved.
What's the meaning of what's needed to be a dating process? How do you find your partner? And you can stay with the rest of your life.
So you're absolutely doing it wrong. And but there is a way you can do it. And I'm such a fan of the psychologist Shiro. I adore him. He's brilliant. He's lovely. He's also very humble. Just a wonderful, self-aware guy. I'm going to tell you a very true story here. Okay, it was in a bad relationship, and I was at a psychology conference with my partner. We were both at this conference, and we were sitting in the lecture hall there for Shiro to do his talk that day on his phenomenal research on relationship satisfaction and dating. And I was sitting next to him, and we'd been, it was just always unpleasant on trip. We were always fighting. We're sitting there, and Shiro starts talking about his research and how he found that most people are signing this agreement, getting married, and doing it based on the love endorphins, and literally about 35% of anybody who's married is actually happy. And he said, but then, and exactly. But here's what I love about Shiro is he didn't stop there. He wanted to know what those people who were happy had in common. And the same thing with the people who were unhappy. Kind of couple fascinating patterns. So the couples who were happy tended to rate their partners higher in 3 different traits. And I love talking about this because if you are somebody who can follow instructions, you can find this. I mean, very easily. Those 3 traits tend to be conscientiousness, okay? And I love the word conscientiousness because it's not just kindness. Kindness is a good way to think of it, but you can be kind and kind of be a pushover and it's not attractive. Conscientiousness is smart, attentive. It's somebody who reads into a text message and thinks, oh, she was making herself very funny. Okay. That's conscientiousness.
I like
No, but it's true. It's a certain intelligence, awareness, And then on top of that, conscientiousness is motivated. So you can't be on your ass and be conscientious because then you can't meet the needs that you anticipate for others. So conscientious is that guy who drove the car around and around times his wife's hair doesn't get met. My husband who checks my alarm for me every morning to knows I'm terrible at time management, and he makes sure that I set it a reasonable amount of time before my first meeting and not the 20 minutes I think I need. And then everything up with a cup of coffee. That is ultimate conscientiousness. And it is true. I mean, I would tell you, as somebody who's a conscientious partner, your love increases over time as you continue to feel grateful and in alignment with that person. Secondly, you want somebody who is low in a big five personality trait called neuroticism. You want somebody emotionally stable in a way. Travis says being a can somebody who just lose or struggle with mental health issues. Trust me, I is just like, I get all over the place. But you want somebody who kind of owns their shit and isn't going to just be emotionally unstable all over. You want somebody who is generally happy and has some life satisfaction. Have a partner who has serious, not mental health issues, but unmitigated emotional distress and instability is really hard to partner and to other family members, including children. So it's just a predictor of happiness.
Everything is a sort of threshold of chaos that if you see that it's going to be destructive for a long-term relationship.
A perfect description.
But then again,
Chaos. Not the mystery chaos and love I'm talking more like just somebody who there's just no peace. There's no peace. There's a problem with everything. Everything becomes more difficult. Going to a party is a chore. You don't know if they're going to have it all done at the party, or how many complaints about your friends, or everything is a problem. So you want somebody who has just some resiliency, I think is a good term for it. So flexibility.
some spices are good.
Right. Flexibility, resiliency, easygoing. Right. The third is really interesting. So he found that having a partner with moderate adventurousness, not high adventurousness, actually leads to greater satisfaction. And the reason for that is high adventurousness equals novelty seeking, shiny new things. And so if you're in a monogamous relationship, if that is what's important to you, it's going to be very hard for a partner who is novelty seeking to be faithful. So that would cause a pain. But also, novelty seeking people tend to always have new projects, new interesting things, and so their attention is drawn away from the relationship. And so you can just feel pretty neglected around them. But you want a little bit of adventurousness. So you want your person to be sort of self-motivated, individuated, have their own interests, not completely dependent on you. But also, low adventurousness is not a bad thing. Ultimately, what you're getting with low to moderate adventurousness is that rock, that feeling of stability, that home. And I made some references earlier when you're 70 and you're trying to partner. Do you want to be hot? Or, for instance, my dad was a mentor. And my husband turned to me on the train or coming back from the trip, and he told me what his computer it's getting. And just turned to me, he knew how much pain I was in, even though I wasn't showing it. And he said, I want you to know that if it comes to a point where you need to take care of your dad, and you don't even do that. Because I am 100% on board and will help. And those are the things that kill you. And technically, that's a trait that's usually, that's sort of a, my husband cares so much about family and home, taking care of things that matter. Those are things that kind of be associated with low to moderate adventurousness. Somebody who really cares about simple things and family.
So what if those things, those three things that something can work on, conscientiousness, you can probably, still have to be a service. And, talking about Ross is my
No, I mean, I was putting on in my early 20s.
like when you look up to maybe if you're self-aware about it,
Yeah, I think self-awareness awareness is key. I think that's why I love therapy so much. I think life is about growth, and the potential for growth, and to make our own lives better and make the lives of others better, so others to heal. All of us are just collective healing, and I think we're all capable of growth.
And the same with adventures. You can have somebody that's pretty willing to catch an adventure, but keep throwing myself out of adventures, but even
Right. And I am kind of adventurousness, and I was not really ready to settle down. I was married earlier in my 20s, but I would say that I'm much more prepared to be in a committed long-term relationship now in my 40s and experience.
But in the same way for me, I like to connect myself to high adventure people so that it brings me out. It's like
And that's the thing. So high adventure people are attractive, they're interesting, exciting, but it can be a little outbreak because you're only in that spotlight for a few minutes and then you're on to the next one.
yes, I was with this product. Yeah, like the dress community. Speaking of adventures, this one about sex. What role does sex play in a successful relationship?
Well, okay, so I'm saying it's important, but I want to qualify that. Everybody has different levels of sex that are satisfying to them. Sex can definitely bond you to your partner. Orgasms are amazing. They de-stress us, they help you. You can have an orgasm and have a lower level of stress for 48 hours. I think that's pretty incredible. If you have, just that kind of physical contact with your partner, even if you're talk with your partner, has similar benefits to an orgasm. You're going to have a lower stress level. You're going to feel immediately close to your partner. Fresh oxytocin is going to make you feel happier, more grounded throughout the day. So that's a 20-second hug. You extrapolate that to sex and things that might be great.
So just because you're I wonder, there's probably how often sex.
Well, there are, but it really has more to do. It's sort of like whenever I see these processing conflict, and what matters is, do people feel like it's been resolved? Do they feel like there's been movement? Not necessarily how they go about doing it. Same with sex. Does each person feel sexually satisfied? So that could be once a month for one couple, it could be 5 times a week for another couple, it could be never for other couples, truly. So sex has kind of benefits, but its absence isn't necessarily detrimental, I guess, would be the qualifier, depending on who you are.
Yeah, I know couples that use sex to as part of the conflict resolution process.
It usually happens. If it works for both parties, all parties, not just the all.
That's true. What do you think about what's the problem for that when you write your relationship?
It's different for everybody, but even earlier I was saying with adventurousness, if monogamy is something you're doing. I've seen in my own practice, I've seen the entire range of couples who are open about having sexual relationships with other people, and fine with it. Couples who want to be fine with it, but not they're not. Couples who are just couples with multiple people, multiple romantic relationships. I've had couples where affairs are tolerated and not talked about. They're not enjoyed, but they are not the type of betrayal that would destroy the relationship. Sort of a understanding and keep it on my face. And then also we won't talk.
So family you got information first. And as long as you talk about it, it's not going to do damage to the relationship.
Right, but we can't even talk about it like that, right? So nobody's going to admit that the affair is happening. There can't be any evidence of it. It's sort of a just looks the other way type of a situation. But the partner who is not in it, right? They typically know. They certainly know that their partner is capable of that. They just kind of know, but they don't want it in their face. It would be come across in their face. As long as certain needs are met, and everything else is okay. It's just one of those things where done and done.
So that initially joined because I have a bunch of friends with people. I tend to hang out with, especially in the tech sector, just an example of that. That honesty can be really destructive. I think like honesty is also a really complicated thing to get defined. What is it? Be honest.
Yeah.
Like, how do I look in this dress? Like that's a really very specific.
Yeah. It can be a social in my mind. If I'm in a bad place or a partner and if I have my been connected lately, my honesty of what I actually think about him would be horrifically damaging and completely unfounded also. But it can change all of them.
And but that's also not actual honesty to the big picture.
Right.
I have interacted with people who talk about that huge sexual partners, for example, and they're not those sexual partners they've had, and they feel like that kind of honesty is actually empowering and enriching for the relationship because all the sexual experiences you've had in the past make you a better sexual partner, a better sexual partner. Present. And to me, from a cultural point, that's like anti-romantic. Like, you kind of throw the past kind of away. You don't really talk about it. Kind of there in this amorphous shape, but it's almost as if you met together for the first time in this beautiful new thing, like you creatures that have woken up and unlocked in slumber.
You're starting to
So, and then,
mystery there.
right, I think in history, and I get the people that I've done, I'm not even sure that honesty is always.
And then also is honesty harmful or helpful at points too. So you're talking about sort of like disclosing prior sexual history. I thought you were going to go to sort of if you had been you keep them under your thumb,
That's really
or are you obligated to disclose it?
that's
It is a very tough question. Very tough.
Well, what do you think is the
I have my own personal beliefs. I also then I have my therapy beliefs. I think, frankly, and this is just me as a human being, not Jan, a psychologist. I believe that if you have fucked up, and again, I'm coming from a framework right now of monogamy, if you are committed to somebody you love and you have fucked up, you don't get to shed your guilt onto them. You need to carry that burden. It's not necessarily, I think it's simplistic and unsophisticated to be like, but then you're being dishonest. I think it's actually selfish to unload it on somebody else and give them the trauma of imagining that we do have infidelities. It can create an actual post-traumatic stress-like experience for the betrayed partner, where they are having intrusive thoughts about it. Those are unwanted thoughts and uncontrolled. Because then multiple times a day, they'll have depressed moods, they'll have nightmares about it. Their entire sense of security, safety, self-esteem is shattered because of your actions. I think it's kind of moralistic and naive to think, well, they deserve to know the truth if you actually know the harm that sort of betrayal does. Especially if you truly need to stop it, right? If it was a one and done, or if it happened and you stopped it, and you do not intend to do it again, frankly, I think you live with that burden. You live with that discomfort.
I think it's the same because I totally agree, but it's like logically, it doesn't quite make sense to give that advice, but psychologically, it makes complete sense. Because you're really understanding this mind, the faith and love, and relationships, the trust, everything. And then you're imprisoning and stuck with you for months or years if you're trying to work through that torture. So you should be carrying that burden. But why do you say that that's your personal opinion versus the therapy as well?
Well, I think everybody has different values. So I think that's a value-based decision because you the hierarchy of kindness and do no further harm. Over in that case, over truth, right? Whereas other people, my husband, for instance, he is like truth above all else. You don't get to decide what I know, or you don't get to decide whether handle that knowledge. So he would even see my determination as, that I should carry the burden sort of arrogant, like, well, why don't you let your partner decide whether or not they, why you get to, I don't know. I think there's value to both arguments, and I absolutely see his point. I absolutely see his point, and that his position is like a very humble sort of option, but you don't get to choose what's better. You just need to give them the information that you choose. But I think it's wonderful. I think it's going to cause your conscience more discomfort to hold people with. And I think there's sort of cleansing we do when we share that information. Because I feel like most people just close it because they can't stand the secret anymore themselves. That to me is the selfishness.
I've unemployment applications and so on, and just with friends would ask people, what do you care more about, truth or loyalty? Just to get to see how they think about those different questions. And I was surprised so much variance.
And also conceptually, I don't think we actually know what we stand or face with the situation.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, especially when they're younger, say, especially if they're kind of intellectual, they'll say truth about all else. It's like, all right. I think that you hear truth or truth words, it truly hurts you, it causes suffering. And then you realize, or a truth to do to somebody else would cause them suffering. So like, if you see that suffering destroy their life, maybe your relationship is suffering.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, right now we looked at dementia, like group dementia again today. And like we have to done patients like, no, it's not going to be distressed, we're going to make them comfortable. And I think it should be a little bit of a platitude.
Some of those complexities are all the things impacting and challenges and what makes a relationship work. What do you think about open relationships in general? My worldview is such that I see what you do and value in obvious relationships just for me, but I don't too much open to the possibilities of other people. Have you done any kind of work with people in open relationships?
As clients or as clients? Oh, yeah.
Is there some interesting differences in between open relationships and monogamous relationships?
I think that may have been actually what was behind my question about the satisfaction of living on the extremes. My hypothesis essentially was, is it because if you are really all in, you've worked up some things. I think I've seen couples who are trying out, like for the first time, it tends to get a little haywire. There's some excitement in the beginning, everybody's really excited about it. I think the philosophy makes sense to a lot of people. The science of it makes sense to a lot of people, but we have been raised in a society that is pretty monotonous. So there isn't a lot of scaffolding around it. And there's a lot of conflict, I think, for people to go away from the values that they've been taught as kids. And so jealousy arises a lot. And also, it's very difficult to be, I think, as truthful and direct as you need to be, which you're describing in these polyamorous situations where everybody is laid out on the table. So I think that's something that maybe practiced in my own work with clients. I've just noticed that the partners who are happier in these situations we work with, they are more experienced.
Yeah.
They seem to.
You testified in Johnny's Head and her trial. They said you was a clinical and forensic psychologist who was watched by I don't know how many people, maybe tens, maybe hundreds of millions of people. What was that experience like?
Things I didn't know that at the
Were you scared?
Oh, yeah.
Inside the house, how many people were watching?
Scared typically isn't the word when I testify. I'm always excited and a little trepidatious before I testify, because the stakes are so high for everybody's life. And this was different. Anxiety is just my brand, and I just get anxiety that I'm terrible and mad. It was funny, like I said, like all these strong emotions. I couldn't find my thought with the things. I almost started trying because I couldn't find them. I was pretty unhinged that morning, and in a way that was really unfamiliar to me. And it was right when I crossed the kind of time in my body then that I realized I needed to get a grip. And I was professional, and my hair didn't matter, even though it didn't matter anything else, but it was crazy. But I got a grip, and I went in, and I just did my job.
So the terror in the end helps you focus and do your job.
I think it does, and it's a little scary though, because I know what fear does cognitively, and there is a sweet spot where you want some stress, and then you can be really acutely focused and looking. But then if you go over this threshold, you get sort of that frontal lobe shutdown where you're not thinking clearly. Everybody knows the experience from taking a really stressful test at some point, like in high school, and then they're going over the answers to the teacher in class later, and they're like, how did I mess up? You're just in a different state. That's when there's too much stress. I think this day I actually was bordering on too much stress. It's not clearly mental, but once you're sitting there for a little bit and ask the questions, you can kind of go into a routine of just wanting to talk about your work.
So, what is the worst job of a forensic psychologist in that context?
In the death card trial, I was serving as an expert witness based on a psychological evaluation on the parties. So forensic psychologists can serve the court or in legal matters in a number of ways. They can act as a confidential consultant for an attorney on a case, or they can, even assist with jury selection, they might testify without doing an evaluation. They're just going to testify about sort of a subject matter. And then they wouldn't be answering specific questions to the parties, but just talking hypothetically about the field area. In this case, because I was ordered to conduct an evaluation, I evaluated one of the parties, and then you provide reports to the court with your findings, and then you testify as to what your findings were.
But from my perspective, just watching this, it goes coupled together really well. So, what do you attribute that to? So you said, like, calm down and things like that. That's the question. But to me, I would just consider myself in this because it seems like the internet and the world would be very nitpicky about individual words. You're speaking from a place of like scientific rigor, so you have to be very precise with your wording. I would feel like so much pressure on each single word. Would you feel that pressure that you have to be extremely precise with the word?
The pressure is so high going into testifying. I think that's where I feel the most pressure is preparing and literally the moment until I start having to answer. And then I don't have enough the luxury of thinking about myself because it is so important that that answer be clarified and understandable before that becomes my focus. And that's the odd thing is that I can stop thinking about how scary it is because I need to pay attention to explaining something.
So if it's okay, I would love to talk to you about the personality assessment test. This is super fascinating.
Besides this, you're probably referring to MPI, which is one I talked about.
MPI too, yeah. So maybe can you explain that MPI to seems fascinating. It has like its output results with some basic skills as code types. So just reading through the different
Complex. It's the thing of beauty.
because the human mind even depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, all of these different things many of them go out. Again, well, there seems to be a huge amount of variance, and yet we have to be able to stitch together a bunch of characteristics that give you intuition about the unique aspect of each person. The whole test that people closer to identify the peculiar flaws or beauties of a particular mind. So this seems to be a good job. So different descriptions of the content.
Just
Each one is but yeah, you have to do that. Poetic logical. It's not about that. It's about okay. So what is the attitude? Like what are we talking about here? It's a questionnaire.
yes, that's a great start. So it is a questionnaire. I get 567 yes, no questions. I'm going to tell you what's most useful on this test. So they used an empirical key method to develop it. What that means is that they didn't have a bunch of psychologists get together and say, let's ask them, let's make sure that we identify people who have traumatic complaints or physical complaints by asking them questions about like numbness in the hands, nothing like that. What they did instead is they threw like take 1,000 questions at a group of people who they know had a certain mental illness and a group of people who didn't have that mental illness, and then they looked for patterns in what the people with mental illness endorsed as yes and no of those random questions. So it would be, for instance, there's a bronze light fixture right there. One of the questions that is 1,000 might be, I like light fixtures that are bronze. True or false? And they looked for correlations in the way people would answer these completely innocuous, boring questions. So there was no real way that a test taker could foresee the point of answer.
And so because we can perceive the cheap difference,
Very difficult. And not only that, but you can imagine using that approach, you can then look for patterns for almost any type of response style or any type of personality trait, any type of mental illness, and just get a comparison group. And then a group who's using that specific strategy or has that specific mental illness or has that personality trait, and you just look for patterns.
and there's scale output, different kinds,
So
and
I
scope.
yep, so we've got validity skills, and those are just fascinating and often one of the most useful parts of this testing forensic context because they show you how a person is approaching these tests, how they're answering questions about themselves. So, for instance, you can see if they are hiding. You can see if they're responding randomly. You can see if they are in an unsophisticated manner trying to make themselves look perfect, but not very nuanced. You can see if they may be deceiving themselves and truly believe that they are perfect, whereas others don't see it that way. You can see if they're exaggerating. You can see if they're exaggerating because they're truly, it's a cry for help. They aren't extremely stressed, but they feel like they need to really punctuate it so that people can notice. Or you can see if they're exaggerating in a way that is, driven for a specific outcome or thing. It's just fascinating. The most well-developed assessment we have for a person's approach to answering questions about themselves.
So it gives you the context of
How honest they are.
the state of the person is.
Yeah, they're honest. They're how forthcoming they're being and accurate with them.
And then the classification based on the test is these code types.
Right. So we have these clinical scales as well. We have 10 clinical scales that look for different kind of primary clinical pathology issues. This test doesn't tell you anything good about yourself. At best, it just tells you that you're not responding in a way that is dishonest and that you are kind of usually problematic. But there's, it's not looking for strength. So you have these 10 clinical scales that look for variations of thinking population in certain areas, anywhere from depressive symptoms, panic symptoms, physical complaints, anxiety, nervousness, aggression, social engagement, full scope of human experience. And then there are much more nuanced scales from those little subscales. And then the real power of the MMPI tool is in, as you said, these code types. And these code types are additional patterns that have been detected that really can be more defining personality. So we look for peaks that can be 2 extreme peaks or 3 typically that make the type, and those peaks are higher scores on these personality traits. And specific types can give you a very nuanced picture of a person's general approach to life and their personal relationships, just their personality.
So you can build top of those profiles, you understanding how that person is doing this. That's the situation. And it is right or not.
There are a lot of
Really
it is
I wanted
really
to,
fascinating.
I wanted to see which one.
I have given it to some people. And it's just phenomenal.
How hard is it on your side kids to give the test?
Oh, it's easy. You just proctor. You just make sure that there's no distraction, that they're well rested, they're sitting there and they can just take it in.
So I guess the question is designed and it's hard to mess with that.
Mm-hmm.
You just get the
It's very hard to do. You just need to
then it's yes and no.
It's just no. But I should also add to this that this test, as much as I love it, and it is the most researched and widely used personality assessment in the world, it is not in and of itself definitive. So you use it like you already have sort of a hypothesis, and you use this for clarification. And it has a ton of value for showing somebody's response or their approach, how profound they're being. But other than that, you really need to consider it as a piece of puzzle you said stitched together earlier, and that was just one of those points you made that was perfect for describing this.
There's probably no one perfect test for personality.
Yes.
I wonder if, especially the advancements of AI, they could be more sophisticated ways of measuring of collecting data about your personality and be able to measure some kind of more productive kind of, especially now for as a context, trying to figure out how to improve your lifestyle and your relationships and that kind of stuff. So the results of the test very important. Because her she can speak to the public stuff. You said that the results of her evaluations included 2 diagnoses, borderline personality disorder and history of personality disorder. Can you speak to what are the basic characteristics of borderline personality disorder?
Well, so right now, the DSM-5, which is sort of the Bible for mental disorders, it's what we go to our diagnostic manual. It classifies personality disorders according to clusters. And cluster B is one that involves emotionally erotic, interpersonally erratic, emotional disorders. And those include histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and antisocial personality disorder. Eventually, there's been some research on this and a lot of support for us eventually moving into a more spectrum type approach to considering personality disorders where you essentially be looking at dysfunction in different domains of somebody's functioning that has persisted over time. And again, the really important part is it seems to be a stable trait, part of their personality that it's in interpersonal relationships, it's in how they handle their own life, their own functioning, their mood, and it's not just a function based. It seems to be hilarious. I don't love the title dysfunctional personality disorder. I think its history is it's pretty controversial and there's misogyny in it. But that all being said, as a subject to the court and somebody who is there to just provide the science as it exists today, my job is to relay, and in this specific case, I'm coordinating my diagnostic impressions, a diagnosis. And I don't get to decide which diagnosis, whether I like a certain diagnosis or not. Ultimately, if the criteria are met, that diagnosis is given. So, as we have a diagnosis of current personality disorder categories, histrionic personality disorder is probably the most controversial. Some people believe that it is narcissistic personality disorder light, so sort of less obvious, less malicious have narcissistic personality disorder. And I think that will probably get sussed out if you do move to a more spectrum-based approach, because then you would be describing sort of a personality disorder, and then you would add the traits to it. So, with issues in interpersonal functioning, et cetera. So you could be a little bit more specific rather than having to just put somebody in a category.
So that's where things like moving.
That's where things are moving.
That's a based view of NPD into social personality disorder.
It's more of a spectrum. With personality dysfunction, then you review just the traits that are there. And I think that'll be more accurate, especially if there's so much overlap between these personality disorders right now, especially cluster B. It is not uncommon for people to have 2 or 3 personality disorders to meet criteria for 2 or 3 at the same time. So, speaking about borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder can best be thought of as a disorder of instability and impulsiveness, emotional instability, instability in a person's self-identity, sense of self, instability in a person's relationships, and then underlying all of this is an intense fear of abandonment. Histrionic personality disorder is more of a disorder of emotionality, dramatics, and attention seeking. This histrionic disorder typically is known for the dramatics, and people who are observing or interacting with somebody with this disorder may even feel themselves almost kind of wanting to turn away. There's a sense of play acting as the person is speaking or engaging with you. Something just feels a little bit disingenuous. And a lot of attention seeking. Similar to borderline personality disorder, you might see histrionic personality disorder attempts to manipulate. However, the motivation of histrionic personality disorder is that attention, whereas with borderline personality disorder, the underlying motivation is almost everything is to avoid abandonment. So you'll see frantic attempts to avoid abandonment, frantic attempts to keep people close. And those frantic attempts can be really harmful to the person and to others.
To the person themselves. Mm-hmm. So the fear of abandonment can result in
Right. And there has been some research also to suggest that borderline personality disorder has different types as well. And I think this is really important because in my own work, I've encountered many people with borderline personality disorder in my own life, right? And they're all different types, right? I'm thinking specifically of a girl I really loved that I've worked with for years who was so self-aware about this and endearing, and she owns her shit. I can forgive almost anything if somebody just owns their shit. She might lose her temper, she might lash out, she can be erratic, but she will come back and apologize, own it, and accept full responsibility, identify it, and make changes. She doesn't want to be harmful. I adore that about her. I think it's an admirable quality, more that's very different than when you think about it. There are 9 different symptoms, and you only need 5 to meet criteria. So depending on which symptoms you have, you might be far more calculated, conniving, manipulative, or you might just be more the impulsive, and messy, emotionally erratic type. And so there's some new research also coming out that's even suggested that among women, those that score higher in some of these more calculated traits of the disorder may actually be, it may be a certain presentation of female psychopathy. Yeah.
are some of these personality disorders, again, talking about some question and answer, but how much of it is nature, how much of it is nurture? How much of it is genetics, and just occasionally much work? Maybe another question, a different way to ask things, how much can you help? How much can you?
That's a tough question. So there's been a ton of change in the way we thought about the etiology of these personality disorders, specific to borderline personality disorder. I think in general, the view is that most people believe that it's associated with neglect or trauma in childhood. While there is a correlation there, there's a correlation between that and many mental health issues, not just borderline personality disorder. We also, there is evidence to support a genetic for this personality disorder, and there are people who have borderline personality disorders that report no childhood trauma or difficulty. And I think that, sometimes things just happen. So I think it's a mix. I think we need to think of it as biopsychosocial, which is generally the answer to most things when you're talking about how a mental health issue comes to be. But I certainly think that in most cases, and here's just me speaking personally, and I think in my own work, in most cases, what I've seen is that somebody may have some sort of predisposition, then they go through certain life events and learn patterns of behavior that may serve them well as a child in a dysfunctional situation that end up being very problematic later on. Or they just have enough hardship that gene, whatever it was, non-form, and that's where the borderline personality disorder gene expresses itself. So mostly that with things like schizophrenia, depression, anxiety disorders, there tend to be some ages where you'll just see that expression.
All right, for the record, they got both of you. So what grades one? Good, those this is a question for me, just observing the trial. It's interesting that first of all, it's a really raw and honest exploration of intimate relations between two people. So it was interesting to watch. Of course, I haven't watched that kind of thing. It made me think about what the expected relationship. All the main things we talked about this conversation was useful for that. But also there was raw recordings of two humans' interaction. What do you think about that, those recordings? It's kind of interesting. Yeah. I did not know that into that a lot. The fact that you have this data makes me wonder, like, if I recorded myself, how would I sound? Like, you like the whole period, right? You're private.
Yeah.
You wonder, like, I had a bit of a fight with a friend last week, and I wonder which one was clear. I would love to hear the recording, because we were a little bit, I think we were a little bit rude to each other, and I wonder how it was out.
I love that you asked it that question. That was so useful.
We'll be up the next day and we could talk about it. I want to do it. Yeah.
I attended my couple sessions, and one of the primary purposes of that is that after, if they start to get nasty with each other in the session, I can stop it and I can say, what is that? Right? And most of the time, that's what you're describing is so useful because we don't know ourselves. We have no idea that we just came off as critical. We think we're being completely reasonable and thoughtful. There's like this sort of retelling and argument with animals. And then I was just fine. And why? If they're not something like that, if they can actually see themselves, they realize no, their jaw was clenched, their voice was raised, they actually call a name. Sometimes they're shocked.
So just a quick linger on the we live with and her has a 3-6 type in the Rothschild discussion, which can mean that quote she's having a certain image or to treat others cruelty as taking responsibility for wrongdoing and going to externalize this blame. And I also wanted the NFPI to list 360 anxiety, tension, rigidity, fear, criticism, suppressed hostility, mentioned passive or episodic aggression, suspiciousness, egocentricity, rejection. I mean, what do you say about that code that is not captured in the personality disorder? What are we supposed to do that from a forensic psychology perspective? And what are we supposed to do that in general if you get to 3-6, generally these kinds of code types in that context, in the context of the trial?
If I understand the appropriate sense, what's to me, it's such a, it's almost unbelievable that humans created this. But I think that goes back to that empirical key method of creating something that enabled it to be as robust as it is, and something that is very difficult to beat. It's not impossible. The code type really, so it depends on, in any kind of case, what really matters is the legal, like the legal question. So what is the legal question, and then what is the psychologist's responsibility in assisting with whatever question they're in. And there's some questions we can't answer, some that we can. You don't always need to provide a diagnosis when you're asked to provide a report. It depends on the jurisdiction, it depends on the statute. Some jurisdictions actually require a diagnosis. In this case, I was asked to provide a diagnosis. So when I'm considering a diagnosis, you're integrating multiple different sources of information. You're integrating an examiner's self-report. You are adding collateral data, usually that was either between collateral interviews in this case, and that was a decision of the court. They said no collateral interviews, but typically that would be something that you would have. You're looking at records ideally from birth up until the date that the alleged injury occurs, and I'm speaking not specifically the personal injury evaluation, something where somebody is claiming that they were harmed psychologically. But you want as many records as possible to show how a person functioned before that event occurred and how they functioned after. You want to show financial functioning, physical functioning, academic functioning. Basically, where is there evidence that something in their life changed? Where is there evidence that harm occurred other than from what they told you? And in addition to all of those records that we're receiving, in addition to their self-report, then you're also going to give some of these tests like the MMPI. So the code types are really that strength that MMPI to it gives you really numerous information about a person's personality. Now, again, you're not going to use MMPI to work any other test by itself to diagnose one or decide that the person is telling you not telling the truth. It is just another piece of data. And when it's working the way it's supposed to, it lines up really nicely with all of the other data, including what you've observed from the person during your interview with them, the information they're giving you, or inconsistencies of information they're giving you, the consistency or inconsistency of their self-report from the record, what the records themselves say, etc.
Helping you clarify the picture.
Yep, just dialing it down more and more. You're just making sure that it is as accurate as possible.
Okay, so given how huge this round was, given how unpredictable, I know you think of it that way. From the public perspective, you're the star because of how large it's very,
I'm pretty sure Camille's the star.
Camille's also I'm not just with her. She's somebody that really inspires by how good she does her job, how much she loves her job, the fame and money and whatever has not affected the basic core integrity of who she is as a human being. So she's also very good. Okay. Let's take away from this first trial. How's it made you a better person? How's it changed or solidified who you are as a psychologist, as a forensic psychologist, clinical psychologist?
I mean, a lot happened in my life around this trial, leading up to the trial, after the trial. So let's have a forensic psychologist first. Sure. Okay. So in terms of forensic psychology, I am grateful for that trial for really strengthening my abilities. The stakes were so high that it took, I was retained about 2 years prior to the trial. So I really delved deep into the academic side of forensic psychology and making sure that I was adhering as closely as possible to standard practices, best practice recommendations for this specific type of an examination. It was intellectually awesome and challenging. I felt my brain was on fire for a full year leading up to the trial, and that can be fully really fun. It was just challenging, but I am really proud of the work I did. I think the stakes were really high. Serious work. It's important that it's done well and accurately, and I felt really good.
So have some of those lessons carried through to your practice now, with the research and some of the things you're doing in terms of helping customers.
Not like, I mean, my practice hasn't changed as much. This was more just something that was more, it demanded so much more of my time than my typical forensic work does. And personal injury cases, in cases where there is an allegation of trauma or psychological harm, tend to be super labor intensive. This, given the magnitude and how long it's been going on back and forth, required a ton of work before the trial was there. So it took me away from the practice. I think it's been nice to go back to this. It's okay. So personally, I've learned that you need to slow down a little bit. It took a lot, but it was really the culmination. I feel like there are these hoops we jump through again and again, academic challenges that we continue to meet. And then there's the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And in the beginning, like when you're getting in college or applying to grad schools, you don't really realize this is going to be a never-ending thing, especially if I continue with research. Forensic work, I love it because it is so academic. You're writing these 75-page reports and good citations, and they have to be accurate. It feels like I'm doing giant board exams again and again and again. It never ends, but that feeling, I think you and I were talking about how it's fun to doubt yourself because it pushes you to do better work. But if you keep having high stakes, you're going to work all the time, work yourself into the ground, constantly thinking about, this question, I'm not sure if I totally know the answer, and all the research behind that, so I should go there. And again, it's so fun, but I don't just do forensic psychology all day. I also have a clinic. I provide therapy. I've provided therapy for 15 years. So what happens is you have clients who maybe you stop seeing, but when they have a crisis in their life, they reach out to you again, even if it's 7 years later. So you accumulate this hundreds of clients who at any given time are going to reach out when they're in crisis, whether or not we're working on a federal case or in Virginia for this, and that never goes to something as acceptable because I feel that I'm letting somebody down. They know I am because these are people I genuinely care about. And they care about me and they trust me. And I want to be able to be there for them. I know that it's disappointing if I can't be. It is also very difficult to separate out professional therapy relationships from loving someone who you've seen through some of the most difficult parts of their life. And I can explain that to people all day long, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy for someone to accept when I can't talk to them and they just found out their husband was leaving life, or their sister just died, and I can't even get on the call because I'm getting maybe 15 messages like that a day, and have to testify, and have to run my practice. So I think that was why I need to slow down. This case, I was doing all of that, and then the academic work involved was just tremendous. And some stuff happened, like the dad, she started having this cognitive decline. I got a medical diagnosis with stress disease. I really thought I was getting rid of it. I really believe that people who talk a lot about healthcare were kind of old shit and just didn't want to push themselves. I still believe in pushing ourselves, but I think I kind of traversed into an area without realizing it, where I was no longer pushing myself to challenge myself to see what I was capable of. I was almost pushing myself as a necessity because I didn't know what else to do anymore. Just an obligation. I wasn't pushing myself to do cadet or high
said, somehow manage to hold it all together. Just go forward and ask for performance. And like you said, still take care of all these clients. You're the most important person in this last year. Is there a secret to that? Is there any help? Is there
No, and honestly, it's not 100%. It's a work in progress, right? I don't have an answer for. I wouldn't want my life to be any other way. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to work on this case. I helped establish my practice and my outreach, and so I can't figure out like which piece you take out and how like, but I would love
together passion is the key. All the problems. That's not the reason we lost your mind.
maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends who you ask.
What about the stress of just getting with that? Has that been difficult for you?
That's a lovely question. I think you're asking me. It is nice to talk to you about this because I feel like you probably understand it a little bit. That was something I was absolutely unprepared for. Like I said, I had no idea how many people were watching when I testified. I had no idea. And I got off the stand, I kind of staggered to the bathroom and truly thought about lying down on the floor because I was so exhausted. And I've been studying on my stuff, terrified that I was going to forget some statistic about the MFPI2.
It's going to be so great. It's great for me. It's great for you. So it's that you can do two focus. It's extremely stressful. Many, many hours. I don't sleep for so many hours. It's so focused. You listen so well. It's so focused.
Well, I mean, I could talk about that too. The moment I came back to my body and realized what it was, I just wanted it to stop and felt like I was running alive. I just was thinking, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore because it's going to stop. And then another question came and I just had to get back to it. So after I testified the first time, I went in that bathroom. I might have laid down on the ground. It's kind of a blur. I mean, I'm not. I do remember that Wayne Dennison, one of the senior management partners from Redneck, who was a phenomenal guy and absolutely brilliant. I would be indebted to him for life because I trusted him. And that made all the difference. He probably self-testified, but he came in the back and he was looking at us and he said, "You want that cover of time?" Something, and I thought, I thought he was not going to. I thought it was just a joke way of saying like I did for him.
You work with veterans. What is PTSD in context? What's the landscape of psychological stuff right now? Veterans.
So if we're talking about combat exposure, you're seeing things that are not meant to be. You're seeing the worst of humanity, people harming other people. It's not natural for others to intend harm us. It's not natural for us to harm others. And this dehumanization feature that's so troubling and disturbing that people have a hard time living with it later. Or they just feel this ongoing anger. It depends. It depends on the trauma they're exposed to. It depends on, whether they're convoys ambushed by weapons that were purchased from money that was given to the Philippines from the U.S. government. It depends on whether they did something that they have a hard time reconciling outside of war and not here back home in civilization. Depends on whether they lost a lot of their comrades and feel that guilt of being a survivor. And again, not everyone develops PTSD. It's a mental disorder, period. We talk so much about trauma. PTSD gets thrown around lately, when actually it's very difficult to meet the full criteria for that diagnosis. And many people experience severe trauma in their lives, and only about 14% anxiety, you're depressed because you're a human being and something abnormal happens. But PTSD is a longer-standing condition that is significantly impairing in a person's life. And I think we've lost that inside the narrative in society. It's just everybody has PTSD. But no, not traumatic stress. You can be distressed. You can be affected by trauma and not have that particular diagnosis. PTSD significantly impairs people's lives.
How do veterans, how soldiers suffering from PTSD or close to that kind of diagnosis begin to heal? What's the path?
Well, I will hand it to the military because I think in terms of working with their active duty service members, they really invest heavily in mental health. The U.S. Department of Defense is one of the first to bring animal-assisted therapy into any type of treatment in the early 1900s with bringing farming into certain hospitals and letting veterans help with the farms and brush the horses, and which is so advanced because now we have all this research on animal-assisted therapy and how beneficial it is when just looking in the eyes of the dog can increase your pain threshold and be healing after cardiac arrest, help people with dementia and ambulate more frequently. Incredible stuff, simple. The military was at the game in that, and I don't think that's changed. I did my training at a military hospital in Hawaii, Tripler Army Medical Center, which was phenomenal training. And our psych department, there was so much interesting research going on. We had, and it was so innovative. So you might not imagine that the military would be doing this, but we had an acupuncture department. We had a chiropractic department. We had a yoga section. We were doing yoga sessions there. Anything that has evidence to support its efficacy was being done. And I think that's pretty cool about our government. They have a lot of funding, so I'm glad they're using it on that. The real challenge, I think, comes with the large-scale need of the veteran population. And they slip through the cracks. I know that the DoD, the campaign going, they were doing outreach to immigrants, for instance, in the Vietnam War. The problem is they were trying to get all of these people assessed with PTSD, and it was great. We were getting phone calls, mail, so the sort of saying, hey, we know that you could come on in, or let's schedule you an exam with a psychologist and just see if you're open. The idea is great. The problem is that they outsource to this third-party company. They're paying really low rates for a 1-hour meeting with a vet, and you don't need to be specifically trained in PTSD. And so you're getting these variations and opinions that are coming through. And I've had clients who, to me, who I've worked with for years, who have clear combat-related PTSD, according to both different measures, according to my knowing them and observing their symptoms and how impaired they are. And it is clearly associated with combat. It's not intent of their intrusive thoughts and nightmares, etc. And they are having 1-hour meeting, sometimes by phone, with one of these psychologists who's been contracted by this third-party organization. That's not even enough for me to get through the first few symptom questions on the CAP assessment PTSD. But in that hour, the psychologist is saying definitively no PTSD. And it's been a trap. For some people, especially for those who need an advocate the most, tends to happen to my veterans who are maybe a little bit less sophisticated in presenting or advocating for themselves, more humble, less, the guys who deserve it, right? They're just getting passed over, and it's amazing. I'm not quite sure what the solution is though before I'm going to work with government agencies to deal with this massive population. I love that the outreach is even happening and trying to get these guys in for assessment. I think we can criticize any system. I'm glad that system is even happening, but it still needs to be better.
So I've got the extensive track with a lot of soldiers that served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and now a lot of soldiers from all different kinds of nations in Ukraine to the front. Is a bond between soldiers and I don't know it can speak to why do you think that is on the opposite side. PTSD. There's a deep human connection. There's a real connection. There is like a real contact. Yeah. Crazy.
And then you're seeing, we talked earlier about that vulnerability, right? So I believe that on that, I believe that we survive these situations with a way of ego. And really, I mean, there are a couple of different layers to this, but I'm not still doing that. So I'm going to be cautious here. But from what I know, just about psychology, and also my experience of survival type experiences, when you're with a group of people and all the ego stripped away, nothing else matters. Focus is on the here and now and a specific mission for your day to day. You can get really close to very, very vulnerable. And also, in my experience, the guys I work with who observe, there are a lot of people who understand what they've been through. Not only some of the unspeakable things they've been through in combat, but some of the things that they feel are unspeakable about returning, especially if they are experiencing trauma. A lot of them, some of the things that service members with PTSD are most reluctant to disclose is the feeling like they may not know if they love their children anymore. That they don't even know if they can love them, that they feel emotionally numb, that they want to tell someone, that they have a whole lot of racist beliefs involved. There's a lot of things that can be associated with PTSD that aren't clear or expected, and these guys don't have many people who understand it, or they don't think they would. But a lot of their fellow service members do.
And so I'm going back to prayer. Nothing makes reveals the human condition in a more pure form than war. Especially the kind of war you get in that part of the world, especially the war in Ukraine, which is a very 20th century kind of war. Well, like I mentioned, a few different ways. We're exceptionally successful by, I think, the best definition of success. You generally do that. You're one of the best people in the world at doing it. And so, what advice would you give to young people that would help you decide what your first try, just the most public facing thing? And I'm just looking, young people that are looking to find what they want to do in their life, career-wise.
I had told him in my job, he said to me, "Shanae, just pick anything. Pick anything. If you like it at all, studying it, just pick it." He was like, "Look, don't worry about the job. You don't even know all the jobs that exist. Pick something you like, you will make it fun." And that is exactly what happened. I love psychology. I was reading some self-help books. It's not like I had this life where looking back, and actually created that story because I think now it makes a lot of sense that I do what I do. But I was lost and scared. I started studying psychology. I met a professor who was really inspiring. He wasn't even a psychology professor, he was public policy. I stayed in touch with the professor. He is a dear friend still to this day, 20 years ago. We do research together in Mexico, integrate research with policy officials, environmental engineers, and I get to be the psychologist on the trip. I never ever dreamed that sort of stuff could happen. I didn't know about forensic psychology. They also need to warn anybody who's interested in forensic psychology that it's not like you're solving crimes all day and getting calls from the FBI. You are going to be sitting alone in your home office with your husband bringing you like bowls of cereal and reminding you to go to the bathroom who haven't gotten up in like 24 hours from the computer. And you're going to have papers all around you. and you're just going to write 75 dense pages with citations, with science. It's brutal, it's academic,
So,
but it's fulfilling. my friend really posted a meme of one of the girls from the years that they cried. I'm the happiest I've ever been. She said it reminds her to try to convince her to do forensic science because I think her mind is great and strategic and so, but it's a slog. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
the image of the reading a serial was working 75 pages is maybe the most romantic thing I've ever heard. So we started off in the US in the last session on the same topic. Just the role of love in that human condition. We sort of expand and got going on our life.
I think it's all around us, but suicide. I don't think it does things that so there have been some profound moments in my life where I feel like I get closest to kind of the truth of life that it's all about. And usually there's this resonating sense of love and peace and love for myself, love for other people, to like it's all okay, we're okay, we're going to do this. I like what you said about the harm caused by the misinformation or negative things being said about you. Because you're right, it harms that bigger picture. I think it holds us back, takes us back from that truth.
Yeah, there's a lot of kindness. And if you remember that, I really think it's going to I really like you. Thank you so much for the information. Very impressed, especially so you stand for. And from everything from your text message to just who you are and for this amazing conversation. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Shannon. This short podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, Emily Gibson's more words and John's conversations. Sometimes you find out that you think you're not good at it. But you laugh inside. Whatever the times you felt that. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following the conversational segment, the second part of the podcast. As I said 2 years ago, when I first met and spoke with her, she's one of the most influential pioneering figures of our time. As the host of the Making Sense podcast, creator of the Making It Out, and the author of many seminal books on human nature and human life, including The End of Faith, Redemption, Love, Free Will, and Making. In this conversation, besides our mutual fascination with AGI and free will, we do also go deep into controversial and challenging topics of Donald Trump, Hunter Biden, January 6th, vaccines, Rabbi, Kanye West, and other key figures that center public discourse, including Joe Rogan and Bill Musk. Both of whom have been friends of Sam and have become friends in life. Somehow, their amazing life trajectory, they do not deserve in any way. In fact, believe it's probably the greatest of my imagination. And please allow me to say a few words about this personal aspect of the conversation, discussing gender equality. It's been weighing heavy on my heart since the beginning of the pandemic now 3 years ago, that many people I look to for wisdom and public discipline stop talking to each other as awesome, with respect, humility, and love, and the world needed those kinds of conversations. My hope is that they start talking again, they start being friends again, they start noticing the humanity that connects them is much deeper than the disagreements that divide them. So let me take this one to say with humility and honesty why I look up to and inspired by Joe always pushing for more content. I think you are a must, said Rothschild, as an engineer, leader, entrepreneur, a human being who takes on the hardest problems that face humanity and refuses to accept the constraints of conventional thinking that make the solutions to these problems seem impossible. Prince Sam Harris is a born today, is a fearless spirit who fights for the pursuit of truth against growing forces of echo chambers and audience capture, taking unpopular perspectives and defending them with rigor and resilience. I go celebrate and criticize all the time, and they criticize me, usually those I always learn a lot. I appreciate. Most importantly, there is respect and love for each other's things. The very thing that I think the world needs most now, in a time of division and chaos. I will continue to try to create division, to try to understand, not to lie, to turn the other cheek completely, to return hate to love. Sometimes people criticize me for being naive, cheesy, simplistic, all that. I know, I agree. But I really am speaking from the heart, and I'm trying. This world is too fucking beautiful to try. And whatever way on us, it'll be it. This is the Experts Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Names, your friends, sound. What is more effective at making more positive impact on the world? Empathy or reason?
It depends on what you mean by empathy. There's at least two kinds of empathy. The cognitive form is, I would argue, at least it's a reason. It's just understanding another person's point of view. And you understand why they're suffering, why they're happy. It's a theory of mind without mentioning being that is accurate. And so you can navigate in a relationship to that very effectively. And then there's another layer entirely not incompatible with that distinct, which is often by empathy, which is more emotional contagion. Like you feel depressed, and I begin to feel depressed along with you because it's contagious. Right? It's close. I'm concerned about you, and your problems become my problems, and it bleeds through. Right now, I think both of those capacities are very important, but the emotional contagion piece, and it's not really my thesis, it's something I almost learned from Paul Bloom, a psychologist, who wrote a book on this topic, against empathy. The emotional social contagion piece is a bad guy rather often for ethics behaviors, ethical behavior. And I guess I'll give you a clear example. If we find stories with a single identifiable protagonist who we can effortlessly empathize with, we'll almost become that state. So I'll tell you, that's a case of a girl who falls down a well, like somebody's daughter. You see the parents throw it on television, and you hear her cries from the bottom of the well. The whole country stops. And this is an example of this 25 years ago, I think. They just wall to wall on CNN, perfect use of CNN. It's just 72 hours worth of continuous coverage, extracting the spirit as well. So you effortlessly pay attention to that, care about it, money toward it, and it's just marshals 100% of it. Yeah, to get this. Whereas if you hear that there's a genocide raging in some countries like Benjamin and the numbers don't make it tense. If you find the story form, and you change the channel, because it doesn't matter. Literally, in the first place, it could be 500,000 little girls have fallen down the well. So it's many of us have come to believe that this is a bug rather than a feature of our psychology. And so the empathy plays an unhelpful role. Ultimately, I think
and we're making big decisions about what we should do and how to mitigate human suffering. What's worth value and how we should protect those values. I think reason is the better tool. But it's not that I want to dispense with it is a lot to go on.
Briefly correction. You recently talked about effective altruism in your podcast. You mentioned some interesting statements in the program's quote that you'd rather live in a world that doesn't really make sense, or you'd rather live in a world where you care about maybe your daughter and son knowing 100 people that live across the world, something like this. Where the calculus is not always perfect, but somehow it makes sense to live in a world where it's irrational in its way. And yet, empathetically, you can express it.
Right. I'm not sure what the right answer is, or even whether there is one or be multiple. Repeat some in this part of the landscape. So the opposition is between an ethic that's articulated by something like the Dalai Lama and the expert class of Buddhism would say that the ultimate enlightened ethic is true dispassion with respect to friends and strangers. So the mind of the Buddha would be truly dispassionate. He would love and care about all people equally. And by that light, it seems some kind of ethical failing, or at least a failure to fully actualize compassion in the limit, like wisdom in the limit, to care more and much more about your kids and kids of people. To prioritize your energy in that way. You spend all the time trying to figure out how to keep your kids healthy and happy. You'll attend to their minutest concerns and however superficial. And again, there's a genocide raging Sudan, wherever it takes less than 1% of evangelism. I'm not sure it would be a better world if everyone was running the dollar line. I think some prioritization one's nearest and dearest ethically might be optimal, because we'll all be doing that. We'll all be doing that in circumstances where we have certain norms and laws and structures that force us to be dispassionate where that happens. So like when my daughter gets sick, I have to take her to the hospital. I really want her to get attention. I'm worried about her more than I'm worried about my hobby. The truth is, I just don't want a totally corrupt hospital. I don't want a hospital that treats my daughter better than anyone else in the lobby because she's my daughter. And I have, brought the guy at the door, got the man in my podcast, whatever the thing is. You don't want starkly corrupt situations. And when you sort of get pressed down the hierarchy of Maslow's needs individually in society, a bunch of those variables change, and they change for the worse, understandably. But yeah, things are everyone's corrupt, and you're in a state of collective emergency. You have a lifeboat that you're scrambling to get into your lifeboat. Yeah, then fairness and norms and the other vestiges of civilization begin to get stripped off. We can't reason from those emergencies to normal life. In normal life, we want justice, we want fairness, we're all better off, even when the spotlight of our concern is focused on the people we know, the people we want friends, the people we could use and care about. We still, by default, want the system that protects the interests of strangers, too. We know that, generally speaking, in theoretic terms, we're all going to tend to be better off in a shared system than for us.
One of the families of empathy is our susceptibility to anecdotal data. It's a good story. We'll give us some think clearly. But what about empathy in the context of just discussing with people? And then there's a Washington people in this country, red and blue, half the population, carries certain things like immigration or the response to the pandemic or any kind of controversial issue. the election for having empathy with their worldview, try to understand where they're coming from, not just the explicit statement of their idea, but the entirety of the groups in which their idea stops. That kind of empathy happens while you're discussing the idea. Because in your pursuit of truth, having empathy for the perspective of the larger versus raw and economic.
I think it's important, but I just, it only takes you so far. Right? It doesn't get you to truth. Right? It's not, truth is not, it's not decided by democratic principles. And certain people believe things for understandable reasons, but those reasons are not bad reasons. So they don't scale, they don't generalize, not reasons anyone should adopt for themselves or respect logically. And yet their circumstances understandable and something to care about. And so yeah, you just take, I don't think there's many examples of this in what you're thinking of, but one of these ones that I've been super critical of Trump, obviously, and I've been super critical of certain people for endorsing him or not criticizing him, and really made it patently obvious who he was. Doubt. Initially, there was no doubt when you have a city president who's not agreeing to peaceful transfer of power. Right? So I'm critical of all of that, and that the fact that many millions of Americans didn't see what was wrong with Trump. They bought into the didn't see through his con, right? They bought into the idea that he was a brilliant businessman who might be able to change things because he's so unconventional, so his heart is in the right place, and really mad at people even though he's played everything in his life. They bought the myth somehow of, virtually because they had seen him on television for a decade and a half, pretending to be this genius businessman. It's understandable to me that many very frustrated people who have not had their hopes and dreams actualized, who've been the victims of globalism and many other contracts, understandable that they would be confused and not see the liability of electing a gross incompetent, morbidly narcissistic person into the presidency. So which is to say that I don't blame many millions of people who I don't necessarily blame for some phenomenon, but I can nonetheless bemoan the phenomenon as indicative of what very bad state of affairs are. So it's two levels. One is that you have to call a spade a spade. You're talking about how these actions work and things are likely to happen. But then you can recognize that people are very different life experiences. And, yeah, I mean, I think empathy and better words like the folks in the body, there's compassion. Really, to really wish people well. Strangers well. Realize there is no opposition between the product, there's no real opposition between selfishness and selflessness. Because why selfishness really takes into account other people's happiness. You want to live in a society where you have everything, but most other people have nothing? Or do you want to live in a society where you're surrounded by happy, creative, self-actualized people who are having their hopes and dreams realized? Obviously, the second society is much better, however much you can guard your good work.
Or what about having empathy for certain principles that people believe? For example, the pushback, the other perspective is, you said, bought the myth of Trump, the business. There could be a lot of people who are supporters of Trump who could say that Sam Harris bought the myth that we have this government of the people, by the people, that actually represents the people, as opposed to a bunch of elites that are running a giant bureaucracy that's corrupt, is feeding themselves, and are actually not representing the people. And then here's this chaos agent trying to speak off the top of his head. Yeah, he's flashy, he's knows he's a comedian, and he is a presidential type of figure, and he's actually creating kind of chaos, going to shake up the bureaucracy, shake up the elites. They're so uncomfortable because they don't want the world to know about the game without running and everybody else. So that's a kind of perspective that they can take to say, yeah, it's just bad house, but it's necessary.
I agree with the first part. So I kind of thought that it's it truly represents democracy in the way that we and on some level it's a different conversation. On some level, I'm not sure some of the restrictions. I'm not sure we want in the end everyone's opinion is given equal. That I include myself in any context. I don't deserve to have a strong opinion because I don't know what I'm talking about or what I would be talking about. So, and if I get to that, some of those topics, and I've declined to have certain conversations on my podcast just because I think I'm the wrong person to have that conversation. Right? And it's and I think it's important to see those bright lines in one's life and in moments politically. And I think so. Yeah, I think to keep aside the viability of democracy, I'm under no illusions that all of our institutions are worth preserving precisely as they have been this great wrecking ball thing swinging through. But it was a very bad bet to elect someone who was woefully incompetent and worse than incompetent, genuinely malevolent. And this is something you know based on literally decades. He's not a public servant in any sense of that term, and he couldn't possibly give an honest or sane answer to what you asked about advocating visa, capture visa, what you guide us. I genuinely think he is using some necessary moral and psychological tools. Right? And this is, I can feel compassion for him as a human being because I think having those things is incredibly important. Genuinely loving other people is incredibly important. And knowing what all that's about is really the good stuff in life. I think he's missing a lot of that. But I think that we don't want to know people to the highest position of power who are far outliers in pathological terms. We want them to be far outliers in best case wisdom, passion, some of the things we brought up. And we want them to be deeply involved. We want them to be unusually curious, unusually alert wrong. He's not right. And so far as we're going to get mediocrities in that world, which I think probably the best we can expect, let's get normal mediocrities. Once in a generation narcissists, frauds, just take honesty as things that work. I think you want to, it's possible that those politicians lie at least some of the time. I don't think that's a good thing. I think people should be generally honest, even to a fault. Yes, there are certain circumstances where lying, I think, is necessary. It's kind of a continuum of self-defense and violence. So it's stuff that you're going to, if Nazis come to your door and ask you to handprint in the attic, it's okay to lie to them. But arguably there's never been a person in history with that kind of boast. And it's just, blizzard was, great and small, to pointless and effective. But it's just it, it says something fairly alarming about a kind of person of that character. That, and so, yes, I have compassion and concern for half of the society who see that, and that's going to sound abused and small or something to put who's on that side listening. But it's genuine. I understand. If I barely have to, I'm not one of the luckiest people in the world. I barely have the bandwidth to pay attention to half the things I should pay attention to and really have an opinion about half the things we're going to talk about. So how much less bandwidth for somebody who's working 2 jobs or a single mom who's just raising, multiple kids, even single kids. It's unimaginable that people have the bandwidth to really track this stuff. So then they jump on social media and they see the new data, misinformation. They see what their favorite influencer just said. And now they're worried about vaccines. And we're living in an environment where our information space is become so corrupted. We've got machines to further corrupt it. We've got the businessmen looking at corruption. So it is just it's chaos in the information systems. I don't fault people for being confused and impatient and what's happening. Yes, Trump was an enormous fuck you to the establishment. That was understandable.
To me, Sandhouse, the great Sandhouse, is somebody I looked up to for a long time as a beacon of voice of reason. And there's this meme on the internet, I would love you to steal Mary Kay's boyfriend again, that Trump broke Sandhouse's brain. There's something disproportionately to the actual impact that Trump had on our society with an impact on our ability to balance, calm, rational mind to see the way forward, to think you being one because of that. Is there a degree to his brain? Otherwise known as Trump medical.
That's all. I think Trump ranks is a very clever meme because it just throws it into the cup and back on the person who criticizes Trump. But the truth, I think the true Trump ranking was not to have seen how dangerous divisive it would be to vote something like that. And to not, and in the final moment, not to see how untenable it was to still support someone who sitting president was not committed to this. That was, if that wasn't a bright line for you, you have been deranged by something. Because that was 1 minute to midnight for our democracy. And I think it really was but for the integrity of few people that we didn't suffer some real constitutional crisis, real emergency. If Mike Pence caved in, decided to not certify the election, literally you can count on 2 hands the number of people who held things together. And so it wasn't the want to try in Trump's part, but the didn't succumb to some really uncharted catastrophe. So the fact that that didn't happen is not a sign that those of us who are worried that it's so close to happening or exaggerating. It's like you almost got run over by a car. I bet you did. And so the fact that you're adrenalized and you're thinking, before that was dangerous, I shouldn't longer into the street. When I was, you weren't wrong. You really had a problem. And came very close to something really terrible. So I think that's where we were. I think we should do that. So the fact that it's still coming back around is potentially viable. And, I'm not spending much time thinking about it, frankly, because it's, waiting for the point where it requires some thought. I mean, it did, it took us, I don't know how many podcasts I was on the topic. It wasn't that many against the number of podcasts I doing other topics, but people who look at Trump and just find it funny, entertaining, not especially threatening. It's not a, it's just good fun to see somebody who's just not taking it seriously and just putting it and sticking the wheel of business as usual again and again and again and again. And they don't really see anything that can stick. It doesn't really matter if he supports NATO. It doesn't really matter if he says trust Putin more than our intelligence services. None of this doesn't matter if he's on the one hand saying that he loves the leader of North Korea and on the other threatening to get back to the Stone Age. It's all can be taken as spirit of reality. This is a part of the movie that's just fun to watch. And I understand that. I can even have that space for a few minutes at a time. But there's a deeper concern that we're in the process of entertaining ourselves instead. But we're just not taking things seriously. This is the problem I've had with several other people we might name. We're just here to be goofing around that space. And then we're glad to have more seriousness. We're touching big problems. Our lives hanging around us. But they're just like us. And I think they're really important problems that we have to get our heads straight. And we need, it's not to say that institutions don't become corrupt, but I think they do. It's quite clear to things about the loss of trust in our institutions and the fact that trust is eroded for good reasons. It's become less trustworthy. And it's become affected by political ideologies that are not true trust. And I worry about all of that. But I just think we need institutions. We need to rebuild. We need experts. We're real experts. We need to value expertise over amateur speculation and conspiracy thinking and just this kind of amateur speculation. I usually alert to the moments where I'm just guessing, where I actually feel like I'm talking from within my wheelhouse, and I try to tell it without that kind of answer to people. So yeah, but it's not. It's different. Like you can invite someone onto your podcast who's an expert about something you're not an expert about, and then you in the process of getting more informed yourself, with your audience to get more. You're asking smart questions, and you might be pushing them like a market, but you know that when push comes to shove on that topic, you really don't have a basis to have a strong opinion, and if you were going to form a strong opinion that's counter to the expert you have in front of you, it's going to be by deference to some other expert who was brought in and who heard about it, who's more deeply read, whatever. There's a paradox to how we value authority in science that most people don't understand. At some point unravel that. It's the basis for a lot of public confusion, and frankly, it's the basis for a lot of the criticism I've received on these concepts, where people think that I'm against free speech, or I'm an establishment shill, or it's like I just think I'm a credentialist. I just think people with PhDs from Ivy League universities should run everything. It's not true, but there's a ton of there's a lot to technology to get to daylight. People are very confused about how we value it in the service of rationality. And we've talked about it, but it's just interesting. The intensity of feeling power. You've had this famous phrase about Hunter Biden and children in the basement. Can you just revisit this case? Let me give another perspective.
the situation of January 6th and Trump in general. It's possible that January 6th and things of that nature are geared to our democracy is actually pretty fragile. And that Trump is not a malevolent, also confident, malevolent figure. That is simply a jokester. And he just brought to chaos revealing that's all pretty fragile. Because you're a student history, and there's a lot of people, rather than Hitler, they're exceptionally competent at controlling power, at being executives and taking out power, controlling the generals, controlling all the positions. Certainly not tweeting, but working in the shadows, behind the scenes, to do power. And they did so extremely popularly, and that is how they really became power. So the pushback to Trump is extremely none of that. He was creating, which he's very good at, creating drama, sometimes for humor's sake, sometimes for drama's sake. Simply as a group, these projects. So he's not this once in a generation forward figure. Once in a generation, right? But I don't think he's a truly scary, sinister, Putin-like, or much of a Hitler-like figure. It's not that. He's not ideological. He doesn't care about anything beyond himself. So it's not. He's much less scary than any really scary totalitarian. He's more breaking the rules, and that this is what Eric Weinstein never stops badgering me about, but you're still wrong, Eric. I think my analogy for Trump was that he's evil Chauncey Gardner. You remember the one being with the computer sellers. So the computer sellers is this Gardner who really doesn't know anything, but he gets recognized as this wise man. He gets promoted to immense power in Washington because he's speaking in these semblance of wisdom. He's got these very simple aphorisms. Seem to be aphorisms. He's just all he cares about is gardens. He's just talking about his garden all the time. But he'll say something. But in the spring, the new shoots will bloom, and people read into that some kind of genius insight politically as we get promoted as the joke will come. For me, Trump has always been someone like the Chauncey Gardner. It's not to say he's totally. Yes, he has a certain kind of genius. He's got a genius for creating a spectacle around himself. It's a genius for getting the eye of the media always coming back to him. But it's a kind of self-promotion that works if you actually truly shameless don't care about having a reputation for anything that I or you would want to have a reputation for. Pure pornography of attention. Right? And you just I think the truly depressing and genuinely scary thing was that we have a country that is half of the country, given how broken our society is in many ways. We have a country that didn't see anything wrong with bringing someone who obviously doesn't know what he should know to be president, and who's obviously not a good person, who obviously doesn't care about people, and pretend to care about people really in a credible way. And so if there's a silver lining to this, it's along the lines you just sketched. It shows us how vulnerable our system is to a truly brilliant and sinister figure. And I think we really dodged the bullet. Yes, someone far more competent and conniving and ideological could exploit our system in a way that Trump did. And that's, so if we plug those holes eventually, that would be a good thing if you would have done a good thing. So, one of the things we realized, if nobody knew, I certainly didn't know anything, is how much our system relies on norms rather than laws. Yeah, it's just like it's quite possible that he never did anything illegal. Truly illegal.
related things, but like it's legal such that we really could be thrown in jail. At least that remains to be seen. So all of the chaos, all of the diminishment of our stature, all of this just the opportunity cost of spending years focused on nonsense. All that was just more. All that was just all a matter of not saying the things you should say. But that doesn't mean they're insignificant. It's not that it's not illegal for a sitting president to say, no, I'm not going to commit to a piece of conflict. I will wait to see whether I'm going to. If I win, if the election was valid, if I lose, it was wrong. But those heroes, motivation, no system stability, such that we know what the limits are, and now we're supposed to do that. We have these kinds of discussion. That human motivation. Because he did everything he could. Granted, he wasn't very competent, but he did everything he could to try to steal the election. The reality is, the claim to have an election stolen all designed to do everything to steal it. Declaring it fraudulent in advance, trying to get the votes to not be counted as the evening wore on, knowing that they were going to be disproportionately Democrat votes, because of the positions he took on mail-in ballots. And all of it was fairly calculated. The whole circus of the clown cars, the crafted Four Seasons landscaping, right? And you got Rudy Giuliani with his hair dyeing, Sidney Powell, and all these enormously incompetent people lying as freely as they could breathe about election fraud. Right? And all these things are getting thrown out by Republican election officials, Republican judges. It wasn't for lack of trying that he didn't maintain his power. He really tried to steal the presidency. He just was not confident. And the people around him were not confident. So that's a good thing, and it's worth not letting it happen. But it's tough. One of the things that he didn't do everything that could have been done by someone who's confident. Right. The tools you have as president, you can do a lot of things. You can emergencies, which should be COVID, you can just have the election, you can create military conflict, but any kind of reason on the election. But he tried to do things after done those things to other people. He was doing people who said they would do it. They were for public. Right? I mean, you start, there are multiple books written about in the last hours of this presidency. And the details are shocking. What he's trying to do and the others do, and it's awful. Right? It's just awful to do that close to something. It's what truly unravels our political process. It's the only time in our lifetime these people embarrassing. It looks like a banana republic. And you're alone to the so it's not good. And so we shouldn't, like, there's no, the people who thought, no, we just need to shake things up. And this is a great way to shake things up. Having people, storm our capital, smear shit on walls. That's just more shaking things up. That's all just for the laws. So this is nihilism and cynicism. Again, certain people it's understandable. Frankly, it's not understandable if you've got $1 billion compound in Menlo Park or whatever, etc. There are people who are cheerleading and stuff who shouldn't be cheerleading and stuff. That they can get on their Gulfstream and fly to their compound in New Zealand. Right? So there's a cynicism going on that I think we should be deeply critical. And I'm trying to understand it's not an analyze. It's not the behavior of this particular the effect it had on the divisions of people. To me, the degree, the need, Sam Harris's baby, that's what represents
you're like the person I would look to bridge the division.
Well, I don't think there is something profitably to be said to someone who's truly captivated by the personality of the process. Right? There's nothing that I can say. It's a conversation right now. It's going to converge. No, I mean, I haven't got the hand if I've tried any people or in that particular orbit. Yeah, I've had conversations with people who won't admit that there's anything wrong. Anything.
So I'd like to push forward. When you operate in space of reason, yes. But I think there's a lot of power when you show, you somehow show here, you need to see the good qualities, right? Publicly showing them. I think that's the ultimate.
You have so few. You have fewer good qualities that you personally wish to make. So he's fun. I'll grant you that he's fun. He's a people. Everything.
There's others look at just policies and actual impacts.
I've admitted. No. So I've admitted that many of the policies are good. Many because probably more often than not, at least on balance, I agree with his policy to take China seriously as an adversary, right? And I think we have to find French a lot of this, but the way he talks about these things and his motives that are obvious or things that I don't support, but we take immigration. I think it's obvious that we should have control of our borders. Like, I don't see the argument for not having control of our borders. We should let in, we want to let in, and we should keep out, we want to keep out. We should have the same immigration policy. So I don't necessarily think there's a priority to build the wall, but I didn't ever criticize the impulse to build the wall because tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are coming across the border, and we know who's coming. That seems untenable. So, and I can recognize that many people in our society are, on balance, the victims of immigration. And there is, in many cases, zero sum contest between the interests of active citizens and the interests of immigrants, right? So, I think we should have control of our borders. We should have the same capacity immigration. We should let in refugees. Right? So I think Trump on refugees was terrible. But no, I would say 80% of the policy concerns people celebrated in peace are concerns that I would share entirely or certainly sympathize with. So that's not the issue. The issue is democracy. Well, the issue is largely what you said, and not so much the person, it's the effect on everything. He just has this superpower of deranging and destabilizing almost everything he touches, and compromising the integrity of it. Look at these people who serve in chief of staff, their cabinet positions. People have real reputations, for probity and competitiveness. Whether you share their politics or not, these are real people. These are not, some of them are good, but many people who just got totally trashed by proximity to him, and then trashed by him when finally part of the company. I mean, yeah, I think it's just people bent over backwards to accommodate his one violations. And it's back to them, it's back to our system. And but none of that discounts the fact that we have a system that really needs proper housekeeping. Yes, it's bad incentives and entrenched interests and of the concept of the deep state, but as we said, propaganda. But yes, there's something like that, that is not flexible enough to respond intelligently. So it's a lot of rethinking about things that we should do, but we need smart, well-informed, well-intentioned people to do that job. And the well-intentioned part is hugely important. Just give me someone who is not the most selfish person anyone has ever heard about in their lifetime, right? And what we got was Trump was really the one most selfish person I think anyone has. And there's so much known about this guy. That's the thing. It's like it predates his presidency. We knew this guy 30 years ago. And this is what I come back to this mandatory comments about that. The reason why I can say without that I don't care about is that there is, and then if any evidence of corruption that's been part of this. Now, there's been precious little of that is actually murder. So it's like there is no, as far as I can tell, there's not a big story associated with that laptop as much as people bang on about the emails. But even if there were just obvious corruption, like Joe Biden was at this meeting and he took, this amount of money from this shady guy for bad reasons. Given how visible the lives of these two men are, how much they know about Joe Biden, how much they know about Donald Trump, how they've lived in public for almost as long as I've known them. The scale of corruption can't possibly balance out between them. I mean, if you show me that Joe Biden has this secret money, that he's driving for God, he's living like Andrew Tate, he's doing all these things I didn't know. Okay, then I'm going to start getting a sense that maybe this guy is way more corrupt than I realize. Maybe there is some deal in Ukraine and China that is just that this guy's not who he seems, he's not a public servant he pretended to be, he's been on the tape for decades and decades, he's as dirty as can be, he's locked up, it's a nightmare, and he can't be trusted. Right? That's possible if you show me that his life is not going to go it seems, but on the assumption that having looked at this guy for literally decades, and knowing that every journalist has looked at him for decades, how many affairs does he have, and just how much, how many drugs is he doing, how many houses does he have, what are the obvious conflicts of interest? You hold that against what we know about Trump, and you literally indiscretion can put on Trump's side that is testifying to his personal corruption, is testifying to the fact because ethical companies, there's simply no comparison. And so that's why I don't care about what's on the laptop. Now, if you tell me Trump is no longer running for president, and if you put Trumpism behind it, and now you're saying, listen, there's a lot of stuff on that laptop that makes Joe Biden look like a total asshole. Okay, I'm all ears. It was a forced, in 2020, it was forced choice between a sitting president who wouldn't commit to his potential power and a guy who's obviously too old to be president, who has a crack addicted son who lost his laptop. And I just knew that I was going to take Biden in spite of whatever the horrors was going to come down.
You might get for the actual course, Hunter Biden literally could have the corpses of children in the basement. There's dark humor to it, right? Which is easy to appreciate. I would not have cared. There's nothing. Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden. Whatever the scope of justice is deeply pessimistic. There's corruption that Trump is involved in. It's like 5,000 cents. But only the case, if you're really focused on purpose, that it's possible to have corruption that masquerades in election with just civilians. You can spend hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions worth of work. For example, effectively you change your mind on in terms of the negative impact it has on the world. And that, the military industrial complex, everybody's right, everybody's very simple. Money, bad, it's the way the war is propagated. That's everyone's fault. There's no hope for this ever is it's very messy science. And meanwhle, hundreds of thousands died, hate, just struggling about hate is created, people lose their family members, all that kind of stuff. But there's no circles you can so
but it's not just superficial. It is when someone only wants wealth and power. That is their objective. They're like a robot that is calibrated just for this person. And they don't care about the risks we run on the front. They don't care about environmental risk, pandemic risk, nuclear proliferation risk, none of this, right? They're just tracking things and money and whatever can personally put down to their self-interest along those lines. And they're not informed about the other risk group. Trump did. We had a president who was repeatedly asking his generals, why couldn't we use our nuclear weapons? Why can't we have more of them? Why do I have fewer nuclear weapons than JFK? That is, so that was a sign of anything of progress. And this is the guy who's got them the ball, right? Somebody's following him around the bag, he's waiting to take his order to home. Right? That is it's a risk we should never run. One thing Trump has going for him, I think, is that he doesn't drink or do drugs, right? People alleged with his speech, but he's taking his word. He's not deranging himself with pharmaceuticals, but apart from diet stuff. But
nothing wrong. Just for the record, push back.
It's a very large number.
I occasionally
no medical examiners that the negative. And he can study what aspartame is.
I hope you're right. Everything you said about the military-industrial complex is true, and we've been worried about that on both sides of the aisle for a very long time. And that phrase came from Eisenhower. It's so much what ails us is the story of bad incentives. And bad incentives are so powerful that they corrupt even good people. Right? How much more do they corrupt bad people? Right? And so it's like, at minimum, you want reasonably good people, at least non-pathological people, in the system trying to navigate against the grain of bad incentives. And that are still, all of us can get together and try to diagnose those incentives and change them. And we will really succeed when we have a system of incentives where the good incentives are so strong that even bad people are effortlessly behaving as though they're good people because they're so successfully incentivized to behave. That's, so it's the inversion of our current situation. So yes, and you say I changed my mind about the war. Not quite. I mean, I was never a supporter of the war in Iraq. I was always worried that it was a distraction from Afghanistan. I was a supporter of Afghanistan. And I will admit, in hindsight, that looks like, at best, a highly ambiguous and painful exercise, more likely a fool's errand. But that did not turn out well. It wasn't for want of trying. I have not done a deep dive on all of the failures, and maybe all of these failures are failures in principle. Maybe it's just not the kind of thing that can be done well by anybody, whatever. But yeah, the move to Iraq always seemed questionable to me, and we knew the problem, the immediate problem that was in Afghanistan and then down to Pakistan. Anyway, So yes, my sense of the possibility of nation building, my sense of insofar as the neocon spirit of responsibility and idealism. America was the kind of nation that could be functioning as the world's top, but we struggled to get in there and untangle some of these knots by force rather often because we don't do it over there, we have to do it over here. Yeah, some of that is definitely. And there are obviously cultural reasons why it failed in Afghanistan. You can't change the culture. It's you're not going to force a change to come from the culture. That would certainly seem it's not going to happen. It took us over 20 years just do it.
As far as the case and realizing it was, it's not going to be a strong signal that safety not working. You just keep putting money on hand.
Well, also, there's times that it's working. So you have all the stories. Girls now going to school. Girls are getting battery acid from maniacs. And we come in there and we stop that. And those girls are getting educated. And that's all good. Our intentions are good. We're on the right side of history. This girl should be going to school. Malala Yousafzai should have the Nobel Prize, and she shouldn't be shot in the face by Thomas. We know what the right answers are. The question is, what do you do not in this particular case, religious maniacs who are willing to die and let their children die in defense of crazy ideas, of moral norms that belong in the 7th century. And it's a problem we couldn't solve. We couldn't solve it and we spent trillions of dollars.
This reminded me of the thing that you and Jack Lucy joke really had for once, the discussion about being knowledge. But does any of it bother you? That I mean, it has to do with sort of the bad outcomes theory. Does it bother you that there could be a collection of people that make decisions about good or bad or not, and that could be susceptible to bias or to ideological?
Yeah, I think it always will be. And the app is a perfect AI.
Because of the AI as well.
Yeah.
There's some censorship on the internet.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting question.
I don't think Twitter is important to people think of it. And I used to think it was more important when I was on it, and now that I'm off it, I think it's I mean, first let me say it's just an unambiguously good thing in my experience to be sure. It's like it is just, even the good parts of Twitter that I miss were bad to the end. The degree to which it fragmented my attention, the degree to which my life was getting doled out to me in periods between those moments where I took Twitter. I was not a crazy Twitter addict. I was probably a pretty normal user. I was not someone who's tweeting multiple times a day or even every day. I think it probably averaged something like one tweet a day. But in reality, it's like 4 tweets one day and I would tweet for the first week. But I was looking a lot because it was my newsfeed. I was just following 200 very smart people and I just wanted to see what they were paying attention to. I would recommend articles and read those articles. And I would read an article and I would that signal boost on the tweets. And so all that seemed good. And that's all separable from all of the odious bullshit that came back at me in response to this kind of article. But even the good stuff has a downside. And it comes at just this point that your phone is this perpetual stimulus of which is intrinsically fragmented. And now my phone is much less of a presence. Not that I don't check Slack or check email. I use it to work, But my sense of just what the world is, my sense of my place in it, my sense of where I exist as a person, has changed a lot by deleting the book. And I had to read it, and it's just, and the things that I think, I mean, we all know this phenomenon. You say if someone who is too much online, right? What does it mean to be too much? And where do you draw that boundary? So how do you know that consequences going on? Well, and sometimes just being on social media at all is to be fun. And given what it does to, given the kinds of information it signal boosts, and given the impulse it's kindled in each of us to reach out to our audience in specific moments and in specific ways. It's like there are lots of moments now where I have an opinion about something, but there's nothing for me to do with that opinion, right? Like there's no Twitter. Right? So like there are lots of things that I really tweeted in the last months that are not the kind of thing I'm going to do a podcast. I'm not going to roll out 10 minutes on that podcast. I'm not going to take the time to really think about it. But had I been on Twitter, I would have reacted to this thing when this thing somebody did. Right?
What do you do with that stuff now?
Just like, oh,
Like chocolate ice cream is the most delicious thing.
yeah, it's usually not that sort of thing, but it's just. But then you look at the kinds of processes people create for themselves. You look at the life-deranging and reputation-destroying things that people do, and I look at the things that it's now the things that happen to me, things that have just spent my life around professionally over the past decade. So much of it is great. I mean, honestly, in my case, it's almost 100%. The controversies I would get into, the things I would think I would respond to, if I release a podcast on something, I would see some blowback on Twitter. It would give me the sense that there was some signal that I really had to respond to. Now that I'm on Twitter, I recognize it moves a lot because it was not something I had to do. But yet I would then do a cycle of content, responding to that thing, taking my foot out of my mouth, and taking someone else's foot out of my mouth, and so it became this self-perpetuating cycle, which it's, if you're having fun, great. It's generative of useful information and engagement, professionally and psychologically, right? But and if there was some of that, I connected with because I just one was DM the other on Twitter. I was trying to see how otherwise, but it was largely just a machine for manufacturing necessary concepts.
Do you think it's possible to do it? So now that you're to the sense thing, is it possible for somebody like you to use it in a way that doesn't lead to this? So anytime you're saying just do that. I'm not trying to use it.
Yeah, but it's not the way I want it to be. It's not the way it promises itself as I want it to be. I wanted to actually use it. I wanted to hear from the person because, again, it's like being in Afghanistan. Right? There are these potted cases where it's obviously good. Right? Like in Afghanistan, the girl who's getting an education, that is just here. That's why we're here. That's obviously good. I've had those moments on Twitter where it's like hearing from a smart person who's detected errors and made my podcast or a book, or they just got some great idea about something that I said. I would never heard from this person in any other form. And now I'm actually in dialogue. Fantastic. The problem is I actually talk about it. It's like getting lured back into that. The same insanity preserving rate of using it is just as a marketing channel. You just put your stuff out there and you don't look at what's coming back. And that's, I'm on other social media platforms that I don't even touch. I mean, my team posts stuff on Facebook and Instagram. I never even see these.
So you don't think it's possible to see something along whether you think or not?
No, that's definitely possible. But the question is, and I did that with vast stretches of time, right? But then the promise of the platform is to provide a lot of feedback. So why am I, if I know, for whatever reason, I'm going to see 99 to 1 awful feedback, bad faith feedback, malicious feedback. Some of it's probably even bots that I'm not even aware of who's a person who's a bot. Right? So I'm just going to stare into this funhouse mirror of acrimony and dishonesty. That is going to be the reason why I got off is not because I couldn't recalibrate and find equanimity again with all the nastiness that's been happening, and not that I couldn't ignore it for that rest of the time. But I could see that it kept coming back to it, hoping that it would be something that I could use, like a real tool for communication. And I was noticing that it was insidiously changing the way I felt about people. Both people I know and people I don't. People I'm mutual friends of ours were behaving in certain ways on Twitter, which seemed insane to me. And then that's a signal I felt like I had to take into account. So I've seen people at their worst, both friends and strangers. And I felt that it was, as much as I could sort of try to recalibrate for it, I felt that I was losing touch with what was real information, because people are performing, people are faking, people are not with themselves. You see people at their worst. And so I felt like, all right, what's being advertised to me here on a not just a daily basis, on an hourly basis, increment sometimes of multiple times an hour. And I probably check Twitter at minimum 10 times a day, and maybe I was checking it 100 times a day on Sundays, where things were really active and I was really engaged. What was being delivered into my brain was suddenly false information about how dishonest and generally unethical totally normal people can be. It is a funhouse mirror. I was seeing the most grotesque versions of people who I know. Who I know I could sit down to dinner with, and they would never behave this way. And yet they were coming to me on Twitter, and it's essentially turning ordinary people into sociopaths. Like people are just their analogies and it's space. It's like one analogy is road rage. People behave in the confines of power. They never would if they didn't have this mental box around it. All that becomes quite hilarious and obviously dysfunctional when you're actually at the top of the light next to the person who just took off. And they realize they didn't understand the person coming out of that car next to them. The cauliflower ear is someone who they never would have, roll their eyes at because they would have taken notice of this person and realized this is the last person who wants to fight with.
It's what heartbreaking things to see people who I know, who I admire, who I know are friends, everything from snarky to mean, direct to each other. It doesn't make any sense. It's the only place where I see people I really admire who have a calm head across most things to really be shitty for everything. It's probably the only place. And I just choose people to believe that that's not really them, it's something that's existing. Like, if you go paintball, if you go to the yeah, you want to shoot your cards, you kind of accept that that's kind of what you're doing in this game that you're playing, but it's sometimes hard to remind yourself.
Well, yeah, and I think I was guilty of that, definitely. I don't think there's nothing I don't think I ever did anything really feel bad about it. But yeah, it was always pushing me to the edge of snideness somehow, and it's just not healthy. It's not. so the reason why I deleted my Twitter account and that it was obviously making me a worse person. And so, is there some way to be on there where it's not making me a worse person? I'm sure there is, but it's given the nature of the platform and given what was coming back at me on it, the way to do that is just to basically use it as a one-way channel of communication. Just market. Like here's what I'm paying attention to. Looking at it.
I put out all the questions on Twitter. Well, actually, that's a problem in a lot of. I mean, they're like, even if they're critical, they're like being thoughtful, which is nice.
We used it that way too.
But then there's also touch ball 69 word questions. Ask what.
This is part of it. But one way to solve it is you've got to get rid of it.
Let me ask you a question. Ask Sam why he sucks.
One reason why I suck was what it's all about that. Touch ball 69.
Yeah.
Touch ball 69 is happy that I suck a little bit less now on Twitter. I mean, if I don't have to hear from touch ball, it's not right.
So if I can't to see that, it probably can't have a negative impact. Just even evaluation, just to see that there is. But for me, the negative effect is slightly losing faith in underlying comments you get. Yeah, but you can also just easily have it. So it's fun to lose comment. Just the shit show on Twitter is okay, but it does hurt the infection.
Like I don't read too much into that kind of comment. So it's just that's the I understand the fun the person is having on the other side, but I don't behave that way, but I do, and for only the right person to be 16 years old, right? So it's like,
Okay, they also know all the time.
well, yeah, I'm pretty sure John would just print that, under his own name,
But, okay, so do you think, so speaking of which, now that you're, I think you're on Twitter, is there something that you could do to make this platform better? Because Twitter, social media in general, like because of the aggressive nature of innovation that he's pushing, is there any way to make Twitter less of a place for
maybe. I don't know. I think I'm agnostic as to whether or not he or anyone could make a social media platform. So
you're just observing yourself week by week, seeing the effect has on your mind, and then how much you actually learn and work with the person.
yeah, and I also think the negative thing about it is it's obvious. I mean, it's not going to admit it, so I think it's obviously negative for Elon. So this was not. And that was one of the things that I was looking into the Funhouse mirror. I was also seeing that the Funhouse mirror on his side of Twitter, and it's just exactly. When I was asking myself, why is he spending his time this way? I then reflected on why was I spending my time this way? Lesser risk, and lesser scale, and at lesser risk. So, and it was just so. It's not just Twitter, and it's part of the internet phenomenon. Like the whole devices mass that you explore. That was based on I was on somebody's podcast. That was based on a clip taken from that podcast, which was highly misleading as to the general shape of my remarks on that podcast. Even I had to then do my own podcast, untangling all of that, and admitting that even in the full context, I'm not speaking especially well. I didn't say exactly what I thought in a way that would be recognizable to anyone, even someone who's not functioning by a spirit of charity. But the clip was quite distinct in the podcast itself. The reality is that we're living in an environment where people are so lazy and their attention is so fragmented that they don't have time for clips. 99% of people will see a clip and will assume there's no relevant context on any conversation that happened. And obviously the people who make those clips know that, and they're doing it quite maliciously. And in this case, the person who made that clip was quite maliciously trying to engineer some reputational immolation to make. And being signal boosted by Elon and other prominent people who can't take the time to watch anything other than the clips, even when it's their friends, or someone ostensibly their friend. It's a total failure, understandable failure of ethics. If everyone is so short on time and they're so fucking lazy that and we have these contexts which we react so quickly. Like Twitter is inviting an instantaneous reaction to this clip. That it's just tempting to just say something and not know what you're even talking about. Most of the people who saw that clip don't understand what I actually think about any of these issues. And the irony is, people are going to find clips from this conversation that are just as misleading, and they're going to export those, and people will be talking on it. And we're all living and dying by clips, and it's dysfunctional.
So I think it's possible to create a platform. I think we will keep living complex. I saw that just when we have a sense of humor, we just went to a dark place and just humor. So I didn't even bother, and I knew it works. People use it for priorities, but that giving a person benefit of the doubt, the thing is right. It's really like interpreting it in the context of another passage.
Truth is, you even need, like, I even give Trump the benefit of the doubt when I see a clip of Trump. Because there are famous clips of Trump that are very misleading to what he's saying in context. And I've been honest with it. The whole good people on both sides scandal around the Trump and his points out the Trump stuff. But the clip that got exported and got promoted by everyone left from Biden on down, New York Times, CNN, there's nobody that I'm aware of who has honestly apologized for what they did with that clip. He did not say what we seem to be saying about the Nazis are drugs, right? And I've always been very clear about that. So it's just, I even people who I think should be marginalized, people who should be defenestrated because they really are terrible people who are doing dangerous things for bad reasons. I think we should be honest about what it actually meant in context. And this goes to anyone else who might talk about it. It was more where the case is much more confusing. But yeah, so everyone's it's just so pretty. And I'm sure we can get to AI, but the prospect is to manufacture clips with AI and deep fakes, and that where it's going to be hard for most people, most of the time, to figure out if it's really in the presence of something real. Forget about being forced from context. There was no context. And that is if that's an issue, this information conflicts, it's really right on the cusp of. It's terrifying.
Well, it could be just a new word or as one of the or humor is the industry we have in those days. And in the end, Trump's approach to social media is around after nothing is true and things are
We can't live that. People function on the basis of what they assume is true. Right? Things in that kind of function. Well, to do anything, it's like, you have to know what you think is going to happen. Or you have to at least have a probabilistic weighting over the future. Otherwise, you're going to be propensity. You're not going to, people want certain things to happen at a rate to get those desired gratified. And they don't want to die, they don't want to die. You tell them that there's a comet through Twitter, and get outside, look up, right? They're going to do it, and if it turns out it's misinformation, you know, it's going to matter because it comes down to like, what medicines do you give your children? Right? But we're going to be manufacturing fake journal articles. This is great. I'm sure someone's using ChatGPT for this as we speak. And if it's not credible, if it's not persuasive now to most people, honestly, I don't think we're going to. It'll be amazing if it's a year. We can actually create journal articles that would take CHP people to a complete people who are celebrating this. I mean, cataclysm, but there are people who don't have anything to lose who are celebrating, or just so confused they just don't know what to say. And then there are the people who are few people who can count on a few hands who manage to insulate themselves with magic of information that the downside are not. You know, they can get huge race around.
The shaking up is always true. So no kid ever turns to think is there such thing as expertise, an expert in something?
I think it's important to acknowledge it front because there's something paradoxical about how we relate to authority, especially in science. And I don't think it's paradoxical in a way. It doesn't have to be confusing. It's just, and it's not really a paradox. It's just like there are different moments in time. So it is true to say that within science or within rationality in general, whenever you're having a fact-based discussion about anything, it is true to say that the truth or falsity of a statement does not even slightly depend on the credentials of the person making the statement. Right? So it doesn't matter if you're a Nobel laureate, you can be wrong. But the last sentence you say could be true or false. And it's also possible for someone who's deeply uninformed to be right about something, or to be right for the wrong reason, or someone just gets lucky, or someone, and there are middling cases where you have like a backyard astronomer who's got no credentials, but he just loves astronomy and he's got a telescope and he spends a lot of time in the night sky, and he discovers a comet that no one else has seen, not even the professional expert astronomers. And I don't think that happens less and less now, but some version of that keeps happening. Right? And they always keep happening in every area. So it's true that truth is orthogonal to the reputation that you have, not hate to the but it is also true that most of the time, real experts are much more reliable than frauds or people who are not experts. Right? And expertise really is a thing. And when you're flying an airplane in a storm, you don't want just randos coming to the cockpit saying, I've got a new idea about how to tweak these controls, right? You want someone who's a trained pilot, and that training gave them something. It gave them a set of competencies and intuitions, and they know what all those dials and switches do, right? And I don't, right? I shouldn't be flying that plane. So when things really matter, putting this at 30,000 feet in a storm sharpens this up. We want real experts to be in charge. And we were at 30,000 feet a lot of the time on a lot of issues. Right? Public health issues, whether it's a geopolitical emergency like Ukraine, whether it's climate change, just pick your topic. There are real problems, and the clock is right off the ticking, and solutions are not on. And so expertise is a thing, deferring to experts much of the time makes a lot of sense. It's at minimum, it prevents spectacular errors of confidence and just foolhardiness. But even in the case of something like when you're talking to someone, people like ourselves, like well-educated, we're not the worst possible candidates for the Dunning-Kruger effect. And we're going into a new area where we're not experts. We're fairly alert to the possibility that it's not as simple as it seems first. We don't know how our tools translate to the area. And be fairly circumspect. But we're also, because we're well-educated, we're pretty quick studies. We can learn a lot of things pretty fast, and we can begin to play a language game that sounds fairly excellent. And in that case, the invitation to do your own research, right, is when sometimes you're good, I view as an invitation to waste your time, right? Even when times are good. Now, for this time, not all that good, right? We have the ongoing public display of failures of expertise. We have experts who are obviously corrupted by that incentive. We've got experts who perversely wanted they were wrong when they in fact demonstrated to be wrong. We've got institutions that are captured by political ideology that's not truth tracking. So both encroachment into every place, whether it's universities or science or governments. Just, that has been taken. So there's a lot going on where experts and the very concept of expertise are seen to discredit itself. But the reality is that there's a massive difference. Anything matters. Anything they know about anything. There's a massive difference in most of it. Between someone who's really done the work to understand that thing, someone else. And if I get sick, or someone tells me to get sick, I have a PhD in neuroscience, right? So I can read a medical journal and understand a lot of it, right? And I'm fairly conversant in medical terminology. And I understand this method, and I do it to the difference because because in neuroscience, I have hours and hours in journal diagnosing, analyzing the difference between good and bad studies. I'm alert to the difference between good and bad studies in medical. I understand that bad studies can get published. Experiments can be poorly designed. I'm alert to all those things. When I get sick, when supposed to get sick, I don't pretend to be a doctor. I don't think those things. I don't go down the rabbit hole on Google for days at a stretch trying to be a doctor. Much less a specialist in the domain of trauma that has been visited by me. So as soon as those things get cancer, I don't pretend to be an oncologist. I don't go out and start reading journals of oncology and try to really get up to speed as an oncologist. One is a bad, and very highly misleading use of my time. That if I decide if I had a lot of runway, I decide, okay, it's really important to know everything. I know someone's going to get cancer. Then I go back to school and become an oncologist. But what I want to do is I want to know everything I can know about cancer. So I'm going to take the next 4 years, spend most of my time on cancer. Okay, I could do that. I still think that's a waste of my time. I still think at the end of those 4 years, I'm not going to be the best person to form intuitions about what to do in face the next cancer. I'm still going to want a better oncologist to tell me what he or she would stay in my school. I'm going to, I'm not advocating a blind trust in therapy. It cancer. If you're talking to one oncologist and I recommend some sort of treatment, but please get a second, get a third opinion. But it matters that those opinions are coming from real experts, not from, you know, Robert Kennedy Jr., who's telling you that, you got to use vaccine. It's just, you're swinging in a series that people who are moving the opinions of millions of others who should not have an opinion on these topics. There is no scenario in which you should be getting your opinion about vaccine safety or climate change or the war in Ukraine or anything else that you might want to talk about from hand to thumb. Right? It's just like she's not a relevant expert on either topic. And what's more, she was taking care of. And she's living in a culture that is amplifies that, not carrying into a business model, an effective business model. And so and that is something very Trumpian about it. That's the problem. The problem is the culture, it's not these specific individuals. So the paradox here is that expertise is a real thing, and we defer to it a lot as a labor-saving device, just based on the reality that it's very hard to get specialization. So people who specialize in very narrow topics, they know more about that topic than the next guy, no matter how small that guy or gal is. And that's those differences. But it's also true that when you're talking about facts, sometimes the best experts are wrong. Scientific consistency. You get a change. If one person who's an outlier for whatever reason decides, hey, I'm going to prove this point, and they prove it. Right? So somebody like a doctor who believed that stomach ulcers was not due to stress, due to H. pylori. So he just drank a vial of H. pylori bacteria, proved that people got an ulcer, convinced the field that minimum H. pylori was involved in the process. Yes, that doesn't disprove the reality that it doesn't disprove the utility of the climate especially when you're in this particular context. You only have one chance to land this plane. Right? You want the real pilot.
Just a few things to say. So, one, to cancel research, there's several things that are different. One, doing research on our devices, which is to use internet information testing. It's used a lot of different methodologies to keep blog posts that describe to you exactly all the different information. And you can read a lot of those blog posts that you can flip through and you can take that information in a short amount of time and start to make good faith interpretations. For example, I don't know what state you do. If you suffer from depression, for example, then you could go through an expert doctor to prescribe this medication. But you could also challenge those ideas and see what is different medication, different side effects, different solutions to depression, all that kind of stuff. And I think depression is a really different problem. It's very there's a lot of variability of depression. So being introspective about the type of depression, different types of solutions, just doing your own research is the first step before it goes to the doctor or else you have to be very beneficial in that case. That's depression. It's something that we study. But when you have that, it's affecting everything. It's the air quality is out 45 levels. Numerous and everybody, every expert in the world is doing your own research, if you exceptionally ask questions. And then there's a difference between an expert biologist and it's actually a good question. Who is exactly the expert in the subject? There's the actual experts doing the research and publishing stuff. And then there's the communicators. The question is if the communicators are to a degree of doing your own research is actually the more effective way to keep our analysis solution. Because you're not competing with experts, you're competing with communicators at the WHOs, the politicians, or political type of science people, like Fauci. There's a question of the effectiveness of doing the research, your own research as a context. And competing forces there, something question is you can become quite popular for being contrary. Saying everybody's lying to you, everybody's lying to you. Those are the parties who I think doing those research about that hypothesis could be quite effective.
So I'm not saying you shouldn't do any research. I'm not saying you shouldn't be informed. I'm not saying you shouldn't read articles on different topics. Yes. Like cancer, so supposed to be a cancer. I probably would read more about cancer than I've read thus far. I've read some. So I'm not making a virtue of ignorance, blind obedience to order. I recognize that authorities can discredit themselves or they can be wrong. They can be wrong even when they can no discredit, because there's a lot we don't understand about nature of the world. But still, this vast gulf between truly informed opinion and bullshit exists. It always exists. And conspiracy thinking is rather wrong. Most of the time, species of bullshit, but it's not always wrong. But there are real conspiracies. There really are just awful corruptions. You put going down into our scientific processes within institutions, and again, a lot of this is capacity. What political ideology did to scientific communication during the pandemic was awful and really corrosive of public trust, especially on the right. For understandable reasons. It's just crazy. Some people say it still is. And these cases are all different. You take depression. We just don't know enough about depression. You need to be exact confidence on anything. And there are many different modalities in which to interact with solve this. So whatever promise they have, certain reasons to be concerned that they don't work well for everybody, and it's obvious they don't work well for everybody. They do for some people. But again, depression is a multi-factorial problem, and there are different levels of which to influence it. Things like meditation, things like life changes, and so one person thinks like depression is that when you're depressed, all of the things that you need to do are precisely things you don't want to do. You have the energy to socialize, you get things done, you exercise, and all of the things, if you've got those up and running, they do make you feel better. But the reality is, there are clinical level depressions that are so bad that it's just, we just don't have good tools. It's not enough to tell you, there's no life change or something. And there's grace that is going to be an obvious remedy. The pandemics are obviously a complicated problem, but we consider it much simpler than depression in terms of what's on the menu to be chosen. There's choices just less logic by which we make. You have a virus, you have a new virus, some version of that. You know, it's really transmissible. We're still catching up. We're catching up to everything. The aspect. We don't know how it's going. We don't know how effective the masks are. At a certain point, we know the respiratory. But yeah, whether it's spread by termites, all the confused about a lot of things. And we're still confused. It's been a moving target this whole time. It's been changing this way. Our responses to it have been, we ramped up the vaccines as quickly as could, but too quick for some, not quick enough for others. We could have done human challenge trials and got them out more quickly with better data. I think that's something we should probably look at in the future. Because, my eye, that would make sense. But and so much of my concern about COVID, many people are confused about my concern about COVID. For much of the time, not been narrowly focused on COVID itself and the dangerous perceived COVID being as illness. It has been for the longest time even more concerned about our ability to respond to a truly scary pathogen next outside those initial months, give me the first 6 months to be quite worried about COVID and the impact on society. But severe studies for that later. But beyond that initial period, when we had a sense of what we were dealing with, and we had every hope that the vaccines are going to work, and we were getting our vaccines in short order. Beyond that, and we knew just how dangerous the illness was and how dangerous it wasn't. For years now, I've just been worried about this as a failed dress reversal for something else works. I think we prove to ourselves at this moment with this we have built informational tools that we do not know how to use, and we've made ourselves, we basically rolled all of human society into a psychological experiment that is deranging us and making it virtually impossible to solve coordination problems that we absolutely have to solve next time.
You understand physics should the way we didn't seek out the distrust institutions, institutional science like we actually look at how we're going to deal with this process. It seems like and what's the case?
So much blame to go around, but so much of it is not a matter of bad people aspiring to do bad things. It's a matter of incompetence and disorganized incentives and just ordinary, plain vanilla dysfunction.
My problem is that people like you, people like Brett Weinstein, people like that I look to for reasonable, difficult conversations with different topics, have a really good lost their mind to get an emotional stuff on any style which perhaps not as in-depth actual ideas, but they're like, do something of that nature, not about you, which is, it feels like the pandemic made people feel more emotional than before. And then Kimberly Moss responded, I think something like that. I think it was the comment of Trump to the pandemic. Trump triggered the far left to be way more active. They did that without him. And then the pandemic handed straight government and now he's big lefty who's huge about I want to punch.
I agree with some of that. I'm not sure how much you read into the United States concept, but
so yet, like, basically, people on the farm really activated, and then gave control. I don't know if you say Indiana State, but just control the government. That when executed poorly has created complete distrust.
My fear is that it wasn't going to be that complete distrust anyway, given the nature of this, given the level of conspiracy thinking, given the gaming of these tools by an anti-vax cult. And there really is an anti-vax cult that just ramped up its energy during this one.
But
it's not to say that every concern about vaccines is species. more disinformation, more this cult. But there is a cult. There's just, or Trumpism is a cult. QAnon is a cult. And there's a lot of lying, and there's a lot of confusion. There are, it's almost impossible to exaggerate how confused some people are, and how fully their lives are organized around institutions. The people who think that the world's being run by pedophile cannibals, and Tom Hanks and Oprah Winfrey and Michelle Obama are among those cannibals. Adjacent to the pure crazy, there's the semi-crazy. Adjacent to the semi-crazy, there's the drifting, opportunist asshole. And these layers of bad faith are hard to fully diagnose. But the problem is, all of this is getting signaled by an outrage machine that is preferentially spreading misinformation. It has a business model that is guaranteed that it's preferentially sharing misinformation.
That actually just a small question. How do you defend yourself against it? It's difficult. If it was the case, I would say, because I don't think you can use reasons. I think you have to use them.
Part of it, I find it very difficult to believe that you believe this, and I think that I'm sure there's some number of people who are just pretending to believe these things because it's just, it's just sort of like the 4chanification of everything. It's just a bit of both. None of this is what it seems. You're not signaling the lines for white supremacy or neo-Nazism, but they're not doing it. I really just don't fucking care. It's just cynicism overflowing its pain. Right? It's just fun to wind up from normies. Like, look at all the normies who don't understand that a green fraud is just a green fraud. Speaking language is just a green fraud. It's just dumbing up everything's causing damage for bullshit. Right? I get that that's fun if you're a teenager and you just want to vandalize our news sphere. But at a certain point, you have to recognize that real questions of human welfare are in play. Right? It's just like they're really serious. There are wars getting fought or not fought. There's a pandemic. There's medicine to take or not take. But when you come back to this issue of COVID, I don't think I got so about. I think people are quite confused about what I'm concerned about. There was a period where I was crazy because anyone who was taken seriously was crazy and didn't feel so much. It's like, yes, it was wiping down packages with alcohol wipes because people thought it was permissible. Right? So when you realize that was no longer the case, I stopped doing it. But so there was, again, it was a moving target. A lot of things we did in hindsight, masking, school closures, fairly dysfunctional.
But I think the criticism that people would say about your talk about that maybe correct, but you were skeptical, or you were against skepticism of the safety net. So people who get nervous that the vaccine, the don't fall into the usual anti-vax camp, which I think those are significant enough number. They're getting nervous. Especially after the real death. I too was nervous about anything where a lot of money can be made. And you start, and you just see how the people who are greedy can surface on this. And a lot of them that run institutions actually really good people. It's hard to know how those two combine together where there's concentrated trillions of dollars per day. So that's skepticism. And I guess the sense was that you weren't.
I understand what you're saying. I'll tell you, think about it. One, again, it was a moving target. There was a point in the timeline where it was totally rational to expect that the vaccines were both working, but both they were reasonably safe given what we were seeing with COVID, is that was a forced choice. You're eventually going to get COVID, and the question is to be vaccinated. There was a period where that forced choice was just obviously reasonable to get vaccinated, especially because there was every reason to expect that while it wasn't a perfectly sterilizing vaccine, it was going to knock down transmission a lot, and that mattered. So it wasn't just a personal choice. You were actually being a good citizen when you decided to run whatever risk you were going to run to get vaccinated, because there are people in our society who actually can't get vaccinated. I know people can't take any vaccine. They're so allergic to they, in their own person, seem to justify all of the fears of the anti-vaccine. So they're the kind of person who Robert Kennedy Jr. could point to and say, "See, vaccines fucking kill you," because of the experience of it. And worse still, I know people have kids who get that experience. So we should all feel the civic responsibility to be vaccinated against egregiously awful and transmissible diseases for which we have relatively safe vaccines to keep those sorts of people safe.
There was a period of time when there was health vaccines.
Yes, and so again, all of this has begun to shift. I don't think it's just shifted as much as Brett Weinstein thinks it's shifted, but yes, there are safety concerns around vaccines, especially for young men. As far as I know, that's the purview of the actual heightened concern. But also, there's now a lot of natural people out there. Basically, everyone who's going to get vaccinated is not vaccinated. The virus has evolved to the point in this context where it seems less dangerous. I don't go more on the symptoms than on research that I've done at this point, but I'm certainly less worried about getting COVID. I've had it once, been vaccinated. So if you ask me now, how do I feel about getting the next booster? I don't know that I'm going to get the next booster. I was somebody who was waiting in line 4 in the morning, hoping to get the overflow vaccine. And that was at that point, given what we do, or given what I thought I knew, based on the best sources I could consult, based on anecdotes that were too different to ignore, both data and personal experience, it was totally rational for me to want to get that vaccine as soon as I could. And now I think it's totally rational for me to do a different kind of cost-benefit analysis and wonder, listen, do I really need to get a booster? How many of these boosters am I going to get? Really? And how safe is the mRNA vaccine for and do I need to be worried about myocarditis? All that is completely rational. My concern is that every time along the way, I was the wrong person. Brett Weinstein was the wrong person. So many other people I could ask just they have strong opinions about any issues.
I just disagree with that. Yes, in theory, I do that, but I feel like I failed at community. Not as good as they did. And I just feel like you, Brett Weinstein, actually have the tools to reach that. Given the engine out of your brain, thinking multiple times deeply about how to face the world. And you actually have the tools to retrieve your picture. If I'm an asshole,
I think there would be deference to experts and pseudo experts behind all of that.
with the people who's down shoulders and giants, surface shoulders,
If I do disagree about I saw in this podcast when he brought on these experts who had anyway have the right credentials, but for a variety of reasons, they didn't pass the smell test for PhD. One larger problem that goes back to how we rely on authority in science is that you can always find a PhD or an MD to champion any practical idea. It is amazing, but you could find PhDs and MDs who would sit up there in front of Congress and say that they thought smoking would not be addictive. So it's not harmful. There's no direct link to smoking or not. You can always find those people. And you can, and some of the people Brett found, the people that obviously tell to like people. And so some of the same people on Rose's podcast, right? And um, and it's hard because if a person does have the right credentials and they're not saying something horribly mistaken, and we're talking about something where it's genuine or not. How much do you know about saying things right? At that point, not a whole hell of a lot. We have no long-term data in our conventions. But to confidently say that millions of people have died of depression, and to confidently say that ivermectin is a panacea, right? Ivermectin is a panacea. But there was no good reason to say either of those things about that. And so, given that that's what Brett was, I felt like there was just no debate. We're both the wrong people to get into the weeds. We're both going to defer to our chosen experts. His experts look like platforms to me, and at least the ones who are most influence on those most edgiest points.
And your experts, it's a classic story. I forgot the
But it's like a climate company. It's NARS for science, but the claim that 97% of climate scientists believe that human caused climate change is a thing. Right? So you go with the 97% most of the time, or you go with the 3% most of the time. It's obvious you go with the 97% most of the time. Anything that matters. It's not to say that 3% is always wrong. Again, if there are things get overturned, yes, as you said, I've spent much more time worrying about this on the podcast than I've been worried about COVID. Our institutions have lost trust for a good reason. And it's an open question whether we can actually get things done with this level of transparency and pseudo-transparency given our information ecosystem. Like, can we fight a war? Really fight a war? The next fight, the next Nazis. Can we fight that war when everyone with an iPhone is showing just how awful it is that little girls get blown up when we drop our bombs, right? Like, could we as a society do what we might have to do to actually get necessary things done when we're living in this panopticon, just everyone's a journalist, everyone's a scientist, everyone's an expert, everyone's got direct contact with the facts or semblance of facts. I don't know.
I think yes, which is a really structural point. There's certain signals to study, the ability to stay on that side, and yet empathy, essentially. So that's the fight, that's the mechanism by which you resist the dogmatism of these binary features. If you become a trusted person, people will listen to you as the aggregators the virologists I still to this day don't really know what this is. What am I supposed to think about the safety of that vaccine today? Yesterday, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to think about testing? What are we supposed to think about the fact that it's a lockdown? What is the way to use it as how and continue all the other conspiracy things, all the speculations about this, and actually aggregating together so this is actually true. And also some of that has to do with humility. It's kind of smooth. You can't believe it for sure. Just like with depression, you can't believe it. Where is it? I'm not seeing this.
Well, the jury is still out in some of it. And again, it's moving apart. Some of the dynamic where, like lockdown, you can theory lockdown lockdown wouldn't work if we don't do it. But we can't really do it. And there's a lot of people who won't do it because they're convinced that it's totalitarian too. Finally on the neck of the good people who always have their interests produced by the elites. Right? So, like, this is, if you have enough people who think the lockdown, for any reason, any conceivable illness, right, it's just code for the new world order coming to fuck you over, take your guns, right? Okay, you have a society that is now immune to reason. Because there's absolutely certain pathogens that we should lock down for next time, right? And it was completely rational at the beginning of this thing to lock down, given to attempt to lock down. We never really locked down. To attempt some semblance of lockdown just to bend the curve, spare our healthcare system, given what we were seeing happening in nature. So that moment was not hard to navigate, at least to me. Obvious at the time, in retrospect, my views on that haven't changed, except for the fact that I recognize maybe it's just impossible, given the nature of people's response to that kind of demand. We live in a society that's just not that way. Less different. Right, so that's the point I made. It's always just clicked out from some other podcast where someone's trying to make it look like I want to see children die, but there's pity more children that didn't die from COVID. Right? This is essentially the same person. And that's the other thing that so was like that person, this psychopath, or effective psychopath, is just creating these clips of me on podcasts. The second clip of me seeming to say that I wish for children died. It was so clear in context what I was saying that even the clip betrayed the context, so it didn't actually work. This psycho, again, I don't know whether he actually is a psychopath or he's behaving like one on Twitter. This is somebody who bred signal boosting as a very reliable source of information. Like, he kept retweeting this guy, me against me, right? And this guy, at one glance, I knew how unreliable this guy is. But I think I'm not at all sad. One thing I think I did wrong, one thing that I do regret, one thing I have not sorted out for myself, is how to navigate the professional and personal pressure that gets applied at this moment, where you have a friend or an acquaintance or someone you know who's behaving badly, or behaving badly, behaving in a way you didn't think is bad. And they have a public platform where they're imposing on people, and you have your own public platform where you're constantly getting asked to comment on what this friend or acquaintance or couple is doing. I haven't known what I think is absolutely right about the choices that have been forced on us. So like I criticized you and others about working with your comment. Now in this case, in that case, I reached out to you private first with exactly what I thought. And then when I was going to get asked in public, and when I was touching the topics on my podcast, no one said the same thing. I said, and that was how I navigated that. I did the same thing with Leon this time, at the beginning. We have maintained a good vibe, which is not really good, but
I don't think so. I disagree with you. Good vibes is no matter. There's a deep core of vibes system trust between you and Elon, and I don't think probably between some of the other folks you mentioned.
I think with Brett, I failed to reach out in private to the degree that I should have, and we never really had it. We tried to set up a conversation in private, this never happened, but there was some communication, but it would have been much better for me to make more of an effort in private than I did before it spilled out. And I would say that's true.
What kind of interaction with private do you think should be? Because my case would be beforehand. The case I would like to move part of the criticism to some my way. So actually, let's go in that direction. I think I disagree with your criticism of state Republicans. The thing you criticized before is actually what I criticize. You said, let's get a spoken economy in such a way as to produce a useful document. He didn't do that because he has a fairly naive philosophy about the problem.
Let's see, you think that's wrong.
That's basically what it's because he seemed to think that he just got through the minefield at the end of the conversation. The two of them still were feeling good about one another and they can cut it out. That would be by definition success. So let me make the case for this power of love philosophy. Okay? First of all, I love this man, he is still inspiration of the deeply kind. Okay. But to me, in the case of Kanye, it's not only the gift in conversation of others, it's that the display that you're willing to do that is power. So even if it doesn't end in hugging, it actually turning the other cheek, the act of turning the other cheek itself communicates both to Kanye and Radio and to the rest of the world that you should have empathy and compassion for yourself. There is power to it. Maybe that is naive, but I believe in the power of that. It's not that I'm trying to convince Kanye that some of his ideas are wrong. So I'm trying to illustrate that just the act of physically truly trying to touch them as really big. That is opens people's minds to actually questioning our beliefs. It takes them out of the darkness. De-escalates the kind of darkness. So in that sense, I would say the power of love is the philosophy you might apply to threat. Because the right conversation that's private is not about listening. The experts you're talking to, they seem credentialed, but they're not actually as credentialed as they're illustrating their background. Analysis and paper and say, let's make it a strong case. What do you do? So we allow you to say. But instead, just say, being a friend is a tongue being like respectful, sending love for everybody, and just having a conversation outside. So basically showing that removing the emotional attachment to this thing. Even though you are very emotionally attached, because in the case of COVID specifically, there's a very large number of lives at stake. Removing all of that and remembering that you are friends.
I think these are highly non-cases. Kanye inspired, from my point of view, for very different reasons. It was Kanye. Kanye, I don't know about Kanye at the moment, but I think he's either obviously was a mental health crisis, or he's a colossal asshole. Or both. There's actually one of three possibilities. He's either mentally ill, he's an asshole, or he's mentally ill and an asshole.
I think all three of those possibilities are possible.
I would argue none of those are. But that's maybe another moment. But so the reason not to talk to Kanye, I think you should have had the conversation you had with him in private. That's great. And there's no criticism of what you say and in private. I just thought you're not doing him a favor. If he's mentally ill, right? He's in the middle of a manic episode of a condition, or set of people. You're not doing him a favor sticking a mic in front of him, go off on the Jews or anything. We know what he thought about the Jews. We know that there's not much illumination it's going to come from him on that topic. And if it is a symptom of his mental illness that he thinks is strange, then you're not doing him a favor making this. public. And I'm saying you can do that with love, and that's the other thing. I don't agree that compassion love always has this patient, embracing, acquiescent face. Like, it always feels good for the recipient. Right? There is a sort of wisdom that you can wield, compassion, just like that. Where someone's full of shit, and just make it absolutely clear that that is the audience for the bullshit. And it's not just a hatred being communicated. In fact, I'm going to do everyone a favor right now and, just take your foot out of your mouth. Um, and the truth is, I just wouldn't have the conversation. I just wouldn't have documented that. I get that many people, this is not a signal you're likely to get from your audience. I get that many people in your audience thought, because that's awesome, you talk about Kanye, before that lifestyle, etc. You're not treating him like a pariah, and you're holding his attention to his creative genius, and he's working up, and yet he's having this moment that's so painful. And what a up. Just get that maybe 90% of your audience saw that way. They're still wrong, and I still think that it's not balanced, not just,
You don't think it opens up the mind for people that just
it does, it's like opening up a long direction where this gale force constantly is coming. I think we should have an open mind and an open heart, but there's some clear things here that we have to do. One is the mental illness component of his own thing. I don't pretend to understand what's going on with him. Insofar as that's the reason he's saying what he's saying, do not put this guy on camera.
I had to, sorry, not going real quick. I had a bunch of conversations offline. I didn't get a sense of mentally that's why I chose to sit down. I didn't get mental illness is such a
So when it shows up in a gift card on Alex Jones' podcast, is either that more genius performance in his words, or it's he's unraveling first.
I wouldn't put that. You have to. I think there's another conversation to be had about how we treat artists, but because they are they're very mean. Taking words from power is a very powerful researched history and art. There's a geopolitics, a psychology. I was enjoying that. He's an artist. So it's a different style of conversation, different way to read the words that come out.
Let's leave the mental illness aside. Let's just say that there's no reason to think he's mentally ill. It's just being creative, brilliant, and opinionated. Well, then it falls down. So then he's someone. And honestly, the most essential thing about him in an interview is not being a therapist. We talk about it. So I think there are problems that let him spread those memes as well. The most essential thing is just how delusionally egocentric he is. What was coming off in that interview and others. Like he has an estimation of himself as this omnibus genius. Not only to rival Shakespeare, to exceed Shakespeare, right? And he's like, he's the greatest mind that ever walked among us. And he's more or less explicit on that point. And if he manages to talk for hours without saying anything extra interesting, precise, or factually illuminating, but his complete delusion of a very Trumpian sort. Trump says he's a genius when he can't do everything, but nobody takes him seriously. And one wonders whether Trump takes himself seriously. Kanye seems to believe his own press. He actually thinks he's screwed. Philosophy. And he'd be a great musician. I will have Aaron video, but one thing is completely obvious in the conversation is not who he thinks he is intellectually or any other relevant way. And so when you couple that to the anti-Semitism of this brother, which was genuinely considered and has potential knock-on effects in the black community. There's in-level in the black community, there's groups wanting to talk about anyway. A bunch of guys, playing the knockout game in Brooklyn, punching Orthodox losers' face. And I think letting Kanye there that publicly only raises the likelihood rather than effects.
I don't know. So, one, I believe at the time, because it does decreases like showing empathy or pushing back, decreases like that. It does like it might have a surface level, like it's increasing it. That's simply because the people talk about it. But I should also say that you're one of the only people who probably criticize me, and like probably people I really respect and admire. That was really funny. Like I did the thing for it because I did think for it for a while. It's still hard for me because the other kind of criticism I got a lot of people is like things for me based on what I'm thinking.
Just you can anti-Semitic things, or they just
I just hate people. It's like racist.
here's the I'm someone who's Jewish. Not Jewish. I have never taken, from a student of the Holocaust, obviously, about that, to be a student of the Holocaust. But in my lifetime, in my experience, I have never taken anti-Semitism very seriously. I'm not worried about it. I'm not made a thing of it. I've done exactly one podcast, very less on my podcast. But it really is a thing, and it's something we have to keep an eye on societally because it's a unique kind of hate. It's unique in that it seems it's knit together, but it's not ordinary racism. It's knit together with lots of conspiracy theories that never seem to die out. And by turning equally in at the left and the right, it's so perverse that anti-Semitism. For the far right, the white supremacists, Jews aren't considered white. So they hate us in the same spirit in which they hate black people or brown people who are not white. But on the left, Jews are considered extra white. We're the extra beneficiaries of white people. And in the black community, that is the problem. We're a minority that just thrives. So, and it seems to stand as a counterpoint to all of the problems that other minorities suffer, in particular African Americans. And yeah, Asians now getting a little bit of this, and like the mono-minority issue. But Jews have this going on for centuries and millennia, and it never seems to go away. And this is something that I've never focused on, but this has been at a slow boil for as long as we've been alive. And there's no guarantee it can't suddenly become much uglier than we have any reason to expect it to become, even in our society. So there's some special concern at moments like that when you have an immensely influential person in a community who already has a checkered history with respect to their own beliefs about the Jews and conspiracies. And he's just messaging, not especially fully opposed by you and anyone else who's given him a microphone at that moment to the world.
Yeah, it's complicated. Stakes are very high. And as somebody who's obviously family and also reading a lot about World War II, it is a very difficult conversation. But I believe in politics, especially who I am. Not always, but sometimes, often turning it change.
And again, things change when it's for public consumption. It's like it's tough for me that the use cases elevator. Like, an elevator is not I don't feel it a intellectual responsibility to turn around in the confines of that space with them and say, listen, that thing you just said about X, Y, Z is involved in your line, right? But if somebody says it in front of a public dais or actually talking about ideas, that's when there's a different possibility comes up. The question is how you say it, or even whether you say it. And there are moments, there are definitely moments of privilege, civility, or just to pick your battles. And sometimes it's not worth it to get into it with somebody. In real life,
I think leaving the power of empathy both in the elevator and when a bunch of people are listening. That when they see you look to consider another human being's perspective, it just gives more power to your own depth.
yeah, so it doesn't. Because you can bend charity too far. Right? It can be absolutely obvious what someone's motives really are, and they're exemplary about that. So then you're taking at face value their representations. It needs to look like you're just being duped and you're not actually doing the work or putting pressure at it. It's, again, the mental illness component here makes it very difficult to think about.
So I think the topic of platform is pretty interesting. Like, what's your view of platform contribution? Let's start with the old. Would you interview Hitler in your podcast, and how would you talk to him? Oh, Paul. Did you interview him in 1935, 41, and then 45?
What's your view about perspective? This is whether or not to speak to that. So, the person sufficiently bad, all the way out of the valley. And then you can talk to them, it's totally unproblematic. You don't have to spend any time signaling to your audience you don't agree with them. If you're interviewing Hitler, you don't have to say, listen, I just got to say before we start, I don't agree with the whole genocide thing. You know, just like your applications, bans, all that. That was all bad. It all, if you go out saying that you don't agree with this person, you're not platforming that signal boost to their views. You're just trying to, okay, if they're sufficiently evil, you can go into it very much as an anthropologist would. Just want to understand the nature of evil. They just want to understand this phenomenon. How is this person who they are? And that strikes me as a intellectually interesting and morally necessary. So, yeah, always interview. Well, when you know, once he's legitimate,
When do you know? Is it genocide do you have?
yeah.
42?
If you're on the cusp of it, where it's supposed to be someone who's aiming power, and you don't want to facilitate that. And there's a question of whether you can undermine him and push him back again. So there's people I wouldn't talk to just because I don't want to give them oxygen, and I don't think that the context of my interviewing them, I'm going to be able to take the wind out or say, whatever, either because it's asymmetric advantage, because I just know that they can do something that within the span of an hour that I can't correct for. You know, they can light many small fires.
That's more like on the top of the vaccines.
Yeah, it's not that I don't think sunlight is usually the best disinfectant. It's just even the asymmetries aside, it's true that a person can always make a mess faster than you still are the base for having even given and there were right people to have those specific spaces. So there are certain topics where, I'll debate someone just because I'm the right person for the job, and it doesn't matter how messy they're going to be. Right? It's just work with things like make my points, land, these just to the right joints.
For some of it's just skill and competence and also interest in the way, right?
Well, yeah, nature is like a but yeah, but there are other people who, despite all that, would say that there's no reason you could be something. And there are also people who are so confabulative that they're making such a mess with every sentence that you, insofar as you're even trying to interact with what they're saying, you are going to, by definition, going to fail. You're going to seem to fail to an sufficiently large, uninformed audience where it's going to be a net negative for the cause of truth, no matter how good you are. Like, for instance, I think talking to Alex Jones on any topic for any reason is probably bad. Because I just think he's neurologically wired to just utter a string of sentences. He'll get 20 sentences out, each of which has to be, each of which is, it's more lies than the last. And there's not time enough in the world to run down, certainly not time enough in the span of the conversation, to run down each of those leads to bedrock, so it's possible. They just make shit up. Just or make it up and then weave it in with half truths and micro truths that give some sense of credibility to somebody out there, millions of people. And there's just no way to untangle that into a product.
I have noticed the U.S. an allergic reaction to confabulation.
Confabulation.
Confabulation. That if somebody says something, might call truth, it really stops you from it.
Here I'm not talking about micro, I'm talking about making up things. If someone says something, or what about, and the thing they put into that sentence, it's just a set of pseudo-facts, right, that you can't possibly authenticate or not in the span of that conversation. They, say UFOs or anything else, right? They will seem to make you look like a brain. And in fact, everything you're saying is suspicious. Or whether they know it or not. I mean, some people are just crazy, with people who are just bullshitting and they're not even tracking whether it's true or true is good. And some people are consciously lying.
But don't you think there's jazz masterpiece of truth that you should be able to just wave off by saying like, well, none of that's backed up by any evidence. Just honestly take it to the human place.
But the thing is, place I'm familiar with doing it on specific conspiracies like 9/11. Not that site, because of my, this is what 9/11 did to my intellectual life, and it really just sent me down a path for another bunch of decades. I became a critic of religion. I don't know if I was ever going to be a critic of religion. I happened to be in my summertime studying religion on my own, and I was also very interested in running spiritual concerns for religion. I devoted more than a full decade of my life to just what is real, what is possible, what is the nature of subjective reality, how does it relate to reality, origins, anything. Who was someone like Jesus or Buddha? Frauds or anything. This is really a continuum of insight to be had. So I spent a lot of time on that question. In my full decade of the 20s,
Those lost the heart.
no, but then when I left happened, I spent all this time reading religious books, understanding empathically understanding the motivations of most people, knowing just how fully certain people believe as they say they believe. I took religious convictions very seriously. And then people started flying plants across the world. And I knew that there was something to be said about allegedly before doctrine of Islam. So I went down. So that was, that became my wheelhouse for terrorism and jihadism and topics. And so the 9/11 truth conspiracy thing kept, getting aimed at me. And the question was, do I want to debate these people? Alex Jones. Yeah, yes, Alex Jones was an early purveyor, but I don't think I would believe and privately, I had very long debates with people who, person in my family, was way down that road. Maybe 6 months or so, it's like a 2-hour email. Try to deprogram them, however infectious. And so went back and forth for years on that topic with private. Because I could see the structure of the conspiracy, I could see the nature of how impossible it was to play whack-a-mole sufficiently well so as to convince anyone anything. Not seeing the problematic structure of that way. It's not actually a thesis. It's a proliferation of options. You can't actually connect all the dots that are being pointed. They don't connect into each other. They're incompatible. Theses, they're not, and your compatibility is not being acknowledged. But there's running this allegory. Things are never what they seem. There's always rumors, conspirators doing things perfectly. You see evidence of human incompetence everywhere else. No one can tie their shoes expertly anywhere else. But over here, people are perfectly competent, perfectly conceivable. Thousands of people are collaborating, inexplicably, incentivized by what? They're collaborating to murder thousands of images. No one is breathing a peep about it. No one's getting caught on camera. No one's breathing a word of it to a journalist. And so I've dealt with that style of thinking. I know what it's like to get into weeds of a conversation like that. And the person will say, okay, well, what do you make of the fact that F-16 was flown 800 miles out to sea on the morning of 11 to do an exercise that hadn't even been scheduled for that? And now, all of these, I deeply recall some theses, and I'm just making these things up now. So, that detail hadn't even been scheduled. It's perfectly wrong. So, how long would it take to track that down? Right? The idea that this is anomalous. It was an F-16 exercise run on it, and what he was supposed to be on that day, right? Someone like Alex Jones, their speech pattern is to pack as much of that stuff in as possible at the highest velocity that this person can speak. And unless you're knocking down each one of those things, to that audience, you appear to just be on point. You appear to just not be really good. He didn't know about the F-16. It's not a Project Mockingbird. Project Mockingbird, I just made up Mockingbird, but that's the kind of thing that comes out, something out. And conversations like that. That's the kind of thing, frankly, I was worried about in the COVID conversation. Because not that someone like Shrek would do it consciously, but someone like Shrek is swimming in so much information. On social media, living on Twitter, getting people sending the blog posts and the study from the Philippines that shows that in this cohort, ivermectin did X, right? And not to actually run everything to ground, right? You have to actually do the work scientifically and run it to ground, right? So for some of these questions, you actually have to be statistician to say, okay, they used the wrong statistics in this experiment. Right? Now, yes, we could take all of the time to do that. Or we could, at every stage along the way, in a kind of context where we have experts we can trust, go with 97% of the experts about the safety of MR, about the transmissibility of about whether to wear masks or not. And I completely agree that broke down unacceptably over the last few years. And but I think that's largely social media, blogs, and the efforts of podcasters and Substack writers were not just a response to that. I think it was a symptom of the cause. And I think we're living in an environment where we've trained ourselves not to be able to agree about facts on any topic, no matter how urgent. What's flying in our skies? What's happening in Ukraine? Is Putin just denazifying Ukraine? There are people who we respect who spend time down that particular rabbit. This is particular nonsense in Ukraine, and that's the real thing. It's not the bad actor. How much time do I have to spend empathizing with Putin to the point of thinking, maybe Putin's got a point, and it's like, what about the polonium and the nerve agents and the journalists and Navalny? And does that count? I'm not paying so much attention to that because I'm always interested in people on Twitter, and they can give me some pro-Putin material here. And there are some Nazis in Ukraine. There are no Nazis. How am I going to weight these things? I think people are being pretty crazy on Twitter.
But you're kind of speaking to conspiracy theories that's really every example you give is kind of bad faith style conversation.
But it's not just like knowing you bad faith. People who are worried about Ukrainian Nazis. They're some of the same people. They're the same people who are worried about ivermectin got suppressed. Like, ivermectin is really panacea, but it got suppressed because no one could make billions on it. It's the same. It's literally the same. I think it's the same people, the same efforts to unearth them.
And the same is very difficult to have conversations. What about
No. I don't think I'd be learning anything about it. It's like with Hitler, I'm not comparing Trump to Hitler, but Trump's guys, they have a chance. We got this one. With certain world historical figures, I would just feel like, okay, this is an opportunity to learn something that I'm not. I think Trump is among the most superficial people we've ever laid eyes on. But like, he is in public view, and I'm sure there's some distance between his private views, but it's not going to be the kind of distance that's going to blow my mind. And I think so. I think the liability of that. I think Bill Rogan was very wise on this. All he was doing is would have put himself in a situation where he couldn't adequately contain the damage Trump was doing, and he was just going to make Trump seem cool to a whole new, potentially new cohort of this massive. They would have a lot less. Trump's point. The entertainment value is so influential. There was that one debate where Trump got a massive laugh on line, only Rosie O'Donnell. But the truth is, we're living in a political system where if you can get a big laugh during a political debate, you win. It doesn't matter who you are. But that's the level of it doesn't matter how informed you are, the debate is about what the hell we should do about the threat of nuclear war or anything else. It's religious. It can be like that.
But if you brought up somebody I've learned a lot from who he is as a human being, also his kind of divorce of curiosity to me inspires me to have this unending open-minded curiosity. chance
Oh, that's a
to
great
any chance you talk to Joe that you can integrate different
Yeah, well, I reached out to him privately. So
to use the power of love.
Joe knows I love him. Consider him a friend. That's just he also knows I'll be happy on his podcast. We get that together. I think the policy of not talking to Joe is not doing his podcast. I think we got a little sideways on these same lines where, we just talk about spread and on other people. It was never as agreed with Joe because um, Joe's in a very different lane. He conscious himself. Joe is a stand-up comic who interviews, who just is interested in everything. Interviews the widest reasonable variety of people, and just lets his interests collide with their expertise or lack of expertise. And people will talk about anything, and you can always pull the ripcord saying, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm stoned. We just drank too much. It's very entertaining. It's all in, my eye, all in good faith. Joe is extraordinarily ethical, good person.
That's what this is just good. This is really
Right. Yeah. The crucial difference is because he is an entertainer first. I mean, I'm not saying he's not smart. He's just a good person. He's very smart. Those are very important. He's full-time job. So, when he's not doing stand-up, he's doing color commentary for the UFC. His full-time job is talking to lots of very smart people at great lengths. So he's created a Joe Rogan University for himself. He's gotten a lot of information crammed into his head. So it's not that he's uninformed, but he always feels that he's uninformed. But when it turns out he can talk about something, he can always pull the ripcord and say, I'm just a comic, reader scholars, it was fun. Don't take medical advice from me. I don't play a doctor on you. I can't quite do that. You can't quite do that. We're in a different lane. I'm not saying you're not the same, but a bunch of Joe's audience, I'm just established sort of thing on about universities and medical and it's not true, but that is the perception. And as a counterpoint to a lot of what he said on Joe's podcast or the Brett's podcast on these topics, I can see how they would form that opinion. But in reality, if you listen to me long enough, you hear that I said as much against the woke nonsense as even anyone who can take on the right. Only keep that right turning on different views, right? So there's nothing that Candace Owens said about wokeness that I have to about wokeness as far as just about wokeness. But we have to be able to keep multiple views of views. If you could only look at the problem of wokeness, you could acknowledge the problem of Trump. And Trump is human. And the explosion of irrationality and bigotry just that we were just disregarding it. Many people took account of the problem in recent years. The last 5 years has scared many people. They can have the problem and monetize it and have the problem. And get captured by an audience that only wanted that happen on talk about it. And let's think it's the Marjorie for audience capture, which is very, I'm sure it's an ancient problem, but a very helpful phrase that actually is courtesy of our future friend Eric Weinstein. And audience capture is a thing, and I believe I've witnessed many casualties of it. If there's anything I've been on guard against in my life, especially, it's been that. I noticed that I had a lot of people in my audience who didn't like my criticizing Trump. I really needed to get to it. And I noticed that a lot of the other co-worker around didn't like me criticizing the far left and wokeness. They thought I was exaggerating that. I leaned into it because I thought those parts of of my audience were absolutely wrong. And I didn't care about whether I was going to lose those parts. There are people who have created, knowing they're not, there are people who have created different incentives for themselves. And how they monetize their podcast is the kind of signal they've responded to in their audience. And I worry about, regret, which is only invidious and an honorable thing to say, but I really do worry that that's happened to Brett. I cannot explain how you do 100, all the things in the universe to be interested in, and all the things he's competent to speak intelligently about. I don't know how you do 100 podcasts in a row on COVID. It's just, it makes no sense.
Do you think in part audience structure? What about, for example, do you feel pressure to not admit that you made a mistake on COVID or made a mistake on Trump? I'm not saying you feel that way, but do you feel this pressure? Do you attack audience capturing from yourself within the way you do stuff? So you don't feel as much pressure from the audience, but within your own ego?
And again, the people who think I'm wrong about any of these topics are going to think, okay, you're just not admitting that you're wrong. But now we're having a dispute about specific facts. There are things that I believed about COVID and worried might be true about COVID 2 years ago that I no longer believe or I'm not so worried about now, and vice versa. Things have flipped. Certain things have flipped upside down. The question is, was I wrong? So here's the cartoon version of it, but it's something I said probably 18 months ago, and it's still true. When I saw what Brett was doing on COVID 2 years ago, I said, even if he's right, even if it turns out that ivermectin is a panacea and the mRNA vaccine has killed millions of people, he's still wrong right now. His reasoning is still flawed right now. The facts still suck right now. And his confidence is unjustified now. That will always be true. And so, not much has changed for me to revisit any of my time points along the way. Again, I would totally concede that if I had teenage boys and their schools were demanding that they be vaccinated, the mRNA vaccine, I would be powerfully annoyed. Right? I would know what I was going to do. I would be doing more research about myocarditis, and I'd be badgering our doctors, and I would be worried that the medical system, the pharmaceutical system, the healthcare system, the public health system is not incentivized to look at any of this point right now and just one blanket admonition to the entire population. Just take the shot, you idiots. And do that largely as a result of panic response to the misinformation explosion happened and the populist resistance animated misinformation, which just made it impossible to get anyone to cooperate. So it was just part of it is, again, pendulum swinging in the wrong direction. Someone now gets to the woke response to Trump and the Trumpist response to woke. That's just a lot of people just got pushed around for bad reasons, but understandable reasons. But yes, there are caveats to things have changed about my view on COVID. The question is, if you roll back the clock 18 months, was I wrong to want to platform Eric Topol, a very well-respected cardiologist, on this topic, or Nicholas Christakis to talk about the network effects of whether you close schools, right? This is a good book on COVID. His network effects are his wheelhouse as an MD and as a sociologist. There was a lot that we believed we knew about the efficacy of closing schools during pandemic, during the Spanish flu, and There's a lot we didn't know about COVID. We didn't know negligent the effects would be on kids compared to older people who did nothing like that.
So I really enjoyed the conversation about Coco, but also so he's one of the great communicators and Twitter like distillation of data. But he, if I'm not mistaken, like, there is a bit of an arrogance that I think could be explained by him being exhausted, but being constantly attacked by conspiracy theory and facts. To me, the same thing happens with people who start drifting to doing the right thing. So much by the wrong. They become almost irrational, arrogant in their beliefs. And I felt your conversation with that couple did not sufficiently empathize with people that have skepticism, but also did not sufficiently communicate uncertainty they have. So, like, many of the decisions you made, many of the things you're talking about, kind of saying there's a lot of uncertainty because that's the thing that
It was a forced choice. You're going to get COVID. You want to be vaccinated. That was always, in my view, an easy choice. And if up until you can start breaking apart the cohorts and start saying, okay, wait a minute, there's this myocarditis issue in young men. Let's talk about that. And that's before that story emerged, it was just clear that this is if it's not knocking down transmission as fast as we hope, it's still mitigating severe illness and death. And I still believe that it is the current view. Most people competent to analyze the data that we lost something like 300,000 people unnecessarily because of vaccine pessimism.
But I think there's a way to communicate with humility about the uncertainty of things that would increase the vaccination rate.
I do believe that it is rational and sometimes effective to signal impatience with certain bad ideas and certain conspiracy theories and certain points of misinformation. Because it's just,
I just think there's no sort of
well, certain people are persuadable, certain people are not persuadable, but it's no, because there's not enough. It's the opportunity cost. Not everything can be given a patient hearing. Like you can't have a physics conference and then let people in to just trumpet their pet theories about random equation physics when they're obviously crazy, when they're obviously half crazy, or they're just not, the people. Like you begin to get a sense for this. It is your wheelhouse. But there are people who declare their irrelevance to the conversation fairly quickly without knowing that they've done it. And the truth is, I think I'm one of those people on the topic of COVID. I think it's never that I thought, listen, I know exactly what's happening. I know these environmental effects. I know that. I know exactly how to run blocks. No, this is a situation where we want the actual pilots to fly the plane. We needed experts who we could trust. And insofar as our experts got captured by all manner of things, some of them got captured by Trump. Some of them were made to look ridiculous for standing next to Trump while he was bloviating about whatever. It's just going to go away. It's just 15 people. There's 15 people in a cruise ship and it's just going to go away. Or it's like, he said, none of these doctors can understand this better than them. It's amazing how much knows. We've got doctors, real doctors, the heads of the CDC, and NIH standing around just ashen faced while he's talking. All of this was deeply corrupting of the public communication science. And then again, I banged on about the depredations of wokeness. The woke thing was a disaster. And it still is a disaster. But it doesn't mean that. The thing is, there's a big difference between me and Brett in this case. I didn't do 100 podcasts. I did like 2 podcasts. the measure of my concern with COVID can be measured in how many podcasts I did. Right? It's like once we had a sense of how to live with COVID, I was just living with COVID. So it's like, okay, get vaxxed or don't get vaxxed. Wear a mask or don't wear a mask. Travel or don't travel. We've got a few things to decide, but kids were stuck at home on iPads, for too long. I didn't agree with that. It was obviously not fun. Criticize that on the margins, but there's not much to do about it. But the thing I didn't do is take this my life and just browbeat people with one message or another. We need a public health regime where we can trust what competent people are saying to us about what medicines are safe. And in the absence of that, craziness is going to, even in the presence of that, craziness is going to break into Twitter's report. But in the absence of that, it's going to proliferate for understandable reasons. It's not going to be next time. It's not something orders of magnitude more dangerous. And that's, I spend, insofar as I think about this issue, I think much more about next time than this time.
Before this COVID thing, you and Brad had some good conversations, I would say with friends. What do you admire most about outside criticism and this COVID problem?
Well, I think Brett is very smart and he's a very ethical person who wants good things for the world. And I have no reason to that. So the fact that we're on, crosswise on this issue does not mean that I think he's a bad person. The thing that worried me about what he was doing, this is true of Joe and this is true of Elon, this is true of many other people, is that once you're messaging at scale to a vast audience, you incur a certain kind of responsibility not to get people killed. And I did worry that, people were making decisions on the basis of the information. That's when I was, I think, fairly circumspect. I just said, okay, give me the center of the fairway expert opinion at this time point, and at this time point, and at this time point, and then I'm out. I don't have anything to say. I'm not an expert on COVID. I'm not an expert on the safety. I'm not on vaccines. If something changes, there's a company and maybe I'll do a podcast. I just did a podcast on collaborative. Right? I was never skeptical of collaborative companies. Brett was very early on saying this is a lab leak, right? At a point where my own position was, it's here. This is the thing we have to get straight is what do we do given the nature of this?
But also, you should say that you actually stated it as a possibility.
Well,
You should say that she wasn't.
The time to figure that out now, I've had my podcast guest on this topic change my view of this because one of the guests in China gave the point that, well, actually the best time to figure out the origin of this is immediately, right? Because in the evidence, we used testing the evidence. I hadn't really been thinking about it. I didn't come back after a year. You go to certain facts, might be able to get intense, but I've always felt that it didn't matter for two reasons. One is we had the genome of the virus, and we very quickly designed new vaccines against that genome. And that's what we had to do. We had to figure out how to vaccinate and to mitigate it, develop treatments. So the origin story didn't happen. Generically speaking, either origin story was politically inflammatory and made the Chinese look bad. And the Chinese response to this looked bad, whatever it was. They're not cooperating. They're stopping their domestic flights, but letting their international flights go. And it's just bad actors. And they should be treated as such regardless of the origin. And I would argue that the wet market origin is even more politically inferior than the lab origin. Because the lab leak, to my mind, the lab leak can happen anywhere. They're all running, all these advanced countries are running these dangerous labs. That's a practice that we should be worried about in general. The we know lab leaks are common, but the multiple lab leaks and even worse things that haven't gotten out of hand in this way, even worse pathogens. Um, we're, we're wise to be worried about this. And on some level, it can happen to anyone. The wet market makes them look like barbarians living in another century. Like, you've got to clean up those wet markets. What are you doing putting a bat on top of a penguin, on top of a duck? Like, get your shit together. So, like, if anything, the wet market makes them look worse. I'm sure that what they actually did to seal a lab leak, if it was a lab leak, all of that. So it is.
If you ever get to the bottom of that, I mean, one of the big negative, I would say, failures of these options and so on is to be transparent and clear and just a good communicator and get research with interest in them. It's like, you know, why it's a useful way of research, but it's also dangerous. But, you know, just being transparent about that, as opposed to just coming off really shaky. It's worse than there is in the politicians. I hope but it's just great.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So that exchange with Foundry and Paul in the Bible, yeah, I would agree that Fauci looked like he was taking refuge in very lawyer language and not giving a straightforward account of what we do and why we do it. So yeah, I think it looked shady, it played shady, and probably was shady. And I don't know how personally entangled he is with any of this, but yeah, the gain of function research is something that I think we're wise to be worried about. And insofar as I judge myself adequate to have an opinion on this, I think it should be banned. But like probably a podcast I'll do, you or somebody else doesn't do it for me time. You know, I would like a virologist on to defend it against a virologist who would criticize it. Forget about the gain of function research. I don't even understand virus hunting. It's like, I don't even know why you need to go into a cave to find this next virus that could be circulating on bats that may zoonotic with us. Why do that when we can sequence in a day and make vaccines in a weekend? Like what head start you think you get?
That's a surprising new thing. How quickly you can develop a vaccine. That's that's the achievements and all that.
I think the point I didn't make about Brett's style of engaging this issue is people are using the fact that he was early on lab to suggest that he was right about ivermectin and mRNA vaccines and all that. Like, no, that's none of that connects. And it was possible to be falsely confident. Like, you shouldn't have been confident about what happened. No one should have been confident that was happening, even if it turns out to be bad. It was always possible. It was never definite. It still isn't definite. Zoonotic is also quite plausible. It certainly was super plausible then. Both are politically comfortable. Both at the time were inflammatory to be banging on about when we were trying to secure some kind of cooperation from China. Right? So there's a time. It's possible to be right back. Your reasoning, your style of reasoning matters whether you're right or not. It's like because your style of reasoning is dictating what you're going to do next time.
Sure, but this is a multivariate situation. It's really difficult to know what's right and COVID, given all the uncertainty and chaos, especially when you step outside the pure biology, virology, and start thinking policy.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just trade-offs.
Like transmissibility of the virus. Sure, but knowing if 65% of the population is vaccinated, what effect would that have? Just even knowing those things, just modeling. Given all the other things, Pfizer
You had the CEO 5 times. Did you leave that conversation feeling like this is a person who is consciously reaping windfall profits on a dangerous vaccine and putting everyone at intolerable risk? Or do you think this person is making a good faith attempt to save lives? No bad, no change of bad
The thing I said, and I felt the part was it going on my part. I sense those things. So it's not the malevolence there or the benevolence. It's like your job. You put on the suit, you don't step in the suit. Now, he said that his son was a big fan of podcasts. So I thought it would be time to and I asked some challenging questions with answers. Otherwise, every single question in that interview was challenging. But it wasn't really, which is what people seem to want to do with pharmaceutical companies. There's a deep distrust of pharmaceutical companies.
Let me tell you, I totally get those windfall profits at a time of public health emergency. Looks bad. It's a bad look. Right? But how do we reward and return capital to risk takers who spent $1 billion to design a new drug for a disease that maybe only harms a single-digit percentage of the population? So what do we want to encourage, and who do we want to get rich? Because the person who cures cancer, do we want that person to get rich, or do we want the person who gave us the iPhone to get rich, or do we want the person who cures cancer to get rich? What are we trying to
It's a very gray area. What we want is the person who declares a drug cure for cancer to have authenticity and transparency. I think we're good now. So population certification. And there's something about the Pfizer CEO, for example, just CEO of pharmaceutical companies in general, just because they're so worried about so much marketing and PR people, they're just about bullshit. You're not talking about real people. It just feels like none of it is transparent to us. So like this whole talking point that Pfizer's only interested in helping people just doesn't ring true. Even though it very well could be true. It's the same thing with Bill Gates, who seems to be at scale helping huge amounts. And yet there's something about the way he delivers that message. It's like, this seems suspicious. What's happening? There's certain kinds of communication styles that seem to be more serve as better catalysts. And I'm not sure what that is, because I think there's an alternative for capitalism in delivering drugs that help people. But also at the same time, it seems to be transparency. And plus that regulation and it seems like pharmaceutical companies are set.
Yeah, don't worry about all that. But I also do think that most of the people going into those fields, most of the people going into government, are doing it for good, and they're non-psychopaths trying to get good things done, trying to solve hard problems. They're not trying to get rich. And many of the people, like, the bad incentives, again, I've heard that phrase 30 times on the podcast, but it's just almost everywhere to claim normal people creating. But it's not that there are that many bad people. And yes, it makes the truly bad people that much more remarkable or paying attention to. But the bad incentives and the power of bad ideas do much more harm. Because that's what gets good people running in the wrong direction. Doing things that are clearly creating.
You have the skills especially with AI, with a lot of extreme ideas in the future, concerns in the future. One presents, what do you find?
Well, you know, I had a lot of fun reading. I knew friends. I like a lot, and you know, not be surprised. And it's done, and it's continuing to do amazing things. And it's, I think many of his aspirations are realized. That it would be a much better place. I think it's amazing to see what he's built. Built.
Tesla's concepts.
Yeah, I'm a fan of almost all of that. I mean, there are wrinkles to a lot of that, some of that. And there's something very Trumpian about how he's acting. And Twitter, I think he thinks Twitter's great. I think Twitter's driving him crazy. I think he's needlessly complicating his life, harming his reputation, and creating a lot of noise, and harming a lot of other people. And so, like, the thing that I objected to with him on Twitter is not that he bought it and made changes to it. And that was not, again, he made agnostic as to whether or not he could prove the platform. It was how he was personally behaving, not just toward me, but toward the world. I think when you forward an article about Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked not as it was by some lunatic, but it's gay tryst gone awry. It's not what it seems. It's linked to a website that previously claimed that Hillary Clinton was dead and that a body double was communicated into place. That's exploding in Trumpistan as a conspiracy theory, right? And it was having its effect. It matters that he was signatures in it coming to the 30 million people. And so it is me saying that you're a former employee, you are wrong to pedophile. Like that has real consequences. It appeared to be complete bullshit. And now you think this guy's getting inundated with death threats, right? All that's totally ridiculous, right? He's behaving quite recklessly. And there's a long list of things like that he's done. Not true. It's not ethical. It's not good for him. It's not good for the world. It's not serious. It's just, it's a very adolescent relationship to real trauma. So my problem with how he's behaved is that he's purported to touch real issues by choosing, okay, do I give the satellites to Ukraine or not? Do I minimize their use of them or not? Should I publicly worry about World War III or not? Right? He's doing this shit on Twitter, right? And at the same moment, he's doing these other very impulsive, ill-considered things. And he's not showing any willingness to really clean up the mess he makes. It brings Kanye on. Nobody is an anti-Semite who's got mental health problems. I think kicks him off for a swastika, which I probably wouldn't kick him off for a swastika. Because that's even, like, can you really kick people off for swastika? Is that something you get banned for? You're a free speech absolutist and you can't let a swastika show up? I'm not even sure that's enforceable in terms of service, right? There's ways, there's norms to use swastikas that are not not racist, but so much of what he's doing, given that he's, again, scale matters. He's doing this about 130 million people. That's very different than 100 people. And that's very different than 100,000 people. And so when I moved the tracks wheel on, he was doing this about COVID. And again, this was a situation where he tried to privately mitigate his friend's behavior. And it didn't work out.
You tried to correct highlighting things he might be wrong on, or did you use the that's probably wrong? I should write about the cancer.
Well, no, but it was COVID thing from a place of love because I was concerned about his reputation. It was a twofold concern. I could see what was happening in the tweet. His original tweet was panic over COVID was done. wait, this is in March, early March 2020.
Oh, it's super early.
Super, yeah, when nobody knew anything, but we knew we saw what was happening. For a while, but totally. That became the most influential tweet on Twitter for that week. It had more engagement than any other tweet, or than any crazy thing Trump was tweeting. And it was just, again, it was just nuclear bomb information. And I could see that people who were responding to it, like, wait a minute, if there's this genius technologist who must have inside information about everything, surely he knows something that's not on the surface about this pandemic. And they were reading into it a lot of information that I knew wasn't there. And at the time, I didn't think he had any reason to be suggesting that. He was just firing off a tweet. Right? So I reached out to him in private. It was a private text conversation. I won't talk about the details, but I'm just saying that's a case among the many cases of friends who have public platforms and who did something that I thought was dangerous and ill-considered. This was a case where I reached out in private and tried to help, genuinely help, because it was just food. I thought it was harmful in every sense because it was being misinterpreted. Like, you can say that panic over anything is done, fine, but this was not how this was landed. This was like non-issue, conspiracy, it's going to be no COVID in the US. It's going to peter out, it's just going to be cold. And that's how this was getting received. Whereas at that moment, it was absolutely obvious how big a deal this was going to be. That it was going to be minimum going to be a big deal.
I don't know if it was obvious, but it was obvious there was significant probability. I remember working on Korea. I think there's still stories that they're probably going through a big concern. Hospitals
yeah, we do know, but there was no way we weren't going to have tens of thousands of deaths at a minimum at that point. And it was totally rational to be worried about hundreds of thousands. And Nicholas Christakis came on my podcast very early. He predicted quite confidently that we would have about 1 million people dead. And that didn't seem, head, but still, it's just like, okay, it's just going to, you just look at it, you're just going to ride in this exponential. It's going to be, it'd be very surprising not to have that order of magnitude and not something like that. And so anyway, I mean, again, to close the story on Elon, I could see how this was being received, and I tried to get him to walk that back, and we had a fairly long and detailed exchange on this issue, and that intervention did work. It was not done. I was not an asshole. I was just concerned, for him, for the world, and then there are other relationships where I didn't take the time. Look at this, an example of taking the time to talk. The other relationships where I thought this was going to be more trouble in short term, so just at work. And there's a lot of that. Frankly, I'm not comfortable with how this is all netted out because I don't know if I'm not comfortable with how much time we spent talking about these specific people. What good is it for me to talk about eating on bread or
I think it's a lot because those friendships, listen, as a family, these are the conversations. Love is a family. And it goes included as well for these conversations. Because you're exchanging back and forth on Twitter. It's not a conversation, it's a long form discussion, like a debate about COVID. The normal debate.
But there is no, Elon and I shouldn't be debating COVID. We should be.
Here's the thing, with humility, like basically saying, oh no, like the world being that week, we're just a bunch of idiots. Like one's an engineer, you're a neuroscientist. But it just kind of, okay, here's the evidence. You're like normal people. That's what everybody was doing. The whole world was like trying to figure out, what.
Yeah, but the issue was that at the moment I had this religion, certain things were not debatable. It was absolutely clear where it was going. It wasn't clear how far it was going to go, how quickly we would mitigate it, but it was absolutely clear that it was going to be an issue. The train had come off the tracks. We knew we weren't going to seal our borders. There were already people, there were already cases known to many of us personally in the U.S. at that point. And he was operating by very different logic that I couldn't completely.
Sure, but that logic represents part of the population, and there's a lot of interesting topics and a lot of uncertainty and masks.
Right? Yeah, but where things broke down was known at the point that there's a lot to talk about, a lot of debate, it's all very interesting. And who knows what. It broke down very early that this is, there's nothing to talk about. Like either water bottle and table or risk.
But technically, there's no what defines the lockdown. Not giving you some examples of the conversation.
It's difficult because we had an exchange in private, and I want to honor not exposing the details of it, but the details convinced me that there was not a follow-up conversation on that topic.
With that said, I hope you hope to be part of helping that happen, or your friendship is rekindled because one of the topics that a lot of artificial intelligence. You've had great public and private conversations.
Yes, and Elon was very formative in my taking that issue seriously. He and I went to that initial conference in Puerto Rico together, and it was only because he was going and I found out about it through him, and we just wrote his coattail to it. I got sort of dropped on that side of the pool to hear about his concerns at that point.
It would be interesting to hear how is your concern evolved with the coming out of ChatGPT and this new large language model fine-tuned enforcement already seemingly to be able to do some incredible human things. There's two questions. One, how does it preserve HAI and intelligence evolve? And how impressed are you with ChatGPT as a student in these lines?
Well, my concern about API is unchanged. So I did spoken about it a bunch on my podcast. So I did a TED Talk in 2016, which was a summary of what that conference and various concepts I had after that it's
Basically, that's once superintelligence is achieved, was to take off to something that is level.
Well, yeah, unless we find some way of permanently tethering a super intelligent, self-improving AI to our value system. I don't believe anyone has figured out how to do that, or whether that's even possible. Because Stuart Russell, they're just having a podcast.
Oh, really? Have you released it?
He's not previous podcast, but he just recorded this week.
Because you haven't done the app.
Yeah.
You're just a good person to talk about.
Yeah, so Stuart has been probably more than anyone my guru on this topic. Reading his book, I've done 2 podcasts with him at this point.
It's about the control problem or something like that.
His book is Human Capacity. He talks about control problem. And yeah, so I just think the idea that we can define a value function in advance that permanently covers a self-improving super intelligent AI to our values as we continue to discover them, refine them, extrapolate them in an open-ended way. I think that's a tall order, and I think there are many more ways. There must be many more ways of designing superintelligence that is not all. It's not ever approximating all that. So Stuart's idea, to put it in a very simple way, is that I think you don't want to specify the value function. You don't want to have to ever write the code in such a way as to get no loophole. You want to make the AI uncertain as to what human values are, and perpetually uncertain, always trying to ameliorate that uncertainty by hewing more and more closely to what our potential values are. It's always interested in us saying, no, that's not what we want, that's not what we think, stop doing things like, no matter how smart it gets, all it wants to do is more perfectly approximate to the values. I think there are a lot of problems with that. Kind of highlight, not so many problems at a low level, but understand that.
Like how to force the human to believe
no matter what is that, and what humans get to vote, and what is what do humans value, and what is the difference between what we say we value and our revealed preferences, which if you were a super intelligent AI that could look at humanity now, I think we could be forgiven for proving that what we value is driving ourselves crazy with Twitter and living perpetually on the brink of nuclear war and just watching, hot girls in yoga pants on TikTok again and again. It's like when you're saying that this is all revealed preference, and it's what is an AI to make, and what should it optimize? Like so, part of this is Stuart's observation that one of the insidious things about the YouTube algorithm is it's not that it just caters to our preferences. It actually begins to change us in ways as to make us more predictable. Like it finds ways to make us a better reporter of our preferences, to trim our preferences down so that it can further train to that signal. So the main concern is that most of the people in the field seem not to be taking intelligence seriously. As they design more and more intelligent machines, as they profess to want to design true AGI, they're not, again, they're not spending the time that Stuart is spending trying to figure out how to do this safely, above all. They're just assuming that these problems are going to solve themselves as we make that final stride into the end zone. Or you think very funny things like, AI would never form a motive. Like, why would it ever form a motive to be malicious towards humanity? Unless we put that motive in. That's not the concern. The concern is in the presence of vast disparities in competence, and certainly in a condition where these machines are improving themselves, improving their own code, they could be developing instrumental goals that are antithetical to our well-being without any intent to harm us, right? So it's analogous to what we do with every other species on Earth. You and I don't consciously form the intention to harm insects on a daily basis, but there are many things we can intend to do that would, in fact, harm insects. Because you decide to repave your driveway or whatever you're doing. Like you're not taking the interests of insects into account because they're so far beneath you in terms of your cognitive horizon. And so the real challenge here is that if you believe that intelligence scales up on a continuum toward heights that you can only dimly imagine, there's every reason to believe it. No reason to believe that we're doing the sum of intelligence. And you can define maybe there's some forms of intelligence for which it's not true, but for many relevant things, right? The top 100 things we care about talking about, think there's every reason many of those things are a lot like chess. Once the machines get better than we are, they're going to save me. These recent things as well. It's actually come out of Sears Lab.
One time here beat a machine.
Yeah, they kind of hacked it. But anyway, ultimately, there's going to be no looking back. And then the question is, what do you in relationship to these systems that are more competent than we are every respect? Because it will be a relationship. It's not like the people who think we're just going to figure this all out without thinking about it in advance, it's solutions you're just going to find yourself, seem not to be taking the prospect of really creating autonomous superintelligence. What does that mean? It's every bit as independent and ungovernable as us having created. I mean, just imagine if we created a race of people that were 10 times smarter than us. Like, how would you live with those people? They're 10 times smarter than us. Right? They begin to talk about things we don't understand. They begin to want things we don't understand. They begin to view us as obstacles to solving this problem. The gratifying desires. We become the chickens or the monkeys in the presence. And I think that it's but for some amazing solution of the sort that Stewart is imagining. We could somehow anchor their reward function permanently, no matter how and how it scales. I think it's really worthwhile about it. I do buy the sci-fi notion that this is an existential risk.
I worry that we don't know. I'm deeply impressed with ChatGPT, and I worry that it will become super intelligent. These language models are super intelligent, but they're basically trained on the collective intelligence of the species. And then they'll start controlling our behavior if they're engineering to our algorithms, the recommender systems. We just won't notice that there's a super intelligent system that's controlling our behavior.
Well, I think that's true even far before superintelligence, and even before general intelligence. I think it's the narrow intelligence of these algorithms and of what something like ChatGPT can do. I mean, it's just far short of it developing its own goals and it is cross-purposes with ours. Just the unintended consequences of using it in ways that are going to be incentivized to use it. Money to be made by scaling this thing, and what it does to our information space and our sensors, just to get the ground truth of any facts. It's super scary.
Do you think it's a general leap in terms of development towards AGI, ChatGPT, or we still, this is just an impressive little toolbox? So, what do you think is similarities?
I have no interest on that front, apart from the fact that if we continue to make progress, you just have to assume we continue to make progress. There's only two assumptions. You assume substrate independence, so there's no reason why this can't be done in subatomic. It's just you can build arbitrarily intelligent machines. Nothing magical about having this done in wherever on brain. I think that is true, and I think that's scientifically personal. And then you just have to assume the stuff. It doesn't have to be any special rate of progress. It doesn't have to be at all. You just keep going. At a certain point, we're going to be in a relationship to minds, leaving consciousness aside. I don't have any reason to believe that they'll necessarily be conscious by virtue of being super intelligent. That's just an interesting ethical question. But conscious society, they're going to be more competent. And then that's like, the aliens of life. That's an encounter with, again, leaving aside the possibility of something like Stewart's path is accidental. But it is hard to picture if what we mean by intelligence, what is considered, and is truly general, if that scale and begins to build upon itself, how you maintain that perfect Slavic devotion until the end of time, which I don't know if this is yeah.
I think my joke says that time is not true. So it's not this increasingly impossible task.
Right. I have no, as you know, I'm not a computer scientist. I have no intuition about just algorithmically how you approach that.
So my main intuition is maybe deeply flawed, but the main intuition is based on the fact that most of the learning is currently happening on human knowledge. So even ChatGPT is just trained on human data. I don't see where the takeoff happens. The current impressive aspect of ChatGPT is using collective intelligence.
What I glean from people who know much more about this than I do, I think we have reason to be skeptical that these techniques of deep learning are actually going to be sufficient to push us into API. They're not generalizing in the way they need to. They're not learning like human children, and so they're just there's brittle, strange ways where some say that the human path is the only path. Maybe there's some better lesson by ignoring the way brains work, but we know that they don't generalize and use the abstraction the way we do. And so, they have strange holes in their size. Yeah.
So the intuition starts to slow down. The intuition is like, surely you can't be this, which is it's becoming simpler and simpler. I don't know. I don't. The progress is like extremely good. New models, endless life of nature, we're going through just in raising a question that I was talking to you a lot of this topic from because I said that he and I were contacted by the folks from the others. He clarifying the
Yeah. I've got very little to say. He had questions there. I think he went down this rabbit hole further than I did. It didn't surprise anyone. It's got nothing to taste for this. We were contacted by the same person. It wasn't clear to me who this person was or how this person got the cell phone number. It didn't seem like we were getting sunk. This was incredible to me.
And they were talking to me about the release.
Yeah, it's a kind of story of activity. The New Yorker, UFOs, news, which was a progressive hearing the videos that the development. So this person contacted both of us at the same time. I think he might have contacted Rogan or other people. Eric's just the only person I've spoken to about it. And, I know there's contacted, and what happened is the person kept writing a check that he didn't cash. He kept saying, okay, next week, I understand this is sounding spooky, no reason to really trust me, but next week I'm going to put on a Zoom call with people who you will recognize, and it will be former heads of the CIA, just within 5 seconds being on the Zoom call, you're more I said, great. There's something you want to do, send me a Zoom. And I went, that happened maybe 3 times. There was just one phone conversation, and then it was just text. And I think Eric spent more time with this person. So I'm not even spoken about it. He's spoken about it publicly, but so it's not that my bullshit detector ever really went off in a big way. It's just the thing never happened.
So you made a comment just interesting. Which I really appreciate. You never thought experiment of saying that maybe we do have alien spacecraft, or just the thought experiment they have a good visit. Yeah. And it's a very kind of nihilistic sad thought that it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't affect your life. Can you explain that?
Well, I think many people noticed this. This was a sign of how crazy the news cycle was at that point. Right? Like with COVID, you had Trump, and I forget what this UFO thing was kicking off, but it just seemed like no one had the bandwidth to even be interested in this. It's like I was amazed to know in myself that I wasn't more interested in figuring out what was going on. It's like, and consider, wait, if this is true, this is the biggest story in life. Contact with alien intelligence is, by definition, the biggest story in human history. Why isn't this just totally captivating? And not only was it not totally captivating, it was just barely rising to the level of my being able to pay attention. And I view that one as to some degree, an understandable defense mechanism against the bogus claims that have been made by this country in the past. The general sense is probably bullshit, or probably has some explanation in purely terrestrial devices. And there is somebody who just was YouTuber. Yeah, he got it. I've since seen some of those videos. Some of those videos seem like fairly credible debunkings of some of the optical. Yeah. And I'm surprised you didn't see more of that. It was a fairly credulous 60 News piece that came out, and looking at some of that video, and it's the very video that he was debunking on YouTube. This video only had like 50,000 views on it. But again, it seemed like fairly credible debunking. I haven't seen debunkings of the debunking, but
I think there is, but he's basically saying that there is possible explanation. Right. And usually in these kinds of contexts, there's a possible explanation. Even if it seems unlikely, it's going to be more likely that the civilization is
the extraordinary claims of one here, which I think is generally true.
Well, with aliens, I think generally, some really thought but I tend to think they're already here.
The amazing thing about this AI conversation is we're talking about sort of where we would be designing the aliens, and they would, and there's every reason to believe that eventually this will happen. I'm not at all skeptical about the coming reality of the aliens. We're going to go there.
Now, here's the thing: does this apply to superintelligence so far? Would this be trending on Twitter or dead? And would go on to complain about something someone else wants to get like your podcast and stuff. You've done this to Trump on Twitter. You know.
Yeah, I haven't noticed. Right, I did notice when I was on, but
you have this concern about AGI basically saying there's something about this time where even like World War III, which is going on very casually, materially so, even that, then you start the website away.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to this general problem that you can't make certain information, even unequivocally certain information, emotionally scary. Like we respond quite readily to certain things, and as we talked about, we respond to the really, really fell down a well, and that takes 100% of our emotional resources. But the abstract probability of nuclear war, or even a high probability, just giving an internal probability, if we put it at 30%, right? Just so it's Russian roulette with a gun with 3 chambers, and it's kind of just head not to your head, but the kid's head, and the kid's head. 24 hours a day. I think people who just pre-Ukraine, I think the people who have made it their business to professionally think about the risk of nuclear war and to mitigate it. People like Graham Allison, William Perry. I think they were putting the ongoing risk, if they were going to have this proper nuclear war generation, people were putting it at something like 50%. Really, it's still fantasy over our heads. Now, you might wonder whether anyone can have reliable intuitions about not about that, but the status quo is truly alarming. We've got ICBM on each side, smaller exchanges, tactical moves, like World War, based on incremental changes. We've got the biggest bombs aimed at the biggest cities in both directions. And it's old technology, right? And it's vulnerable to it's decided to use the misreading bad data. We know we've been saved on nuclear war. I think at least twice by Soviet submarine commanders deciding, I'm not going to pass this up to change rules. This is some of the certain errors, and it turns out and people to, that's a particular case. Like you saw, I think it was 5, it seems like 5 with reason. The American time, the Asian first strike, they launched only 5. This has to be fictional. And if you wait long enough to decide that, well, the probability of a nuclear war happening by mistake, or some other excuses of either for misunderstanding, technical malfunction, that's hard. Forget about the intentions of the class. Getting crazy with some ideology.
And more and more technologies are scale disruption.
And misinformation plays into this picture in a way that especially still. Once you can get a piece of tape, any current president of the United States, I think they launched the first strike. And that it is.
It didn't change the nature of food, but it might change the engine you have to stick to sharpen. The more you have to
we might have AI and digital watermarks to help us. Maybe we'll not trust any information that has to come through specific channels. And so, in my world, it's like I no longer feel the need to respond to anything other than what I put out in my channels of information. It's like there's so many people who clip stuff on me that shows the opposite of what I was actually saying in the country. Was that re-edited my podcast audio to make it seem like I said the opposite of what I was saying? Like, unless I put it out, you can't be sure that I actually said it. It's just, but I don't know what it's like to live like that for all to information. And strangely, I think it may require a greater sign of information. Living through this sort of Wild West period where everyone's got a newsletter, everyone's got a blog, everyone's got an email. But once you fake it,
They're going to be great about expertise.
yeah,
Right? And then taking this system where it's like that.
yeah, or just knowing that it's going to be an arms race to authenticate information. So it's like you can never trust hardware unless it has been vetted by getting images. Because only getting images has the resources to authenticate problems that hardware test glass with metal and not. And again, I don't even know if it's technically possible. Maybe whatever tools available for this will be modified and the cost will be driven to zero so quickly that everyone could be like encryption.
And it will be proven and tested versus effective first. Which is where most of the communication well, I have to ask because our director asked this on Twitter, since we're talking through different threats. He asked, I'd be interested in both your interpretations between society if when we would be on Mars. Would those societies be textual based? How would it be governed? How would criminal infractions be dealt with? When you read or watch sci-fi versus you think about our society beyond Earth, if you colonize Mars and colonize space.
Yeah, but pretty humbling picture. So there's still going to be the apes developed. So imagine colonizing Mars. You have to imagine a first fist fight on Mars. You have to imagine first murder on Mars. So also infidelity, some extramarital affairs on Mars. So it's going to get really homely and boring with that. Like all these spacesuits or the other space agencies have created atmosphere or left will limit how badly we can behave on Mars.
What do you think most of the interaction is in space? You think we're like living through a transformation at a time, or we're going to be doing more interaction in digital space? Like everything we've been complaining about Twitter. Is it possible that Twitter is just the early days of an open system that's actually giving birth to a better working system?
I think we're going to experience a pendulum swing back into the I think many of us are experiencing that. Just wanting to have face-to-face encounters and spend less time on phones, less time on I think maybe everyone is going in that direction, but I do notice it myself, and I notice once I got off Twitter, then I noticed that people were never on Twitter. People were never. I know I have a lot of friends who were never on Twitter. They actually never understood why I was on Twitter. It was they were seeing it and then reacting to it. They just didn't know. It's like being on Reddit. I don't spend any thinking about not being on Reddit. I just not be Reddit.
Do you think the pursuit of human happiness is better achieved, effectively achieved outside of Twitter?
Well, I think all we have is our attention. And we just notice what these various tools do. And it's just it became very clear to me that it was an unrewarded use of it. That's not to say there isn't some digital platform that's conceivable that would be useful, but and rewarding, but we just have our life is doled out to us at once. We have continually solving this riddle. What is going to suffice to make this moment engaging and meaningful and aligned with who I want to be now and how I want the future to look. We have this tension between I do think the ground truth for personal well-being is to find a mode of being where you pay attention to the present moment. Meditation by another name. You can pay attention to the present moment with sufficient gravity that you recognize that just consciousness itself in the present moment, no matter what's happening, is already a circumstance of freedom and contentment and tranquility. You can be happy now before anything happens, before this next desire gets gratified, before this next thought gets settled. There's this ground truth that consciousness is free and open, unencumbered by really any problem until you get lost in thought about all the problems that may be real.
So you're going to catch and observe consciousness that itself.
Without being lost in thought. And so this happens haphazardly for people who don't meditate. They find something in their life that's so captivating, it's so pleasurable, it's so thrilling. It can be scary, but being scared is captivating. It gets their attention, whatever it is. When Sebastian Junger wrote a great book about people's experience in war, and it's like, strangely, can be the best experience that you've ever had. Everything. It's only the moment matters. Bullet isn't by your head. You're not thinking about your 401k or that thing that you didn't say last week or the person you shouldn't have talked to. You're not thinking about Twitter. It's like you're just fully immersed in the present moment. Meditation is the only way that working with many things that many people do. What I mean by meditation is simply the discovery that there is a way to engage the present moment directly, regardless of what's happening. You don't need to be in a war, you don't need to be having sex, you don't need to be on drugs, you don't need to be surfing. Nothing, that doesn't be a peak experience. It can be completely ordinary, but you can recognize that in some basic sense there's only this, and everything else is something you're thinking. You're thinking about the past, you're thinking about the future, and thoughts themselves have no substance. It's fundamentally mysterious that any thought ever really commandeers your sense of who you are and makes you anxious or afraid or angry or whatever. And the more you discover that, the half-life of all these negative emotions that throw all of us around get much, much shorter. Right? And literally just the anger that will catch you angry for hours or days lasts 4 seconds. It's just the moment it arises, you recognize it and you can get on. You can decide, at minimum you can decide whether it's useful to stay angry. And obviously it sure isn't.
And the illusion created.
Yeah. It's all just happening. But even the mindful meditative response to this is just happening. So even the moments where you recognize or not recognize, it's just happening. It's not this does open up a degree of freedom for a person, but it's not a freedom that gives any motivation to emotional freedom. It's just a new way of being.
Is there a difference between intellectually going through this and really experiencing? What's the one that's giving you the experience? An escape.
Well, it's always obvious to me but whenever I'm mindful, this is the term of jargon in the Buddhist and increasingly outside the Buddhist context is mindfulness. There are different levels of mindfulness, and there's different degrees of insight into this. But yes, what I'm calling evidence of lack of free will, like the self, the two sides of the self. It's a sense of being the subject in the middle of experience, to whom all experience refers, a sense of I, a sense of me. And that's almost everybody's starting point when they start to meditate. It's always the place people live most of their lives from. I do think that gets interrupted in ways that get unrecognized. People are constantly losing the sense of I, losing the sense of subject-object distance, but they're not recognizing it. And meditation is the mode in which you can recognize, you can both consciously precipitate it, look for the self, and fail to find it, and then recognize its absence. And that's just the flip side of the coin of free will. The feeling of having free will is what it feels like to feel like a self who's thinking his thoughts and doing his actions and intending his intentions. If the man in the middle of the boat is rowing, that's the false starting. When you find that there's no one in the middle of the boat, that there's no boat, it's just the river, it's just the flow of experience, there's no center to it, and there's no place in which you control it. And even when you're doing that, this does not negate the difference between voluntary and involuntary behavior. It's like, I can voluntarily reach for this, but when I'm paying attention, I'm aware that everything is just happening. Just the intention to move is just arising. And I'm in no position to know why I didn't rise a moment before, or a moment later, or a moment or 50% stronger or weaker, so as to be ineffective, or to be doubly effective. Right? Work short versus move slow. I can never run the counterfactual. I can never. Well, all of this opens the door to an even more disconcerting show along the same lines, which is subsumes this conversation about free will, and it's the question of whether anything is ever possible. Like, what if, this is a question I've thought a lot about it, but it's been a few years of picking this question around. So what if only the action is possible? What if there was, what if, we see, we live with this feeling of possibility. We live with the sense that, let me tell you something, I have two daughters, I could have had a third child. So what does it mean to say that I could have had a third child? What does it do? You don't have kids, I don't think. So,
Not that.
yes.
To the possibility.
Right. So what do we mean when we say you could have had a child? Or you might have a child in the future. Like what is the space in reality? What's the relationship between possibility and actuality and reality? Is there a reality in which non-actual things are nonetheless real? And so that we have other categories of non-concrete things. We have things that don't have spatial, temporal dimension, but they nonetheless exist. So it could be integers, as in numbers. There's a reality, there's an abstract reality to numbers. It's philosophically interesting to think about these things. So they're not, in some sense, they're real, and they're not really invented by us. They're discovered because they have structures that we can't impose on them. It's not like they're not fictional characters like Hamlet and Superman also exist in some sense, but they exist in level of fiction and abstraction. But it's like they're true and false statements you can make about him. They're true and false statements you can make about Superman. Because our fiction, the fictional worlds we created have a certain structure. And it becomes all abstract. It's all abstractable from any of its concrete instantiations. It's not just in the comic books, just in the movies. It's in our ongoing ideas about these characters. But natural numbers or the integers don't function quite that way. They're similar, but they also have a structure that's purely a matter of discovery. You can't just make up whether numbers are prime. We could be two integers of a certain size, mention two enormous integers. If I were to say, okay, well, between those two integers, they're exactly 11 prime numbers, right? That's a very specific claim about which I could be right or wrong. And whether or not anyone knows, I'm right. There's a domain of facts there. These are abstract reality. It relates in some way that's philosophically interesting, metaphysically interesting to what we call real reality, spatial temporal order. physics, but possibility, at least in my view, occupies a different space. This is something, again, my thoughts on this are pretty important. I can't even talk to philosopher of physics and a physicist about how this may interact with things like many worlds interpretation.
Yeah, like that's an interesting point. Exactly. So I wonder if discoveries in physics further proof, more concrete proof that many worlds interpretation from Guinness has validity, but that completely starts to change now.
But that's just more actuality. So if I took that seriously, that's a case of, and because that happens even if many worlds interpretation isn't true, but we just imagine we have a physically infinite universe. The implication of infinity is such that things will begin to repeat themselves. The farther you go in space, right? You just head out in one direction. Eventually, you meet two people just like this, a conversation just like this, and you will meet them an infinite number of times. Every infinite variety of permutations, slightly different from this conversation. The infinity is so big that our intuitions of probability completely break down. But what I'm suggesting is maybe probability isn't a thing. Right? Maybe there's only actuality. Maybe there's only what happens. And at every point along the way, our notion of what could have happened or what might have happened is just that. It's just a thought about what could have happened.
Right? There's no, so it's a fundamentally different thing. You can imagine a thing. That's where the possibility exists in the imagination.
Yeah, and possibility itself is a kind of spooky idea because it too has a sort of structure. Right? So like if I'm going to say, you could have had a daughter. So we're saying that's possible, but not actually. That is a claim. The things that are true and not true about that daughter. That has a kind of structure. It's like,
I feel like there's a lot of thought around the possibility. It feels like almost like we just there.
well, what does it mean to like? What does it mean if we say, I just did that, but it's conceivable that I wouldn't have done it. It's possible that I just threw this scat, but I might not have.
You're taking very temporally close to the original, what prepares the decision.
Whenever we're saying something's possible, but not actually, but this thing just happened, but it's conceivable, it's possible that it would, or that it would have happened differently. And what does that possibility exist? Where is that? What is, for that to be real, for the possibility to be real, what claim are we making about community?
Well, isn't that the extension of the idea of the illusion that all we have is actuality, possibility?
Right, yeah, just extending it beyond
Is there some
this goes to physics. We're always telling ourselves a story that includes possibility.
possibility is really compelling?
Well, yeah, look, because so this, yeah, this could sound just academic, but every backward-looking regret or disappointment, and every forward-looking worry is completely dependent on this notion of possibility. Every regret is based on something else could have done something else. Every disposition to worry about the future is based on feeling that there's this range of possibilities in either way. And I'm not whether or not there's a possibility, I'm worried ever. Hopefully, the reality is, in any given moment, either you can do something to solve the problem or not. So if you can do something, just do it. If you can't, your worry is just causing yourself to rise over. Because you're going to get the medical procedure next week anyway. How much time from now and next week do you want to spend on it? The worry doesn't probability seems just describe the pattern of actuality that we observe. Right? And there's certain things we observe. Those are the actual things that happen. And we have this additional story about probability. Because we have the frequency with which things happen. And happen in the past. You flip a fair coin, you know the abstract, but in the limit, the first script, the tossing script, converge on 50% heads, 50% tails. Well, it has a story as to why it's not going to be exactly 50% in any arbitrary time frame. But in reality, all we ever have are the observed structure. And then we have an additional story of heads, but included about tails. Why do we think that? And what do we claim is true about the physics of things if we say it couldn't be otherwise?
I think what maybe that point really is true. That it allows us to have a nice mind. It's just what we have.
And it seems that possibility has to be somewhere to be effective. It's a little bit like what's happening with the laws of nature. There's something basically the laws of nature too, because the laws of nature impose their work on the world, right? See their evidence. But they're not reducible to any specific set of instances, right? So there's some structure there, but the structure isn't just a matter of the actual things. I mean, the actual billiard balls that are bang everywhere. All of that actuality is explained by the actual things actually doing. But then we have this notion that in addition to that, the laws of nature that they're explaining this output. But how are the laws of nature an additional thing, in addition to just the actual things that actually affect us? And if they are additional things, how are they affected? If they're not in the actual things they're actually banging on. And so it's anything.
Hey, David, TV.
But you don't think we
Yeah.
because maybe what's still
Because we're in this frame. So it's still we have just the laws of that. I mean, if you proliferate elsewhere where you can't be affected by it, then you stop. Yeah.
What
And
game?
for many worlds, it's just a statement. Basically, everything that can't happen.
Oh,
And maybe that's
you ever go into Fortnite Discord? I'm live in there like 24/7.
there's whatever happens. In fact, there's
You're not just anything. They can be a bunch of crazy. Anyway, it's not in the world of Ricardo Ramos
understanding this concept of physics and the fact that there's a lot of universe space time exists essentially are traveling through space time. There's a real different path to the future. That's the illusion of just our weird spice we're taking larger up. But then on some level, it's like the premium album. First day.
So I was looking at something else.
That's living in anything like that. And there's no such thing as possibility.
So I don't see
Just what is that?
I
As a matter of our experience, and I think that it's totally compatible with that nature. It is actually what is actual. And that sounds, name here, that sounds like it would be depressing and exotic finding. But it's anything but. It's actually, it sort of has pure discussion.
I don't think I would
idea.
When you hear about don't know about the community, about long-term holding,
Seeming to resemble
it's about
itself
more than just
yesterday. basic insight is that
have a significant
you're not exclusive. When you're offended, everything's just including your thoughts.
So life is a process.
If you're trying to,
what changed me at this
it's a miracle that the universe is regulated to itself as itself. You're continually discovering what your life is. And then you have this
okay,
layer
that's a
which
big
you
one.
find yourself a story that you already know what you're
All right, well, how's Bybit?
you should be
I mean, I can answer my own question. That's amazing.
struggling to form confidence.
But the more exchange you do, sound the best.
Fundamental history, everything, even the most familiar history.
We're all
No, it's probably not.
NPCs. Video game.
Hold on one second.
It's just not
Hold on one second. Let me see. Can you hear me? So I was expecting Bybit to affect this car. It hasn't in its time. It's just the more changes around, the more people can purchase it in a more diverse way, right? I mean, it's basically like we have a product, and previously we were in a couple of stores and you can swap others, and now we're in another store, Bybit, so that you can more people have access to Bybit, whether it's good or not. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's say I bought it. Let's say I bought 100 gigabyte Bitcoin on Uniswap. And then it gets listed on Bitcoin. Bybit. Okay. Then it gets listed on Bybit. That means I can sell on Bybit just as easily as I can sell on Uniswap, right? It's not like I can only sell on the exchange company. So I see. So basically, yeah, that can open this up to issues. If people get really excited to take on a Bitcoin and sell it on another exchange. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Okay. Well, but right, exactly. Okay. Well, let me give you an update on the things we're kind of on and do before we get ready to do. Okay. So, the minute stand, not that all matters. I've heard that quote before: the only person who thinks that your fantasy football team is interesting, um, but it is about the, you're gonna know, right? So, um, the league is Million Dollar Mobile, which is Mikey's Proto, Yo-Yo, Team Hurricane 8, No Boy, which is Crypto Broke 88, his Fastest Spatulas, which is Halloween 78, Sproto 69, which is Sproto 69, Black Cat, which is Shiller Truth, there's Red Pride, there's Bitcoin Forever, there's VMU, there's EDM. Yeah, that's basically it. All right, so here's what happened. At the beginning, you know how fantasy football works? Do you know how fantasy football works? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we started with the draft. When we drafted everybody, I think I won the draft. I really did. But that doesn't matter. All that matters is how you guys do. But I got the number one defense, the number one kicker, the number one receiver, and the number one tight end. Like, those are number one categories for most of the positions. So it's like, how the fuck am I not going to dominate this thing? Oh, very easily. The number one kicker has a historically terrible year. He's not just the number one kicker from last year, he's an the number one kicker perhaps in the history of the NFL, and he has a terrible, terrible year. The guys with my defense, a lot of them got hurt, and their offense didn't do really well. So that means they had to play a lot more. Just basically they couldn't shit. And so I went from like thinking like, oh, I'm gonna win this fucking league to being like middle of the pack and then towards the bottom. So there are ways in fantasy football to like mess up the league, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. I really like the people in there, and I don't want to cause an issue. So what I did though is once my team is like out of contention, I mean the name of my team is called 2024 Champion. Like I had this bitch called. Like anybody who made a prediction that they were going to win, I was the person. So I figured, you know what? If I can't win the whole league, I want to lose the whole league. Like I want to be the absolute worst without affecting anybody else, because that's not cool when you take all your best players and let them go, and then it's just free for all. Nobody likes that. But what you can do is just not play your best players. That's fine. Like you drafted them anyway. So people could kind of tell what I was doing, and that was fine too. So I drafted, or like it's called on waivers, it's like free agency. I took Tom Brady, who hasn't played in a couple years, and like another guy who hasn't played in a couple years, and I just put him on my team. Why? Then I could say I had Tom Brady, and what's important to that? Well, he doesn't play, so that means it's not going to generate any points, and it's a lot easier for me to basically get absolutely 10x last place in the league. And that's what I want to do. So I'm on track for that. One person, I'm not even going to call them out because one person, I can look it up, but I don't want to. They were like, that's like, they saw the trades that I made, and they're like, that's not fair. And I'm like, what's not fair about it? Yo-Yo comes in, and Yo-Yo's like, I see the trades that he made. All of those would be fine in any of the leagues in which I play. And a bunch of other people came into my defense, and they're like, yeah, like, he's not hurting the league at all. Let him do his thing. He's allowed to start whoever he wants. He's allowed to, he's already number 10 in the league of 12 people. If he wants to be number 12, let him be number 12. It doesn't really matter. And I understand as well, it's not like I was what's called collusion, where I say to the guys who I'm playing, hey, do you want to win this week? All right, well, give me $5 or whatever, or $500 or whatever, and I'll let you win. There's nothing like that. It was just basically, I wanted some players on my team who were retired, and just because so I can say that I have. I mean, all my life is recorded, so I think of this as like a historical archive. And one day, if this goes big, then I'll be like, yeah, Tom Brady, I went and got last place with you as my quarterback. What the fuck, man? Not necessarily thinking that's exactly what I'm going to do, but it's just kind of my own, for my own team. It's kind of hilarious to me. If I'm not going to win, I want to lose. There's that saying from Talladega Nights: if you're not in first, you're last. And so if you're going to be last, go last level. So it caused China. It caused like 1 hour drama, which is fine for like a league. If you have 1 hour of drama, no big deal. So everybody came to my defense and they were like, he didn't throw the week, and he didn't throw the net. He didn't throw like he's still playing as well as you can play. It's just these are guys on his bench, so guys who wouldn't play anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Anyway, one person just won. The guy who at the time was in second place was upset because he wants to be in first place, and he thought it was perhaps in collusion or something. None of that took place. Anyway, I've had such a good time with this fantasy football league. It has been, but for Harry Potter on the side, it has been one of the highlights of my year. I really mean that. funny thing is, I spend so much time on it. Not really, but like in comparison to some people, I spend more time on it just because I have the time to do it. And just to see every single Sunday my guys not do exactly what I want them to do is really it's kind of how fantasy football goes. But nevertheless, the league has been absolutely so much fun, and now it's the playoffs, and I'm in what's considered the toilet bowl league, the losers bracket, and so we'll see how it goes. I mean, I won the league, so I'm like kind of trying to throw the whole thing, but it's like who cares? At this point, I have no chance at winning, and so let me do with what I want. We have a friend here. They are from Masha. I don't know how to say it, but they are from Poland, and they've been really cool friends. I've been singing a lot of karaoke at night. Um, One thing that has happened to me is, oh, yeah, I might have to reset. Yeah, so she's joined us, and she's just been a really cool person. And I recently have been singing a lot of karaoke, and that's how I make friends on Discord. And I've been making a lot of Filipino friends because Filipinos love to fucking karaoke more than anything. And that's great because I like to do that. So that's been good. Um, yeah, so besides that, just living life, watching the picture, dealing with tech issues, and all that. How are things in your neighborhood? Excellent. How are you at Fortnite? Okay, how many people are in your match? I got you. You must have a pretty good. Hello, how are you after Monica? Absolutely. You're welcome. As you can see, she's a very nice person. Good night. Take care. Um, yeah, so at least with um, Fortnite, I found it to be a really heavy game. I mean, I could be wrong, but it slows down my system, especially when I'm trying to do so much at once. Like, I want to live stream what I'm doing at the same time. So then you OBS open and like, all kinds of things. So it's just got to the point where I can't really play it anymore. Are you playing on console or on, I'm sorry, on PC? Okay. What's it for? There you go. Yeah, that's what really kills me. With these computers are just like business computers, and they don't really have. Hello. I see. Netflix service. It's like, anyway, the graphics card on my PC is just not strong enough to really game the way that I want to. Something that I didn't. I didn't have to. But it's one of those things. Do you have any events in your cover on Sonic Canyon coming up? Okay. Yeah. Have you been in? How is the Twitter space? Yeah. I haven't either. The last big one that I recall was the election. I understand. I think, well, the best thing that the coin could do if it really comes to go viral, I mean, who am I to say? But is to have Twitter spaces set on a daily. Yeah, yeah, that would be fun. Just weekly use where people can play around it and be like, okay, great. Um, what I do or what I have done in the past, what I have done in the past is, oh, well, just like one focused on Obama side, I was doing 24-hour spaces for Harry Potter Obama's which, in my opinion, not a good way to do it. You have to have like a set. Okay, guys, we're gonna eat now, and then everybody comes in. If not, what happens is like one person comes in and they'll talk for an hour, which is absolutely great, and then they'll leave. And then 2 minutes later, another person will come in and they'll be like, "Oh, where is everybody?" And I'm like, "Oh, if you were just here an hour ago, you would have been able to, match up with everybody." It's just when it's going all the time. But frankly, I think it's also the best way to do it. It's just maybe my account. I mean, I'm like persona non grata on uh, Twitter, just from all my spamming. Whenever I don't want to say whenever I create an account, yeah, it is. Just nobody sees my shit. And so even if I'm like, hey, we've got a Twitter space going on, come join it. People come in and they're like, okay. And the other thing is, we just don't have that much to talk about. And I know in the past I could have used here, and like I think we could perhaps do karaoke and some other things that might be beneficial. But you can only talk about the ticker so much without getting into talking about other coins and everything. I'm watching what you're doing right now. Absolutely. Yeah, it is like a professional. In my opinion, it would be beneficial. I don't know why the people with bigger uh, Twitter accounts don't request to be guests on some of the big crypto shows. That to me could be very beneficial. Do you know why we don't do that? I get that, but I mean, just to get our name out there and everything else. That's true. Um, I think though that we're well known enough at this point though. I mean, if I mean, we're well known enough at this point that I feel like we could get in with the more reputable people. That's just my opinion. GB, GB just hold with me for like 2 minutes and then just said, okay? Have you heard any good podcasts recently? All right, I'll give you a recap on the Joe Rogan experience. Yeah, I see that. I don't know what exactly. That's I'm gonna all right. Do you think my okay? Maybe it won't. I'm just doing so much streaming that I get. I hear that. I hear that. Telegram music. Yo, dog. This should be a lot better. Can you hear me, GB? GB, yeah. GB, can you hear me? What up? What up? Okay. Go back to Discord. Go, go back to Discord if you would. Can you go back to Discord? Yeah, go back to Discord if you would. There he is. That's. I see that it is not working the way that it's very good. Now, if I play this, well, I'm going to play the podcast. Let me know if it comes in clear.
Not playing character.
You have more.
That's
More. Mario.
I want that.
Yeah, so it's just this device that I'm using. It's just, I think, a little overpowered. You know, doesn't matter. Let's see if this. Just what up, fish? How you living, pimp? I'm kicking that thing Howard takes the name after the woods. Good dog. Well, that's time well spent. Excellent. Hey, just one moment. I'll get GB in. Hey GB, if you would come from Hollywood, go to the Telegram. We got a bunch of people. Excellent. Hey, I got GB coming. Special guest GB. Tell all your friends. GB. Oh yeah, GB's coming. It'll be huge. There he is. Take it away, GB.